A Cowboy for Christmas, Riverdale Ranch Romance Book Number 1, written by Jewel Allen, narrated by Melissa Connell and Scott Rose. Dedication. In memory of Wixie, my first horse, who taught me and my cowboy how to ride. Chapter 1. Stella. She saw the cowboy for the first time at the ice cream aisle. Stella McGivens had just arrived at her college girlfriend's hometown to visit 2 weeks over Christmas break and decided to stop for ice cream at the store. Stella was in a post-finals funk that could only be lifted by cookie dough super chunk, overdue by at least a week. Frazzled from the 2-hour drive she'd just taken from her dorm room on snowy roads, she saw the lights of what looked like a grocery store and slowed down. Tried to anyway, but instead, she skidded, hitting the curb and thankfully nothing else as she pulled into the nearly empty parking lot. At least everyone else had the sense to stay home during a blizzard. So there she was in the frozen food section, her slushy boots squeaking on the floor. She was on the hunt for a little single-serving carton of Blue Bunny super chunky cookie dough when she saw this cowboy peeking in her direction a few shelves down. He was sneaking glances at her, just past the frame of an open frozen food store, beyond which she saw dark eyes, a sexy scruff, a cowboy hat, a fleece-lined leather jacket, and a plaid shirt tucked in snug jeans. Caught looking, the cowboy tipped his hat and gave her a shy smile. Now, normally, where Stella was from, Denver, if a guy were to make eyes at her like that, she'd shut him right down because that would just be too creepy. But she was in the little town of Sunny Ridge in Colorado that day, far from civilization and ski slopes. She felt fairly safe returning his smile. So she did. His gaze connected even deeper, dazzling her like sunlight. Dazed, she went back to looking for her ice cream. A little happy hum went through her body, kind of like that same buzz you get anticipating Christmas. Even the cheesy elevator music playing overhead conspired to her blip of gladness in a grocery store in the middle of nowhere. It was nice to have a tall, dark, and handsome stranger admire her on a stormy winter day, even if it was a cowboy who was the complete opposite to a city girl like her. Stella touched her blue knit cap self-consciously and pretended to be engrossed in the plethora of ice cream flavors. She heard the thunking noise of his boots moving down the aisle towards her. In the reflection in the door, she saw him slow down, pause, then pass. The freezer door was open, but she felt a heat rise up the collar of her cable-knit sweater. At the last minute, she thought about turning to smile at him again, but that would have been too encouraging. "Hey, you!" A man's voice boomed from the end of the aisle closer to the cowboy. "What you doing? Getting ice cream for dinner?" Stella snuck a peek at the person speaking. He was a cowboy, too, much shorter, with a light-colored hat. They talked like they knew each other really well, in a banter she could only half hear. The cowboy's voice and laugh was low and husky, just as she imagined it would be. With the little ice cream carton in her hand, she turned to go the other way. If the cowboy were alone, maybe she'd have maneuvered herself over there the long way to the cash register. But the friend's appearance squashed that. Instead, she walked extra slow in case he was about ready to pay for his ice cream dinner. The lines at the checkout weren't long enough to stall, unfortunately. Stella declined a plastic bag for her lone purchase and walked to the exit. She turned her head to see if she could glimpse him one more time, and sure enough, he was lined up at the register, checking Stella out. They smiled at each other, and that was that. Stella had to walk out of the store or risk appearing like a fool. Outside, Stella shook her head, bemused. What was she thinking, flirting with a cowboy whom she probably would never see again? Besides, country music wasn't simply unappealing. She broke out in hives whenever her girlfriend played it. It was Tammy's favorite form of torture for when Stella hitched a ride in her car. Tammy played it deliberately. Stella was sure, just to tease her. It was fair, Stella supposed, because Tammy complained she always played Phantom of the Opera. "You love that movie, admit it," Stella told Tammy, but her friends still gave her a hard time. The CD player poured out a poundingly dramatic love song from The Phantom as Stella drove her little Honda out of the snow-covered parking lot. She could hardly see through the windshield. It had gotten fogged up, even with the heater working super hard, and some ice had built up outside. She probably should stop and clear it, but Stella just wanted to get to Tammy's and indoors. Stella had been to her house once in the fall, just for an overnighter. Only Tammy's parents had been home then. She had 2 brothers, and they were away on some big hunt. She couldn't really tell any landmarks from that trip to guide her now, but she knew where Tammy's house was from the grocery store. "Just follow it north," Tammy had said, but in all the white, snowy landscape, Stella felt so turned around. She watched the gas gauge, thankful it still had some fuel in it. At least she wouldn't get stranded for lack of it. As her car skidded helter-skelter on the unplowed roads, the snow piling on thick like huge mashed potato flakes, she wished, not for the first time, that her car wasn't a little dinky 2-wheel drive. In the blur of snow, she came to a stop sign. She put on the brakes, heaven knows she tried, but she simply plowed right through. Her car spun round and round until the bumper crashed against something, then bounced to a stop. Holy Hannah! Stella sat there in silence, her breath loud in her ears. Her engine was still running, but she didn't know if she should keep driving. Peering over the dashboard, she couldn't see what she had hit. A fire hydrant? A power box? At least she hadn't hit another car. She cut the engine and got out of her Honda. The snow was almost shin-deep. Really, this town needed to clear their streets. Who could get around in this weather? 2 headlights approached the intersection. Quickly, she assessed her location. Her car had ended up clear across from the stop sign along the curb. Out of the way, but if someone else were to do a 360, they would plow right into her. She made her way to what would have been the sidewalk to let the oncoming vehicle pass. It was a truck, high up on giant wheels, colored black as best as she could tell in the darkness. It was one of those jacked-up monstrosities that people drove in demolition derbies, very loud and kind of intimidating. The truck pulled up in front of her sedan, dwarfing it. The driver got out without turning off his engine and walked around to her. She knew instantly that it was him, the cowboy at the store. He had a certain way of walking, striding purposefully and tall. "Hello there," he said, coming right up to the snowbank where she stood freezing. He smiled like he knew they had a secret. "Hi." She'd have said more flirtatiously, but her teeth were chattering. "Car got stuck," he said. "Yep." He checked out the tires at the curb. "Doesn't look like you're gonna budge." "No," she lamented. "You can leave it here and come for it in the morning. It's in a good place, out of the way. Can I give you a ride somewhere?" She was thinking about how handsome he'd looked back in the store. Now, as the snowflakes swirled around him, he looked even more handsome, mysterious. "I can call my friend," she said. "She can give me a ride." "Who's your friend?" he asked. "Tammy Brown. Do you know her?" He didn't answer for a long moment. Scratching his nape, he said, "Yeah, I know her. She doesn't live too far from here." "Maybe," she said, stuttering now from frozen lips. "I can walk from here." "Come on," he said, gesturing towards his truck. "Hop on in." She hesitated. It was one thing to smile at him in the store. It was another to get into this stranger's car in the middle of a blizzard, when someone probably wouldn't be able to hear or want to respond to her cries for help. "Name's Bram, by the way," he said, offering a bare hand to shake. She shook it with her gloved hand and thought of the alternative to him driving her. Tammy would have to come out into this horrible snowy road, and, with their luck, they could get stranded. "Stella McGivens," she said, liking the feel of her hand in his warm one. His eyes looked kind, helping her decide. "I would appreciate the ride, thanks." "You got luggage?" he asked. She nodded. She walked around to the back of her sedan and popped the trunk open. He pulled out her little rolling luggage and overnighter bag, then grabbed her little plastic bag of presents for Tammy and her family. He opened the passenger door of his truck. She had to hoist herself in. The seat was so high up. The interior of the truck smelled like the outdoors and farm, like sweet hay. Cloth covered his seats, making them warm and cozy. She buckled up as he climbed on his side. When he shut the door, she felt self-conscious at the intimacy. The world fell away, and it was just the two of them as they rolled over a snowbank and out on the road. She waited for him to make small talk, but apparently he was the strong, silent type. "Do you get this much snow all the time?" she asked. "Yes'm," he said. "This is actually nothing compared to what we usually get. I'm surprised Tammy let you drive in that car." "I had to work earlier today, so I couldn't leave when she did." He nodded, and the truck rumbled on. She leaned into the seat, thawing to her core. He glanced over and cranked up the heat. "You staying warm?" "Yes, thank you. This is very nice. I appreciate the ride, by the way." His eyes took her in, and he nodded. "I don't think your ice cream is going to melt tonight." He eyed the tub she'd rescued from her car, now resting on the dashboard. She laughed. "Probably not." She glanced at him curiously. "What ice cream did you get?" "Pistachio." "That's different." "And you?" "Cookie dough super chunk." When he didn't reply, she said, "Sinful, I know." He smiled. "I wasn't going to say that." Once again, they fell silent, which was okay with her. She was feeling tired and sleepy, and would have fallen asleep right then and there if it weren't she was nervous. She would snore or bob her head. He leaned forward intently, gripping the steering wheel and slowing the truck down. He turned his left signal on, which she thought was funny on a deserted country road. Then he pulled into a long drive. She couldn't see much beyond the headlights in the snowfall, but she got the impression of space and sprawl. "Here we are," he said, cutting the engine and helping her out. Then he tackled the luggage. She got her ice cream tub and presents and then followed him to the front door. She remembered now how the house looked like, even as visibility was limited right then, a 2-story log cabin with lots of windows and a pillared porch sheltering stacks and stacks of firewood. The cold air smelled of smoke and pine. She could make out voices and laughter. He knocked, and the door flew open. Tammy stood there looking from him to her, then her face split into a smile. "Stella!" She hugged her tightly. "I was so worried about you. I kept thinking I needed to rescue you." "I'm fine now, thanks to him," she said, turning to Bram. "Really?" Tammy said. "Sometimes my knucklehead brother does all right." Stella stared at him, at the lazy smile curving his lips. "Your brother?" she choked out. Stella, followed by Bram, entered the warm house and Tammy shut the door. Bram took Stella's luggage somewhere into the room. Stella didn't really care or keep track of much at that point. She was caught up in all sorts of emotions. First, surprise, then dismay that he didn't say who he was, then nervousness at the thought of spending the next 2 weeks under the same roof as him. If he was Tammy's brother, that made him something like 6 years older than Stella, who was 20. There was another brother who greeted Stella, and he was the middle child. "I'm Gabe," the brother introduced himself. He looked nothing like Bram nor Tammy with his lighter blonde hair. He was also more smiley. "Have a seat," Tammy told Stella. "That ice cream looks good, Bram. Mom, Dad, Stella's here." The family room was one big area with a kitchen, living room, and dining all in one. Tammy's parents, Althea and Sheldon, joined them and hugged Stella. She'd met them one other time when they came up to Parents' Day. They adopted her because her parents couldn't attend. Stella liked them. They wore matching sweaters, and the mom had a cute tight perm. The dad patted Stella on the back. Bram sat down kitty corner from her on the L-shaped sofa and stretched his legs. He took off his hat and tossed it onto the coffee table. He had hat head and curly dark hair that made her stomach flip. Stella had a weakness for guys with curly hair. Tammy stole a couple of bites from Stella's ice cream. Then she left Stella the rest of it. Stella used it as an excuse to not talk, just to enjoy this family that she would get to spend the next 2 weeks with, especially Bram. He stole glances at Stella as he ate his pistachio ice cream. Tammy plopped herself down beside her. "How are the roads?" "Terrible." Stella made a face. "Scary. My car's stuck by your grocery store. I'll help you get it in the morning." "That'll be great." Tammy's eyes sparkled. "I'm so excited you're here. I can't wait to do all the fun things we talked about." She glanced at Bram. "Maybe we can take her riding or something." His eyes glowed. "Happy to," he said. "You done much riding?" he asked Stella. Stella smoothed back her hair. Never. You ride in this weather?" "Oh, this is nothing compared to other times I've been out hunting." "Yeah," Tammy rolled her eyes. "They're nuts." "Do you hunt too?" Stella asked her. "I used to. Now I just come to camp." "So is your place a real ranch or something?" Stella asked. Bram nodded. "We got cows, sheep, and horses, so I guess so." She looked from him to Tammy, wondering why the country accent and lifestyle hadn't rubbed off on her. They became good friends last year when Tammy stayed at her apartment for a semester while waiting for another lease to open up. Stella liked Tammy a lot. She was funny, sassy, and didn't hesitate to speak her mind. Around her, Stella felt braver, sassier, even though she quaked inside. All this talk of horses and riding made her nervous. She was just thinking, why on earth should she learn how to ride in this weather when Bram seemed to sense her thoughts? "Don't worry," he said. "I'll keep you safe." Stella's eyes flew to his. She could sense the promise in his words. As badly as she wanted to believe that, she wasn't sure she had that much faith in any one particular person, even if he seemed like a competent cowboy. "Are your horses good?" she asked. "I'd stay away from that no-good Rocky," Tammy said. "He's the paint horse. He's pretty, but he doesn't listen good." "We'll pick you a good one," Bram said. "What other things do you want to do while you're here?" Tammy asked. "Gosh, I'm good with anything," Stella said. "I'm easy. You don't need to put yourself out for me." "There'll be plenty to do around here," Bram drawled as he stood up. "Speaking of which, I gotta feed the horses still. Good to meet you, Stella." His eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled. Stella smiled back, wondering why he had to feed the horses so late. She pictured him sloshing out there in the freezing cold, pitching bales of hay over the fence for a dozen horses. "You want to come see your room?" Tammy asked Stella. "Sure." Stella followed Tammy down the hall. The golden brown paneling glowed in the hall light. Tammy stopped at a door with a sheet of paper on it. In cute colors and letters it said, "Stella's room." Stella felt a lump in her throat. No one had ever been so nice to her like that. Certainly not her own family. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome," Tammy hugged her. "Now, don't you hesitate to tell us if you need anything, you hear?" "Like a B&B," Stella joked, and they laughed. Her bags had been rolled into the bedroom. One of the two bedside lamps was on. The bed frame was made of logs, stained a golden yellow like the paneling. She ran her fingers along the end rail and the quilt coverlet with green deer on it. Walking over to the window, she flicked the blinds open. She couldn't see much outside between the cloudy, moonless night and the lowered visibility from the snow. But somewhere out there, Bram fed cows, sheep, and horses. She flicked the blind back in place and smiled. This felt like home.
Chapter 2. Bram. Bram walked outside in the cold, smiling to himself. He could gamble tonight and probably win. He was feeling lucky. What were the chances that the girl he was crushing on at the store was his sister's friend? He thought of her cute blue head thing and sweater. She looked like one of those girl dolls that Tammy had when she was younger, with huge eyes and freckled nose. He probably should apologize for not telling her right off he was Tammy's brother, but he couldn't resist surprising her, and what a reaction it was. He went over to the hay pile and tossed flakes over the fence, first to the horses, then the sheep and cows. "Hey, Bram," Gabe called out. He joined him in the darkness. "Yup," Bram said. "Did Dad talk to you about the tax this year?" Bram froze. "Not yet. Are we upside down again?" Gabe averted his eyes. "Yep. The taxes are too high, again. The profits have just been so slim, Mom and Dad won't be able to save it. Not this time." Bram shut his eyes in pain. He'd been trying to convince his dad to invest in equipment and newer farming techniques, but he'd been holding back. What he was waiting for, Bram didn't know, and now it was too late. "Why didn't anyone say anything to me?" Bram asked. "They didn't want me to tell you," Gabe said. "Mom said she didn't want you to worry about where the money for the gifts would be coming from." "I understand, I guess," Bram said, "though I would have appreciated just straight-up honesty. I don't know if it's hit Mom yet. She still acts like we're on the same income Dad had before he got hurt." "Maybe she knows something we don't." Bram motioned that he was done and headed to the house. "Maybe we're richer than we think." "You know, that sounds really good, but love won't put food on our table." "No, you're right." "I was going to run for office," Gabe said, "but maybe I should postpone it." "No." Bram shook his head. "Stay in there. We'll figure out a way." "Maybe I should have stayed home and farmed instead of racking up student loans for my degree." "Good thing you didn't quit. That's why Dad never could get out of farming. He didn't have very many other job prospects." "What will you do?" Gabe asked. "Make sure this is a Christmas to remember." "Oh, it will," Gabe said. "I'm sure it will." And with Tammy's beautiful friend staying over, Bram agreed, silently.
Chapter 3. Stella. Stella woke in the morning to a great clanging of a bell. She looked at the alarm clock she'd brought with her from home and saw that it was 8 o'clock. It felt good to be up, but she wished she had an extra hour to get herself showered and ready for the day. She assumed that on a farm, the chores started way early, before dawn. Changing into a pair of warm sweats and putting her running shoes on, she brushed out her blonde, shoulder-length hair and pulled it back into a ponytail. She had no makeup on. This wouldn't impress a certain cowboy, but the sooner Bram realized she was just a regular human being, the better. The smells of bacon and pancakes met her in the hallway, along with the clatter of utensils and people talking animatedly. As she turned the corner, her eyes naturally were drawn to Bram, who was sitting at the bar with a mug halfway to his mouth. He paused, took a sip, and set it down with a little smile and nod. He was already dressed for the day, as were their parents. Tammy, thankfully, was also in sweats, while Gabe had a shirt and running pants on. Gabe set a bell on the counter. "There she is!" "Good morning," Tammy's mom greeted Stella. "Did you sleep warm enough?" "Yes, I did, thank you. It was toasty warm in my room. I made sure they put you in the least drafty part of the house. Coffee?" Althea raised a steaming kettle. "No, thanks," Stella said, "but I'd love some of that breakfast." "It's to die for, literally," Tammy said. "Clogged arteries, you know." "Tammy Joe," Althea said with a long-suffering smile. The only seat available was the one by Bram. Stella avoided his eyes as she sat down and pretended to be engrossed in her breakfast. She could feel his eyes on her and glimpse that smile perpetually lurking on the side of his mouth. "How early do you get up in the morning?" she asked, deciding that she couldn't keep ignoring him. He looked like he'd slept in his clothes and sprang right up. Today, he had on another plaid shirt, but it was made of flannel, a gold and blue shirt that brought out his tan. "Oh, 6. Do you feed the animals then, too?" "I usually do. I gotta get on Gabe's case just to get him going." "I would do it if you didn't always get so impatient," Gabe said. "Well, it's not up to me," Bram said agreeably. "It's them heifers." "Frankly," Gabe told Stella, "ever since college I realized the error of my ways and discovered that sleeping in felt better than feeding the herd." Tammy winked at Stella. "Why do you think I went into theater?" she said. "What did you study?" Stella asked Gabe. "Political science and sports medicine. The sports medicine was just to get my mom off my back about getting a real job someday." "I heard that," Althea said. "Love you, Mom," Gabe replied. The breakfast was delicious, and Stella thanked Althea for the spread. "I'm glad to see you eat this stuff," Althea said. "I don't like it when girls starve themselves." "Even if I were on a diet, I would have been crazy to turn down your cooking," Stella said. "Seriously, it was very good. You should open a breakfast place." "She did open a bed and breakfast," Bram said. "We ran it for 10 years. Althea nodded, looking wistful. It was the best and worst thing for our family. The best and worst? Stella asked. She nodded. I loved it, and the family did it together. The kids learned how to work, but it was long hours, and we had no life outside of it. The day I closed that B&B was the saddest and best day of my life. I can see that, Stella said. What do your parents do, Stella? Althea asked. Stella's cheeks burned. They kind of travel all over. Oh, really? Althea said. Retired, are they? I guess you could say that. From what? Stella didn't know how to answer. Tammy put her arm over Stella's shoulder. Mom, let up, will you? She obviously doesn't want to talk about it. Stella's gaze met Bram's. He was trying not to stare. Suddenly, she didn't care anymore. The words rushed out. I haven't seen or talked to my parents in a couple of years. As soon as I could, I moved out, and so, yeah. Bram's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His eyes registered surprise and pity. Stella couldn't stand it anymore. She fled from the room. Once in her bedroom, she turned on the shower so she could scrub herself clean.
Chapter 4. Bram. Bram sat there stunned, feeling sorry for Stella. But mostly he felt bad that the whole conversation unfolded so publicly. His mom stood there, shocked too, the bacon spitting grease and burning. Tammy walked around and rescued the pan, turning off the flame. She's the sweetest person in the world, Tammy said. But I think she's been hurt by a lot of things in her life. Bram didn't say anything. What if she was still down the hall and could hear them? Poor thing, his mom said. I'm glad you invited her here this Christmas. We've been so blessed, I'm glad we can share in our little bounty. Bram thought of the conversation he had with Gabe and exchanged glances with him. Their mother had got to be the saintliest woman he knew. If they only had a loaf of bread in their pantry, she would share it with those who went without. Dad sat hunched over his breakfast, lost in his thoughts. Dad, anything I can help you around the farm today? Bram asked. His dad glanced up, his eyes sad. It's okay, he said. I think I have it under control. Plus, you promised Stella a horse ride, Tammy said. Bram rubbed his nape. I didn't know that was today. Oh, and do you mind taking Stella down to her car? Tammy raised an eyebrow. In case something goes wrong on the way? No, I don't mind. I can do it. Thanks, Tammy smiled. I'll let her know.
Chapter 5. Stella. Stella felt horrible about running out of the room like she did. Anyone else could have answered that question maturely and just told the facts, but Stella still hadn't come to grips about her parents. It had been 2 years since she finally mustered enough strength to leave their family situation. Her parents, drunk every night and sometimes during the day, hosting parties with strangers over at all hours, the ugly fights, sloppy reconciliations, where things seemed to be good again, until they weren't. Her stomach clenched at the bad memories. She couldn't have left had she not qualified for a full-ride scholarship so she could move out. Every time she thought about how she'd abandoned her parents to their fate, her heart tore into shreds once again. It had been for the best, however. She was about ready to get undressed to jump in the shower when Tammy's voice came through from the hallway. Bram will take you to get your car when you're ready, she said. I can go now. She turned the water off and came out of the room. Tammy was waiting in the hall and held her hands. Sorry about what happened back there. No worries, Stella said. It was good to get it out in the open. She was sure that Bram would now think she wasn't worth being interested in. What kind of a person could come from such a family? Well, my mom could sometimes be naive. Really, it's okay. Tammy gave her a relieved smile. I'm going to jump in the shower. When you're ready, do you want to ride horses with us? The thought of being with Bram and having to see pity in his eyes made Stella uneasy, but she didn't want to spend the rest of the vacation just holed up and hermit-like. "Sure," she said. "Perfect." Bram stood when Stella returned to the family room. He already had his thick, fleece-lined jacket on. He flashed her a warm smile that immediately put her at ease. It assured Stella that her confession didn't make him think any less of her. They went out into the snow, Stella flinching a bit from the cold. The snow had stopped for the morning and glistened. There were paw prints on the snow, and then a white and black Australian shepherd bounded down toward Stella. It licked her until Stella, laughing, pushed the dog off her. "Leave her alone, boy," Bram said. The dog sat on his haunches and looked up happily at Stella. Now that he had settled, she rewarded him with a pat on his head. His tail wagged so strongly he flicked snow all over. "What's his name?" she asked. "Kippy." Kippy followed his master to his truck. He hopped on the back seat and waited with his tongue lolling out happily. "I think it was brave of you to tell us about your parents," Bram said as he got behind the wheel and shifted the truck into drive. "We wouldn't have held it against you had you chosen not to say." "It's what happened," she sighed. Looking out the window, she watched snow-covered fields pass by. "I can't change the past. I can't change who my parents are. But I can choose to be what I am today going forward. I think that's a good philosophy. I can't say I live it perfectly, but I try." Stella's car was half buried in snow. It looked like someone had just snowplowed around it. Fortunately, the snow was light and fluffy. Bram took a shovel from out of his truck and started digging the little Honda out. Shortly, he got it to where the side next to the road and the area around the bumper were clear. "Thank you," she said. "You can thank me when you get out of here," he said, grinning. Her stomach flipped a little at his handsome mug. Her car started with a bit of coaxing, and when it did finally start, Bram gave Stella a thumbs up. However, her wheels seemed to get stuck in the same spot, just spinning. Bram suggested that she put the car into reverse, turn her wheels sharply away from the curb, and move it. Eventually, the tires just spun again. Bram asked her to stop, then positioned himself behind her car. "Now, go try it." As he pushed, Stella tried to accelerate. Finally, on the third try, the tires bit into the snow and started to move. She was so afraid of losing momentum, she cranked open her window, waved, and yelled, "See you at the house!"
Chapter 6. Bram. When Bram returned to the ranch, he went to the barn to get tack for the horses. He had his own tack and gear and had to reacquaint himself as to which one went with which horse. After a few minutes, Stella and Tammy came out to join him, thick as thieves. His sister and Stella didn't act alike at all. Tammy was very chatty and extroverted. Stella was quiet, but in a good way. More of Bram's style, really. There was something soft and soothing about her personality. When they were together, Tammy seemed to have a positive influence on Stella. Stella smiled and joked more. For her part, Stella made it so Tammy was more thoughtful and didn't just spout off from the hip. Stella rubbed her arms and shivered. Her jacket wasn't as thick as a parka, and he wondered if this coat would keep her warm. Blowing on her hands, Stella approached the horses. There were 3 of them in separate stalls. The barn itself felt quite chilly without the sun, but it blocked the crosswind, so standing there was a bit better than just being out in the open. Bram introduced the horses. "This is Gus," he said, pointing at a spotted horse. "He's the oldest of the herd. I got him when I was 15. He petted the mane of a black horse. "This here is Misty. She's been our broodmare." Stella petted her on the nose. "What's a broodmare?" Over her head, Bram and Tammy exchanged glances. He'd forgotten she didn't know a lot about horses. "We breed her for babies." She nodded. "Okay." He went around the pen, introducing her to 5 more horses. "There's others in the corral too, but most likely we'll start you out on Gus. He's our most bomb-proof." "Bomb-proof?" "Where nothing phases him," Tammy said. "Sounds good to me," Stella said. "Ready to tack up?" Bram asked. Stella took a deep breath. Let's do it.
Chapter 7. Stella. Stella's hands were not just cold, they hurt. She wished she had gloves to keep her hands warm, and so she didn't have to touch the dirt directly. But she would die first, then admit it to Bram. He didn't flinch from the dirt and cold, just worked on tacking up like it was a balmy spring day. At the last minute, Tammy announced that she was going inside. Stella was disappointed. Tammy could act as a buffer in case things got awkward between her and Bram. But Tammy begged off with some excuse of helping her mom with some housework. Stella wondered if she was just making it up, trying to force Bram and Stella together. She knew Tammy. Tammy was allergic to housework, just as Stella was allergic to country music. Bram led Gus out of the pen and into the sunlight. Away from the covered pens, the sun felt good. He tied Gus up while he went to get his horse. Stella wasn't sure what to do with Gus, so she just stood there petting the skin under his mane, where it was soft and worn. Bram returned with a handsome bay horse, who dwarfed Gus by at least a foot. "This is Toby," Bram said. "He's a quarter horse gelding. I've used him for roping and rodeo." Toby glanced at Stella askance like he was curious and snorted snot all over her face and coat. At first she blinked, then she wiped her face with her sleeve, trying to not think of all the germs now splotched on her bare skin. Her mouth, ugh. Bram's mouth twitched. "Horses ain't clean." "No, they're not," Stella agreed. "I'm trying really hard to relax about this," she said, grimacing at her dirty sleeve. "I can tell." He showed her how to check and pick her horse's hooves. Gus had soft feet, he said, and didn't take horseshoes. Stella didn't know where to put herself so she could be the most help. He showed her how to lift the hoof off the ground, but everything was so mucky and messy. The hoof pick kept slipping out of her hand. By the time they did all 4 of Gus's hooves, her hands were covered with slime. "You can wipe off the junk on Gus if you want," Bram said. Again, that little smile, like he was amused. She did as he suggested. "Horses are a lot of work," Bram shrugged. "I guess I don't think about it anymore. I can tack them up pretty fast, so it's not a big deal." "Do you ride in the winter all the time?" "I try to," he said. "I like to get the horses tuned up once in a while so they don't get too soft on me when we really need them. It's a bit messy right here, but once we're out in the open, on fresh fallen snow, you'll see. It can be pretty." She could believe it. Beyond the parking lot and barn, the snow-covered fields sparkled in the sun. Bram brought out a pad and saddle and showed her how to put them on Gus. Then a bit and headstall came next. There was so much leather and buckles to keep track of. By the time they were done, her hands were chapped, smelled of manure, and raw from the cold. "If you want," Bram said, "I can loan you some gloves. They're kind of big, but you might be more comfortable." "Maybe I can use my regular gloves," she said. "I have them in my car." "You're going to get them all dirty. Try these instead." He grabbed a pair of leather ones that were huge on her, but her fingers were much happier. Of course, she couldn't hold anything very well, and when she tried to grab the reins with the whole glove practically flapping, he laughed. "A bit big, are they?" he said. "They're like those huge hands you wave at football games," she said, smiling. He stared at her for several seconds, and her breath stilled. His eyes were a dark brown, and they drew her in. He cleared his throat. "I'm going to tack up real quick." True to his word, it took him 5 minutes what they had done for 15 on Gus. Toby was a magnificent animal. If he were to break out into a parade march, she wouldn't have been surprised. Bram took both horses by the reins down to a man gate. He asked Stella to open it. They entered, and then she latched it shut. In the light of the day, Stella could better appreciate the Browns' property. They lived at the edge of town, where acres and acres of cattle grazing ground eventually sloped up to mountains. Through the snow, sagebrush poked up here and there, and pine trees also dotted the landscape. She could see a few houses in the distance, but they were sparse. There wasn't a neighbor for miles. "How do you borrow a cup of sugar around here?" she asked. Bram chuckled. You just don't. It's about as easy to go to the grocery store to buy sugar." "This is beautiful," she said, noting the pristine snow and calm landscape, "but kind of desolate." He glanced in the direction she was looking, like he was seeing it for the first time. I love it. I don't think I could live close to anyone. When I went off to college, I couldn't stand it that first week, actually living so close to everyone. It took me a good year to not want to ride off back home. He gave her a sheepish smile. But of course, I stuck it out. I'm no sissy. I can see why you'd feel that way. Having roommates in a small dorm drove me bonkers the first semester. He came over to tighten the leather under Gus's saddle. Ready? He asked. Ready as I'm gonna be, she said. Put one shoe in the left stirrup, then swing your right leg over. She did as he instructed, feeling awkward about stretching so much just to reach the stirrup, then swung over. Whoa, she said, exhilarated that she was on top of a horse. He squinted up at her adorably. You look like a natural. We shall see when we start moving, she said, gripping the reins tightly as best as she could with the giant gloves. Relax your hands a little, he said, tapping the gloves. You don't want to pull too hard on Gus's mouth. Remember, he's got a bit between his teeth and it pinches his tongue when you pull back. So only do it when you want him to stop. He tugged slightly. If you want him to slow down, just pull a little. If you mean for him to stop, then tug firm, but no yanking suddenly. Got it, she nodded, overwhelmed. Again, he tapped the gloves. You'll get it. He tightened the saddle leather, then mounted his horse. Stella couldn't help but notice that he looked mighty fine in the saddle, sitting tall and nice from her vantage point. She looked away. She was thinking of how well his jeans fit, and she should stop. Gus took a step forward, and Stella nearly squealed, taken by surprise. Let's go move around, Bram said, and let you get used to him, and vice versa.
Chapter 8. Bram. Bram smiled to himself as he watched Stella ride on Gus. She was timid at first, as was to be expected. She tapped him lightly on the side and clutched at the reins. He reminded her about relaxing her hands, and she did, which made Gus walk out freely. Then she clutched the reins in a death grip once again. After a few minutes, Bram could tell she was getting the hang of it. She might even be having fun. She smiled at him, her cheeks flushed with cold, her blue eyes sparkling. He loved showing newbies how to ride. It reminded him of why he liked horses in the first place. But he was especially pleased that Stella liked this experience. He wanted to impress her, truthfully. He wanted her to like horses as much as he liked them. He relished the idea of her going out with him on the range, maybe even next summer, if they kept the farm. He realized he tightened his own grip on his reins, thinking of losing the ranch. He wished he had the money to fix all the tax problems, as he didn't know how they could weather this challenge. This was not the first year they were threatened with some financial shortfall that made it so they might lose the ranch. During drought years, or when they had a smaller crop of hay, they'd also felt the pinch then. This is fun, Stella said, grinning and trotting. She bounced up and down, hardly keeping her seat, then giggled as she pulled Gus to a stop. Oh my, she said. My brain is all scrambled. Goofball, he said. Her eyes sparkled as she smiled back. Suddenly, he wished they were on the ground, so he could pull her into his arms and kiss her. Whoa, Nellie, where'd that thought come from? He kept his eyes ahead on the snow. Soon he just had to give up ignoring Stella, as she was so adorable. Stella went for another trot, this time a little further. She laughed again. Bram caught up with her, the horses playfully dancing with each other. She trotted once again, farther and faster. Bram could sense something changing. Gus was going way too fast for Stella. Now Stella was no longer smiling, but sitting back, the reins dropped and forgotten. With the giant gloves, she held on tightly to the saddle horn. Oh no, he said under his breath as he watched Gus bear her away in a fast lope. He spurred Toby into a lope to match Gus, but that only drove the old gelding into a faster gallop. Stella sat back, leaning away just a titch away from falling off. Stella, he yelled, get those reins and pull back. She either didn't hear him or didn't know how to do what he asked. Gus continued to run off, but was finally slowing down to match his age. Bram overtook and cut him off. Stella bounced once, twice, and fell off like a rag doll.
Chapter 9. Stella. Stella! Stella! The voice cut through the haze of snow and hooves and pain. Stella opened her eyes and blinked into a crisp blue sky, her body kind of floating. Bram's face was close to hers, his dark eyes full of concern. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry." "What for?" Stella asked, her voice faint to her ears. "I told you that horse was bomb-proof, but look where you are. You told me to stop. I didn't listen. I just couldn't. I should have taught you how to do a one-rein stop, get him to turn his head. I should have—" Stella reached up and touched his beard. It felt frozen and stiff. "Hey, I think I'll be okay." For a brief moment, he leaned into her fingers, making them tingle. Then he was back to business. "Let's get you up and see." He helped her to her feet slowly. She felt a little wobbly and dizzy, but nothing in her body seemed broken. The snow had cushioned her fall enough. She felt funny about him brushing off the snow from her leg, as though she were a child. "In one piece?" he asked. Guilt still burned deep into his eyes. "Yeah, I think so." "Now we have a rule around here," he said. "You fall off a horse, you get right back on." She gasped. "I don't think so. That's the rule here, sorry." Stella's heart pounded hard in her chest. "Maybe another day." She could tell that didn't sit well with him. He shook his head. Annoyance flared within her. "I don't want to. You can't make me." "Oh." He stepped closer to her, his nearness messing with her. "What if the deal is, if I kiss you, you get back on?" Her eyes flew to his mouth, then his eyes, which held a mischievous glint. "You're nuts," she said. "I don't see why I should—" He kissed her, a soft peck on her lips. It stirred all sorts of delicious sensations in her. She blinked, wondering what had happened. He looked as stunned as she felt. Then his glance flicked back to her mouth, turning it dry. Tammy's voice interrupted whatever delicious thought ran through her head at that moment. "Hey, you guys, Mom says to come in soon for lunch." Time must have flown. Lunchtime already? "Just one sec," Bram said, his eyes intent on Stella's. Stella stepped away and hightailed it inside, using Tammy's request as an excuse. She didn't want to get back on Gus. So much for him being bomb-proof. As for that kiss, well, that was unsettling. Sweet, but unsettling. Tammy eyed her curiously as she entered the house. "What happened out there?" she asked. Stella blushed. "Nothing." Tammy brightened. "He kissed you, didn't he?" "Yes," she whispered back, "but not a real kiss." "That son of a gun!" "What does not a real kiss mean?" "Just a little peck." Tammy clamped her lips shut. Bram had come in, his glance quickly finding Stella. She averted her eyes, heat suffocating her cheeks once again. She was all mixed up inside. After the fall, she wanted to swear off anything related to horses. Then he bribed her with a kiss. What was that all about? Finally, he'd actually kissed her. She was so confused and overwhelmed. "Do you need help?" Stella asked Althea. "I will in a minute," Althea said. "We just need everyone to wash up and make your own sandwiches. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all." Stella walked over to the sink and washed her hands. As though she now had a built-in radar, she sensed Bram approaching. Quickly, she turned to find paper towel, dried her hands, and walked off in the opposite direction. She was a coward, she knew. She just didn't trust herself around him. So she took pains making her sandwich when he wasn't by the sandwich plates. When she had dished up a sandwich and chips, she circled around so that she was sitting on the other side of the table. She positioned herself so she wasn't across from him, but hidden by Gabe and Tammy if she leaned back just so. A quick check made her stomach sink a bit. Bram was just eating, not really paying attention to her anyway. So she ate too. The bread was really good, and she told Althea so. "It's homemade," she winked. "Can you adopt me?" Stella joked. "Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be great?" Tammy said. Somehow, all Stella could think of was that kisses would then be off limits between Bram and her. This time, she caught him staring at her, very much in a non-brotherly way. When she was all done, she again did that whole little avoidance dance with Bram. But she wasn't quick enough to escape. He caught up with her by the fridge. "Hey, can I talk to you for a minute?" he said. "Sure." She just stood there, deliberately, so they had no privacy. "Maybe out on the porch?" he said. She got all nervous. Bundling up in her coat, she stepped out, her breath coming out in puffs. He followed her and shut the door after him. "Out there," he said, gesturing towards the field. "I'm sorry about the horse," he lowered his voice, "and the kiss." She didn't say anything, because frankly, she wasn't mad about the kiss, but she wasn't about to admit it. "Thanks for the apology. I shouldn't have badgered you about getting back on Gus. Maybe I will, just not today, okay?" His eyes glimmered. "Okay." His smile did crazy things to her insides. She lowered her eyes and fidgeted with the zipper pull of her coat. "Thanks." She went inside, her shoes scraping ice. She started taking off her boots, but Althea would have none of it. "You're better off keeping your shoes on, or you're going to get soaked." Stella sank back on the couch. From the corner of her eye, she noticed that Bram went round the kitchen. Tammy plopped down beside her. "What did my brother have to say to you?" Tammy whispered. Leave it to Tammy, eagle-eyed, to notice things like that. "He apologized for Gus dumping me, and what? And I think I need more chips." Stella got up in a hurry. Of course, Bram was standing by the chips. He was talking to Gabe, so maybe she could get chips without getting noticed. "When will you kids get our tree?" Althea asked. "I was just waiting for things to get settled," Bram said. "We can go tomorrow. Want to come, Stella?" She was eating a chip and almost choked on it. "Sounds fun. Do you just go to the tree lot?" Bram looked at his boots and Gabe grinned. "We go up to the mountain," Gabe said. "Sometimes we get stuck. It's an adventure." "Stuck?" Stella echoed. "Just kidding. Tell her, Bram." "He's kidding," Bram said dutifully as he polished off his sandwich. Gabe said, "We only got stuck once. And he did it on purpose." "Oh, hogwash," Gabe said. Bram smiled at Stella. All she could think of was, if she got stuck with him somewhere in the mountains, oh my. Stella moved away and went back to Tammy, who promptly said, "What else did he apologize for?" "You don't miss a beat, do you?" Stella said, laughing. "I can ask him," Tammy said. "Oh, Bram," she said in a sing-songy voice. Stella elbowed her. "Hush." "Yeah?" Bram said. Stella warned her with her eyes. "Oh, nothing." To Stella, she said, "So you'll come cut a tree with us tomorrow?" "Okay," Stella said. As long as Gabe and Tammy were coming, that was fine with Stella. "Let's take 2 cars," Gabe told Bram. "Last year you took too long letting that wild dog of yours run around." Tammy winked at Stella. "You can ride with Bram." Stella shot Tammy a dirty look before peeking at Bram to check his reaction. He was smiling to himself.
Chapter 10. Bram. Bram shook his head as he exited the house. Stella was sure skittish. She reminded him of a filly he'd gotten several years ago, so nervous at his approach. Despite all the hard work, he took pains to get her all used to him. Eventually, she turned out to be one of his best horses. Scratching his head, he chastised himself for comparing Stella to a horse. He'd better watch it, or he'd have to apologize to her once again. He wished he could take back his words. He really didn't feel sorry about stealing that kiss. In fact, he would be happy to do it again. He thought of the days up ahead until Christmas, when Stella would be around him. He felt dizzy at the prospect. Never had a woman affected him more than she had. He'd always been the quiet child in the family. When Gabe came along, he stole the show, and Bram was fine with that. It was too tiring being on all the time. He'd just as soon hang out with horses and farm animals. They didn't talk his ear off. Unfortunately, that's probably why he'd not gotten hitched all his 26 years. Just got rusty and out of practice. When he went to college late at 22, most girls didn't want to talk about farms and horses. He very much doubted that Stella would want to yak it up too. They were about as different as can be. She was clearly a city girl, and he was a country bumpkin. The front door opened. To Bram's surprise, Stella came out. In the deepening dusk, her blonde hair shone like a halo around her head. "Hi," she said. "Have you fed the animals yet?" "No. Why?" "Do you mind if I watch?" He stared at her. She wanted to watch. His hands got sweaty all of a sudden in his work gloves. "Now why would you want to do that?" She shrugged. "I was just curious. It's not every day I get to stay at a true working ranch." Still didn't make sense to Bram. "Yeah?" "And to be honest, I felt sorry for you, doing this all by yourself." "Ah." He waved away her concern. "Not a big deal. I actually like it. It's my favorite time of day." "Even when it's cold?" He shrugged. "I don't really notice the cold anymore. But you're probably freezing, so let's get it on." She denied it through chattering teeth. He went about the usual feeding routine. He cut the twine with his pocket knife and tossed a couple of hay flakes in each pen. He topped off the water in the troughs and unscrewed the hose. "How does the water not freeze?" she asked, peering over the fence. "Each trough has an ice melter." "That's nice for the horses," she observed. "And for the people. I used to have to break through the ice with a mallet. I'd end up pretty soaked by the end of feeding." They came to Gus, who eyed Stella curiously. "You should be ashamed of yourself," Bram told the gelding. "Running off with Stella." Stella chuckled. "It's okay." She petted his nose. Maybe he wanted some excitement in his life. "Well, we certainly got excitement." He glanced meaningfully at her lips, even though he hadn't intended to bring up the kiss once again. She blushed. Once they got everyone taken care of, it was almost dark. "Watch your step," he said, as they headed back to the house. "There's a loose board here somewhere." She caught it with the toe of her boot anyway and would have lurched forward had he not caught her in his arms. She smelled wonderful, of a light perfume and shampoo, like strawberries. He could feel her heart thudding against his chest. It felt good to hold a woman in his arms. He could have held her forever. "Thanks," she said faintly. Reluctantly, he let her go and they went inside. For the rest of the evening, he stayed away from her. As silly as it was to compare her to that filly, he hoped she would relax more if he gave her space. He stayed in the kitchen while she sat on the couch visiting with his parents. He tried hard to not stare at her, but his gaze kept drifting over. Tammy entered the kitchen. She ribbed him. "You got it bad." "Shh. I knew you and her would hit it off," she said. "Well, don't scare her away. I can do that without any help from you." She punched him in the shoulder. "Ow," he said. "She's looking over here. Maybe I should really hurt you. She can come and play nurse." "Good idea." He chuckled. Stella was looking over at him with a little smile, and then her glance skittered away. Her interest did all sorts of delicious things to his imagination. Tammy stared at him, then shook her head. "What?" he asked. "I just can't believe my socially inept brother is actually trying to win over my girlfriend." "Is socially inept a compliment?" She punched him again. The visiting went on for some time. Bram sat on a bar stool and read the paper, hoping that his parents would get tired of talking, and then maybe he could get a word in edgewise. But Stella yawned herself and stood up. He nodded her way. "Good night," he said. Her eyes drank him in. "Good night." He sat there wondering how the most basic of English words, just two of them, could cause so much chaos inside him. As he himself headed to his bedroom, he bent over to kiss his mom on the cheek. She looked tired. Dad had already gone to bed. "Long day?" Bram asked. "Long last few months." He nodded. "Gabe told me. You should have said something sooner, Mom." "I know, son," she sighed. "Did he tell you, too, that Mr. Spencer still owes Dad after all this time? Something like $30,000, but Dad refuses to demand a payback." Bram stared at her. That debt dated several years back, but it was an option to get them out of their hole. "Why doesn't he?" "Pride. Because he can't stand the man, so instead, we just might lose our farm." Tears welled in her eyes. "Not if I can do something about it." "What can we do?" his mom asked. "Maybe sell some horses or equipment." "Heavens, no. Please don't, Bram. That will kill your father." "More than losing the farm?" She shook her head. "I still think Mr. Spencer is the best option. He might not talk to us, though." Bram wilted at the prospect of approaching their neighbor. He was a cantankerous old man, known for shooting at trespassers with his shotgun. "I'll see what I can do, Mom." Bram lay in bed thinking about the farm and a certain blonde girl with blue eyes lying snugly somewhere else in a house he hoped to save.
Chapter 11. Stella. The next day, bacon sizzled on the stove as Stella came out of her room, all dressed for the day. Her eyes scanned the room quickly and met Bram's as he drank something steaming from a mug. She wandered closer. "Do you ever sleep?" she teased. "A few hours," he said, setting his mug down. "I'm up before everyone, as you know." "Communing with the cows," Gabe said from behind the paper propped on a cereal box. "Have a seat," Althea told Stella. "The restaurant is open." "I can tell," Stella said, raising her nose to the wonderful smells. Tammy joined them, too, bleary-eyed. "Mom, do you have to tempt me with bacon? My diet's shot." Althea drained the grease from the frying pan. "You can eat healthy again once you get back to school." "Have you seen the cafeteria menu?" Tammy retorted. Stella enjoyed the banter between the mother and daughter. Her heart felt a familiar pang, wishing things had been different between her and her mom. But she couldn't do anything about it now. "Want some coffee?" Bram offered. "No thanks," she said. Again, those dark eyes studied her from over the rim of his mug. He set it down and said, "Time to head out." "But it's only 9, Tammy said. "It takes 2 hours to get to the tree permit area," Bram said. Tammy sighed. "Oh, okay. I'll ride in your truck," Gabe told Tammy. "Bram doesn't like my music." "I don't like your music," Tammy pointed out. Before Stella could object, it seemed everyone had settled that she was driving out with Bram. "Remember," Gabe warned Stella, "you might get stranded." He waggled his eyebrows. "Bring a warm coat and blanket."
Chapter 12. Bram. Bram went ahead and ran the engine of his good old Chevy. It wasn't much to look at, but it was solid. He'd been driving it since he was in high school and learned how to service it when he worked at the station as a mechanic. Stella came out in a white parka and her blue knit cap that made her eyes even more amazingly beautiful. He opened the passenger door and winced. He'd forgotten that he still had Kippy's very hairy, very smelly blanket in the front passenger seat. "Just one moment," he said. He aired out the blanket and stuffed it on the back bench. Kippy, seeing his blanket, got into the back without complaint, his tongue lolling and bad breath no doubt reaching Stella. But she didn't seem to mind. She got in, buckled up, and set her purse by her feet. "I'd have you put that in the back, but Kippy here likes to root through purses. He's been known to eat lipstick before." She laughed. Then, in that case, this is fine, she said, gesturing towards the floor.
Chapter 13. Stella. The truck chugged out of the driveway and onto the road. Bram's finger rested on the radio knob. You mind if we put on country music? No, not at all, Stella lied. But the music that came forth wasn't like any country music she'd heard before. It was mellow, full of love and aching for their beloved. Bram tapped his hand on his leg, encased in his faded fits just right jeans. What? He said, catching her watching him. You love music? Yep. She cocked her head. I thought you liked hillbilly country. He scrunched his nose. What's that? You know, lots of banjo. That's old-fashioned country. This isn't exactly your country rock modern stuff. There's a time and place for that. He paused, as though he was wrangling a decision. In fact, if you want, we can take you to a down-home country swing night. She wondered who he meant by we. At a drafty barn under the stars, she said. No, ma'am. In a proper gym at the high school, with the heaters on. She smiled. Well, in that case, sure then. I think they have a band playing there every Friday. I don't know how to country swing, she admitted. He winked, making her stomach all aflutter. Don't worry, I'll teach you. She was worried all of a sudden. Having him hold her close, touching hands, swinging her round and round, making her dizzy more than she already would be. Sounds fun, she said. For the next 2 hours, they talked about everything and nothing. At first, she glanced at him askance whenever he'd point out deer or antelope and elk. Was he paying attention to the road? Fortunately, there wasn't a soul around other than Tammy driving behind them. Soon, Stella relaxed. What are you studying at college? He asked. English. Does that mean I need to watch my spelling and grammar? Yes, her mouth twitched. I've been taking notes this whole time. What are you going to do with that degree someday? Teach, probably, she said, or write novels, but that's a pipe dream. No, it's not. You apply your mind to something, you can do it. That's what my mama would say. Stella smiled. She could picture Althea saying that, along with a switch to the bum. Well, I'll teach, she said. Then when I have my first child, I'll stay home and write novels. He fell silent. She turned towards him, curious. Finally, he said, Do you have a boyfriend? The question made her breath go whoosh from her lungs. No, she said. Good. She glanced at the heater, wondering why it was so hot in the truck. Why is that good? She couldn't resist asking. If you had one and you're spending the day with a cowboy like me, I reckon he won't be mighty pleased you're doing that. If I had a boyfriend, I probably wouldn't be here with Tammy. I'd most likely spend Christmas with him and his family. It was her turn to ask. How about you? Why haven't you married? Truthfully now, she nodded. He smiled. Girls scare me. You scared of our fangs and horns? She put her fingers behind her head. Something like that, he laughed. He had a pleasing laugh, low and booming. You don't seem too scared of me. Well, you're not a normal girl. He turned red. I meant, she giggled. You know, no one's given me that compliment before. I'm sorry. I meant that you make me feel comfortable, like I can be myself. Her cheeks warmed. That's nice of you to say. He tapped on the steering wheel to the music's beat. It's true, which is actually kind of funny. Oh? You and I are about as polar opposites as you can get, country bumpkin and city girl. I kind of grew up in the country, she pointed out. For the longest time, we had a ditch by our house. Alfalfa fields surrounded it. Her voice grew wistful, and her back relaxed against her seat. In the summer, my friends and I would catch dragonflies and let them go. They had these scary pinchers for mouths, but they were really gentle. We'd float paper boats and swim all day. She sighed. Then one day, they came and diverted the ditch, drying it up. Soon the fields turned into shopping malls and subdivisions. It was sad, really. That's what I love about Riverdale Ranch, she said. It's never going to change if I can help it. Most cities are losing farmland. I hear it's getting too expensive to run a farm at a profit. True. He was quiet for a long moment. I'm trying to change that. I went to college to learn better farming techniques. It's really helped, at least for now. Your family is lucky to have all that land, she said. Yes, we are, but she cocked her head. But what? Sometimes I don't know if all this is worth fighting for. Farmland's going to be gobbled up someday by houses. Maybe with your degree you can do something about it. Maybe. I know someone. She works for a multinational company overseeing their sustainability program. Oh, that sounds like suit and ties kind of work. Probably not. She scrunched her nose. Yeah, I can't picture you doing that. What did you study? Agribusiness. Is that what you want to do? Run your farm someday? I hope so. I might have to take on a day job for a little while, but eventually, I want to try to make a go of it. For the next hour, they spoke in snatches, between Bram's sightings and the truck lulling her to sleep. The next thing she knew, he was saying her name. She opened her eyes and stared into his beautiful eyes, brown as hot chocolate. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Ready to cut a tree, Sleeping Beauty? He said. She blinked awake and sat up. They had stopped and were surrounded by acres and acres of pine forest and open, pristine snow. In the back seat, Kippy started whining. I know, boy, Bram said, petting the dog. Are you ready? Kippy barked. Bram opened the door, letting Kippy loose and bounding all over the place. That dog is nuts, Bram said, but he said it with a smile like some proud dad. As he followed the dog out, she couldn't help but notice the snug way his leather fleece-lined coat and jeans fit his muscular body. With the sun overhead, Stella felt wonderful. She got out and stretched her legs, shielding her eyes a little from the sun's reflection off the snow. Her knee-high snow boots sank deep into the snow as they joined Tammy and Gabe at the edge of the forest. Gabe put his arm around Stella. So how this works is, we stay together, but kind of keep wide, and if you see a fantastic tree, you holler. He handed her a whistle. We hope we never have to use it, but here you go, just in case. Stella stared at it, feeling like this was the start of an adventure. Thanks. Bram pushed Gabe's arm off her shoulders. Don't worry, Bram said. We've been doing this now for years, and no one's ever gotten stranded for too long. Stabbed, mauled by a bear, eaten by a cougar, or attacked by a killer pine tree. Stella laughed. That's a relief. Although you did say stranded for too long. Could you please explain? Bram's eyes danced. Did I say that? He's getting forgetful in his old age, Tammy said, winking. Let's just say it didn't involve a girl. Not a human, anyway. Ah, yes, Bram said. I had a girl dog then. Stella smiled to herself. That was good to know, that he hadn't gotten stranded with a human girl. They fanned out like Gabe suggested, speaking rarely, except for Gabe, who would start a conversation thread, which eventually Tammy would shut down with, You're scaring all the bears. Isn't that a good thing? Gabe retorted. But soon, silence descended upon them. Occasionally, Bram wound his way back closer to Stella, casually checking on her. When he did, Stella stuffed her hands in her pockets contentedly and smiled back. This is beautiful, she said, whispering during one of his check-ins. It is, ain't it? He said. His accent and local dialect came out super strong when he was emotional, she noticed. His eyes filled with tears, and he sniffled. Hey, she said, walking closer to him. Thanks for inviting me out today. Of course. His eyes widened with surprise. Why shouldn't we? We couldn't have just left you home making bread with Mom. Well, this is your tradition with your family. He gazed at her with affection. You're like family now, he said. Stella let those words cover her like a warm blanket. Family. It was something she never really belonged to. She liked the sound of it. He reached over and squeezed her gloved hand. The warmth of his touch spread from her arm throughout her body. She squeezed his hand back. Hey, I found one, Tammy called out. It was a bushy tree about 10 feet tall, with cones on it still. Such a natural beauty, with that heavenly scent of fresh pine sap. Since the Browns' house had tall ceilings, there would be no problem fitting this in there. But Stella imagined they'd need a really tall ladder to reach the high parts of the tree. "Let's go a few more minutes," Bram suggested. "Then we can circle back if we don't find anything else." The terrain started to get steeper, more open. The sky was a bright blue against the snowy mountain range. There was not a wisp of cloud in the heavens. Bram paused, looking back at Stella, his gaze intense. She blinked at him. "Why'd you stop?" she asked. "Your eyes," he murmured. "They're as blue as the sky. Absolutely beautiful." At one time, he apologized for kissing her. She wished now, with every fiber of her being, that he would kiss her again. She could tell he was thinking it, too, as his gaze fell to her mouth. But somewhere nearby, Tammy and Gabe tromped on the snow. Bram reached over and traced her cheek with his gloved finger. Her breath caught in her throat. "Did you find any good ones?" Tammy asked, breaking the magical spell. "Yep," Bram murmured, clearing his throat. No. Your pick was the best, Tammy." Tammy smirked. "I think you're a little distracted." "Maybe," Bram said sheepishly. He looked around. "Hey, anybody seen Kippy?" Stella shook her head. "I haven't seen him in a while. Too busy paying attention to a certain cowboy." "Here, boy, come here," Bram called out. Kippy came bounding up from the trees. "There you are," Bram said, petting Kippy on the head. "Good boy." Then he let him jump on him. Bram produced the saw that he'd packed and started cutting down the tree. It was magnificent, big around as it was tall. Bram made the chore look easy, his arms making short work of the sawing. "Timber!" he shouted as the tree tumbled and crashed with a satisfying thud. He and Gabe carried it back in the direction of the car, strapping it on the roof of Tammy's truck. Gabe asked Stella, "Are you going to stay with Bram?" "Of course she's going to," Tammy said, pulling at Gabe's arm. Gabe and Tammy loaded pell-mell into Gabe's truck, then waved goodbye with a spray of snow and a sharp turn back onto the road. Stella stole a glance at Bram. He was throwing sticks for Kippy. She couldn't tell who was happier, the dog or the master. After a few minutes of playing fetch, Bram suggested, "Just a little ways from here, we could let Kippy run around in the clearing." The pine trees stood like sentinels in the snow, widening into a clearing as though granting Bram passage to her heart. Even though they weren't walking side by side, she still felt a deep connection to him. She liked him a lot, how he showed his caring attitude with his dog. She loved that he seemed to be at ease in nature. None of the guys she'd ever dated before would have taken her up on a knee-high walk through snow in the woods. If it had been up to her, she probably would never be out in the woods. The idea of dating a cowboy was growing on her. Too bad real life wasn't as simple as that.
Chapter 14. Bram. Kippy ran around in circles like a crazy mutt. Bram smiled at his silliness. He could run around on their ranch, of course, but the snow wasn't as deep, and there was something magical about breaking fresh and pristine snow up in the mountains, with a beautiful girl nearby. He could sense more than see Stella's presence. She walked past another row of trees, hanging back slightly. He wondered if she knew how grateful he was that she was keeping her distance. It kept him on his best behavior, and from making a fool of himself. For instance, kissing her like he did that day she rode Gus, or rather, when Gus rode off with her. In the shade of the taller trees, the snow was a pretty blue. He sensed a movement to his right, away from Kippy, and froze. A buck nibbled on some vegetation just a few yards away. He motioned for Stella to stop. When she did, he walked over to her as quietly as he possibly could and whispered, "You see him?" She nodded. He crouched and she followed suit. The buck's ear pricked, then went back to foraging. He was a magnificent animal, one that Bram wouldn't pass up had he been hunting. Suddenly, Bram was distracted by Stella's nearness. Her blonde curls tickled his cheek and her fragrance filled his senses. She was close enough he could feel the warmth emanating from her body and hear the slow intake of her breath. Luckily, she was so caught up with watching the deer, he could leisurely study her profile, drinking in her loveliness. If she were to turn, heaven help him. She turned. Her eyes widened and his glance fell onto her lips. He grasped her chin lightly and waited for a reaction. She was soft and yielding, not fighting this. He could just lean in for a kiss, like this. She turned away. Nope, a kiss ain't gonna happen today, sorry, Buster. A loud scrunching noise came from his left, scaring the deer and startling Stella. Kippy bounded onto them, the naughty dog, and knocked both of them over. They landed on their backs like snow angels and laughed. "You dirty, rotten scoundrel," Bram said, throwing snow at his dog. "What do you want, huh, Kippy, huh?" Kippy ran away, then back, as though to say, "Come, I discovered something." As he emerged from the trees, Bram instantly knew that something was very wrong. Kippy was running around next to a rock outcropping that had a heavy amount of snow on top heavy. Kippy ran in and out of a cave-like portion, dragging a huge stick and leaving it. It was too heavy for him. But so was the snow. "Stella?" Bram said without turning, as calmly as he could. "Yes?" "Avalanche danger," he said, pointing at the outcropping. "I'm going to try to get Kippy, but you stay clear back, okay? As in, run towards the car." "Bram, just do it," he said softer. "Please." "Okay, take care, Bram." Bram nodded. "Kippy boy," Bram called, trying to make his voice urgent without being too loud. The last thing he wanted to do was to trigger an avalanche. "Come here." Kippy got into his play bow and seemed to be laughing at Bram, as though taunting, "Catch me if you can." "Kippy," Bram growled. Kippy nipped at the stick, ran another circle, and play bowed. "Come here," Bram motioned with his arm. The foolish dog thought this was some game. He not only ran around, he also bounded into the cave, hitting the rock. The snow dislodged itself slowly, like a frozen wave melting onto the precipice below. Kippy was quick to move, yipping concernedly behind him. But would he be quick enough to outrun the avalanche? Bram shouted for him, "Get!" Fortunately this time, Kippy followed, digging into the snow with his forelegs as the snow chased his tail. The snow spread out towards Bram like a tidal wave. It carried and tumbled him backwards, rolling and rolling until he ended up under snow. Bram instinctively reached up and carved an air pocket out with his arm before he hit his head against a solid object and fell unconscious. Chapter 15. Bram. There was something wet and raspy against his face. It was Kippy's tongue, offering his apologies. "You naughty dog," Bram said, his head throbbing. "Now let's get us out of here, shall we?" He turned around and saw what his head hit, a log. There was a bit of light coming from portions of the snow around him. He spat to see which way was down and clawed his way the opposite direction. Kippy liked this game. He started digging excitedly, too. "Good boy," Bram said. Soon he heard a whistle coming from above. Stella. He renewed his efforts, worried now that something may have happened to her, too. She had been right behind him. He hoped she had seen the avalanche and had outrun it. If not, heaven forbid. Kippy bust through the snow, and fresh air, wondrous air, started reaching him. In the avalanche, he'd lost his hat, but he could see it now, on the snow, being picked up by Stella. Thank heavens. "Bram!" She ran over with a concerned expression and reached for him. "You're safe!" He smiled weakly and crawled out. The pain in his head made him want to throw up. "You're hurt," she said, touching his hair. He winced at the pain and flinched. "Can you stand up?" "Give me a minute," he said, raising his hand. He closed his eyes until the pain subsided, then opened his eyes. Her gaze was taking inventory of his injuries. If he were a jerk, he could milk this for what it was worth. He could say he hurt all over and have her fuss over him. And then, as she bent down, he would pull her close. But at that moment, she actually seemed more concerned about Kippy. "You poor, poor thing," she baby-talked him. "Was that scary?" Kippy's tail thumped in agreement. "I think I'm ready," Bram said. "Just had to catch my second wind." He stood on unsteady legs, then started walking, but he felt woozy. "Sorry," he said. "We may be a few minutes leaving. I don't think I should drive right off." She gave him a worried glance. "Why don't I drive then?" she offered. "Sure, if you think you can drive the truck." She bit her lip. "I can try."
Chapter 16. Stella. The truck seemed much taller and much bigger from the driver's side. Stella had to adjust the height of her seat just so she could see over the dashboard. Taking a deep breath, she gave herself a pep talk. You can do this. Beside her, drifting in and out of consciousness, was Bram, reclined on the front passenger seat, his hat covering his face. "Bram," she said, "do I just turn around on this road?" "Yep," he said without emerging from the hat. "Just follow the signs to Littleton." "Got it." She took another deep breath and pulled out of the clearing. The truck was a behemoth of a vehicle, but felt solid as a tank. She would be fine, she told herself over and over. 2 hours later, her hands were sore from gripping the steering wheel hard. The roads weren't treacherous, but far too snowy than what she was used to. She had turned off the radio so she could concentrate. Her muscles ached from being hunched over, her foot from stretching to reach the foot pedal, and her eyes from the sunlight bouncing off the snow. Bram stirred, emerged from behind the hat, and then turned to her. His face looked pale. "You doing fine?" "Sure," she said. Really, all things considered, she was fine. "Are you?" "A little better," he said. "I feel really bad. I took you out here to show you a good time, and here you are playing chauffeur." "At least now I know what to do if there's ever a blizzard," she said. "That's a good skill to have." He adjusted his seat so he was sitting up and touched the back of his head gingerly. "Should we stop at the hospital?" she asked. "I should be fine. I'd had worse concussions in high school football." "I don't know that that's a good thing." "No, really, I'm doing better. I can at least keep my eyes open without hurting." "Did your mom take you to the hospital when you got injured in football?" she asked. "My mom never knew about my bumps and scrapes until weeks later when I complained of a break in a bone or something." "That's not good," she chastised him. "No, but I was always scared she'd pull me out of football." "What position did you play?" "Right wing, tight back." She pictured him in his football jersey and tights. Her face flamed at the thought. "I called your family back there, by the way," she said, "just so they know what's going on, so your mom knows already. Sorry." "That's okay. I don't need to play football anymore," he grinned. They came to a fork in the road, which Stella barely remembered. She was grateful when Bram said, "Turn left here." And there, a nice sight to see, was Riverdale Ranch. "What is your ranch named after?" Stella asked. "There's a river here, by a dale," he smiled. "I know, you were expecting a cool story." She laughed. "Yeah, but that's a straightforward one. Where is the river around here?" Not too far. It actually freezes pretty good in the winter, parts of it anyway." "Do you think I ought to trust that our unlucky streak wouldn't continue if I invite you to ice skate on it sometime?" She glanced at him. "What unlucky streak?" "First the horse runs off with you, then the avalanche nearly took me and my dog out. We don't want you breaking through the ice or something." "I haven't ice skated in forever." "That's settled then. I'll have to take you. We'll play it by ear though, okay? You can usually tell if the ice will bear weight or not. If it looks chancy at all, we won't. Deal?" "Deal." She pulled into their long driveway and parked the truck where she had seen him park his. She handed him the keys, and he clutched at them and her hand. "Hey, thanks for driving us home," he said. She smiled and allowed a moment of pleasure before pulling her hand away. "You are welcome." He looked like he wanted to say more, but Tammy emerged from the house. As they got out of the truck, Tammy browbeat him. "What in heaven's name are you trying to pull off, Bramwell Brown?" "Your real name is Bramwell?" Stella said, gazing at him with renewed interest. She almost expected him to be wearing one of those white ruffled shirts like aristocrats did in Regency times. He winced. "Yep. It's romantic," Stella said. "I like it." "Romantic my foot," Tammy said. "We only call him that when he's in trouble." "What are you doing, trying to get into avalanches? You could have gotten killed." "But I didn't, did I?" Bram put an arm around Tammy's shoulders. He glanced at a car that Stella noticed just then was there. "Who's here?" Bram asked. Tammy rolled her eyes. "Nellie Larkin," she said, "home for the holidays, with her you-know-who sidekick." She must have seen the curious expression on Stella's face because she explained. "Nellie was the town's theater organizer before she went to New York to chase down bit parts." "She's been doing better than that," Bram said, "last I heard." "I guess," Tammy shrugged. "She's putting on a Christmas pageant the Tuesday before Christmas and wanted to see if Bram could sing in it." Stella gaped at Bram. "You sing, too? Wow." He winced. "Just when they're desperate for men." "Yep," Tammy said. "That about sums up Nellie, but thankfully, you have an excuse to not do it." Bram touched his head and grimaced. "I'm sure I'll be fine by then." Tammy made a face. "Injured or not, I don't know why you keep angling at her. You're giving her the wrong idea. Or do you actually like Nellie?" Bram's glance darted toward Stella. "I'm not angling at her, believe me. And why shouldn't I be nice? They need my help, and I'm willing." "I just don't see why you should be nice to an ex-girlfriend who dumped you on the eve of prom." Tammy nodded at Stella. "Yes, sirree. She was a siren, that one." "I'm sure Stella doesn't want to know all about our high school gossip." He kicked at the snow. Actually, she would, but she just smiled. A curvaceous redhead came out of the house, descending upon them like a tornado. Nellie, Stella assumed. Following her out was a tomboyish-looking 20-something woman with brunette braids and a flannel plaid shirt tucked in jeans. Bram introduced them to Stella. Stella was right about Nellie. The other girl's name was Addie. "Oh, dear," Nellie said, walking up to Bram. "Do you need help into the house? I heard about the avalanche," she said in a bright voice, "and I was so scared, being that my cousin nearly got killed last year snowmobiling." Tammy raised an eyebrow. "He was nowhere near the avalanche." Nellie jutted her chin out. "Well, he was in the same general vicinity. It could have gotten him, too. He just got lucky." She turned green eyes towards Bram. "Like you." "I couldn't have done it without Stella's help," he said, gesturing towards her. Nellie finally paid attention to Stella. Judging by Nellie's haughty gaze, Stella could tell she was assessing how much of a competition she was. "Well," Nellie said, "that's awfully nice of you, being there for him." "How do you two know each other?" "Tammy and I are friends at college," Stella explained. "Ah," Nellie's eyes gleamed. "So you're younger than Bram." "Just 6 years," Tammy said. "The perfect age difference." Stella wished the snow could swallow her up. This talk of age differences made her feel self-conscious, like she and Bram were something more than what they were. "So anyway," Nellie said, turning her bright gaze back to Bram, "can we go in? I'm freezing." Well, you would too, Stella thought, if you wore a flimsy tank top under a sweater. They all filed inside. Stella joined them in the living room, but she could tell Nellie didn't want her around. She kept casting peeved glances towards Stella. Addie was mostly quiet. When the set construction for the program came up, Addie spoke. "I've got all the lumber," she said with a thick drawl. "I just need some workers." "Sure thing," Bram said. "Gabe can help," Tammy volunteered him. "What?" Gabe shook his head. "I'm not handy." "I'll show you how to do it," Addie said. Stella decided she liked Addie's can-do attitude. "I can too," Bram said. "What about a song, Bram?" Nellie said. "You can pick." "I got kind of rusty over the years," he said. "This isn't Broadway," Tammy said. Nellie's eyes narrowed. "Yes, Tammy, but it still needs to be nice, as you well know. Yes, I know, Tammy sighed, then gave Stella a sidelong glance. She has 2 dress rehearsals and makes the cast watch videos with her critique. I only did that once, Nellie said. Yes, thank goodness. Nellie persisted. So, what'll it be, Bram? Sorry, Nellie, I can't attend practices or anything. It's okay. I'll grant an exception. Tammy's eyebrow rose. That wouldn't be fair. Nellie shrugged. She glanced at Stella. You don't need to help, if you don't want to. I'm sure we'll have plenty of hands. Not really, Addie said. Tom's out with a busted tailbone and Angela backed out at the last minute. We can use all the help we can get. Okay then, Nellie pouted. Gabe entered and Abby went through a distinct transformation. She touched her hair and played with it, her eyes taking in Gabe the whole time. Unfortunately, Gabe seemed oblivious. He told Addie a casual hi and then turned his attention to Nellie. What are you selling, Nellie? Gabe asked. I should be asking you, Nellie said. Hey, I will have you know I'm running for Congress to replace Adam Slaker, may he rest in peace. That's what I'm selling. Really? Addie said. Need help with your campaign signs? Gabe brightened. Sure, that'll be great. The special primary runoff is in a couple of months. Okay, Addie smiled. Nellie looked from one brother to the other. You couldn't be more different. She shook her head. Yeah, Bram is too honorable to be a politician, Gabe said. You're only what? Nellie said. 25? Technically 24, Gabe said, but I'll be 25 in a month. Sorry to burst your bubble, hun, Nellie said, but you've got a bit of an uphill battle. I figured what better way to apply my degree than running for office. Well, that's it then, Nellie stood up. Thank you, Bram. Addie nodded. Can you come tomorrow night for a couple of hours? She asked Bram, and take her with you? Bram's glance flickered toward Stella. She might be the one driving me over. Nellie touched his bicep. If you need help with anything, sugar, call me. Chapter 17. Stella. Stella watched Bram leave to feed the animals before dinner. She forced herself to stay put and not offer to help, even though she was sure he still wasn't up to par. She needed to stop putting herself out there, flirting with him. She wasn't exactly looking for a Christmas fling. Besides, Nellie still had the hots for him. She was welcome to Bramwell Brown. But even as Stella thought this, she imagined him crouched down beside her, watching that deer. He had touched her jaw, and she almost melted, but averted her face at the last minute. She sighed inwardly. Holding herself back was a lot of work. She walked over by the window and looked out. Through the window pane, she could see Gabe helping Bram. They were funny, those two. So different and yet both strong. She liked Gabe a lot for his gumption to run for office. At 24, like Nellie said, he was probably a long shot, but she would root for him. Beside him, Bram didn't show any signs of slowing down, lifting the hay bales and working out there like he usually did. Tammy came up to her. What you doing? She asked. Stella shrugged. Just watching your brothers. They're so different, but they seem pretty close. Yeah, they are. Amazingly enough, we have a good family. Stella swallowed, tears filling her eyes. She agreed. They had a good family. Too bad she had no idea what one was like.
Chapter 18. Bram. Bram finished the chores and looked towards the house. In the light of the living room, he could make out Stella's silhouette in the window, his chest constricting with an ache. He wished she had come out like she did the night before. He would have liked to have her quiet presence once again, and maybe even talk about the traumatic events of the day. To have shared that experience was something else, but she had avoided his eyes when he went out to feed, and he could tell she was still skittish. He felt a pang of sadness from the rejection. Sure, he was still a simple, rough cowboy despite his education, but he had hoped to impress her a little. He guessed that Gus dumping her and Kippy triggering that avalanche didn't endear her to him. Maybe she thought he was just too unlucky. Unlucky in love. He put away the wheelbarrow and turned off the water to the horses. The sweet smell of hay filled his nostrils and gave him a calm feeling of home. He liked working the land and being with animals. Maybe that was why Stella was gun-shy about getting involved. He couldn't possibly expect a city-bred girl like her to go for a country bumpkin like him. Why would she want to spend all her days mucking stalls and filling troughs and smelling like manure? His thoughts drifted back to Nellie as he walked to the house. She hadn't changed much over the years. She was still the same perky cheerleader that she had once been. He liked her hair longer. It emphasized the point of her chin. She was really still cute. He'd heard she had broken up with the latest in her long string of conquests. He glanced again at the window, but he could no longer see Stella. Gripping the knob of the front door, Bram felt a resolve coming over him. Since Stella didn't seem interested, he'd be nice and ask Nellie out on a date. At least he knew she wouldn't reject him. His palms got sweaty just at the thought. He'd been out of practice for so long, just putting his head down and doing his college work, then graduating and working with the animals. Dad met him as he was coming in. The girls were nowhere to be seen, probably getting ready for bed. "Mom told me that you'd said you wanted to approach Mr. Spencer about the money he owes me." "Yes," Bram said, feeling anxious he would bring this up. "I don't want you to." "Dad, that's the only way. Listen, I didn't work my way out of our loans just to get back into debt with Mr. Spencer, of all people. He's the very devil." "We both know that," Bram replied quietly. "But we also know unless we get that money, we will lose the farm." "I will beg, borrow, and steal before I go to Mr. Spencer, and that's final." Dad brushed against him, leaving Bran with a sinking feeling in his gut. Dad was being bullheaded. He hated to go behind his back, but he may have to. Between that and asking Nellie on a date, he had his hands full this week.
Chapter 19. Stella. "I'm going to get spoiled from now on," Stella said, eyeing the wonderful homemade oatmeal Althea was making. It consisted of oats, cranberries, almonds, and blueberries. She helped herself to a bowlful, added sugar and milk, and settled down to savor each and every bite. "Wow," was all she could say. "Wow." "What?" Gabe said, emerging from the hall. "Did you win the lottery? Your mom's oatmeal is wonderful." "Oh, that's true. Though I can't speak from personal experience. Are we out of donuts, Mom?" "You should eat oatmeal," Althea said. "That's what successful candidates eat." "How do you know?" "I'm assuming they say oatmeal is a brain food." "You mean bran, Mom, for the brain." Althea shook her head. "Impossible, child. Go eat something healthy." "Do you have pizza pockets?" Gabe persisted. Althea threw her towel at him. The front door opened. Bram came in with his nose a little pink, looking colder than usual. "There's a storm front moving in," he said. "That's too bad," Althea said. "Honey," she turned to her husband, "did you ever get around to fixing the ice melter?" "I got her done," Bram said, peeling off his gloves and setting them by the fireplace. "Oh, thank you, son." Althea visibly relaxed. She had a lot on her shoulders running this household. "Yeah, thanks," Sheldon Brown told his son. "Sure thing," Bram nodded. "How are you feeling?" Stella asked Bram. "Fine. My head no longer hurts." "Good." She smiled at him, and he stared, his gaze intense with... Did she just imagine it? Longing. She turned and ate her oatmeal, her heart thudding in her chest. Whatever it was they had between them, she was feeling it. She had to fight it for each of their sakes, even if every fiber of her being wanted him. His cell phone pinged and he answered. From over her shoulder, she heard him say, "Hi, Nellie." Her stomach plummeted. Of course, he and Nellie had been girlfriend-boyfriend before. It was just natural that he would seek her out again. Tammy came out of the hallway, a welcome distraction, until she scrunched her nose. "What's Bram doing talking to Nellie?" "Bram said he's going to ask her out," Althea said. Stella stared at her oatmeal, her appetite suddenly gone. She didn't want anything to do with Bram, but the thought that he certainly didn't want to do anything with her stung. It was just as well that she was trying to resist his efforts. "So," Tammy said when Bram got off the phone, "what possessed you to ask Nellie out after all these years?" Bram glanced at Stella, then away. "No particular reason. I just thought about it, seeing her yesterday." "Well, I hope you're not setting yourself up for heartbreak," Tammy warned. "It's just a date," Bram said. "I'm not asking her to marry me." "That's the thing," Althea said, sighing. "Any girl you ask out now, I have to question myself if they're going to make a good mom to my grandbabies." "I know she can handle men," Tammy said, "but babies?" She made a face. "Well, now, to be fair to Nellie," Althea said, "she is cute around babies. I've seen her at church, carrying around her niece." "Only until they start crying," Tammy said. "Then she unloads them like a hot potato." "Wouldn't you too?" Althea asked. She turned her gaze upon Stella, who was just trying to mind her own business, drowning her sorrows in her oatmeal. "Do you like babies, Stella?" "Me?" She felt everyone's eyes on her. "Yeah." She swallowed. "I grew up an only child," she said, "so I don't know." "Didn't you babysit or anything?" Stella let the question slide in her head. She remembered those days when her parents would leave her alone at the house for days, when she did fend for herself, if that counted for babysitting. She had to cook and get herself ready for school, and show up as though she had a fully functioning family, and not parents who were hooked on drugs and a dad who liked to use his wife as a punching bag. "Not really," Stella answered. Bram looked at her curiously, then lowered his eyes. Let him wonder. He would never know. Even Tammy didn't know her deep, dark secret. Stella stood, clearing her half-full bowl into the garbage. Belatedly, she hoped Althea hadn't noticed the waste. She wouldn't want to offend her. "Thank you for breakfast," Stella told her hostess. "You sure you've had plenty?" Althea asked. "Yes, I'm sure." "Stella," Gabe said, "I'm putting together a group of friends today to go ice skating. You want to come?" Stella chewed on the idea. Bram had mentioned skating as a possibility, but it had taken Gabe to make it a reality. "Count me in," Tammy interjected before Stella could answer. Gabe snorted. "I'm not asking you, Tammy, though I assumed you're coming." "I'm not very good at ice skating," Stella said, remembering the one and only time she went to the ice skating rink. She had to cut short her date, humiliated when her mom showed up, strung up from drugs. "It's no big deal," Gabe said. "We can bring you a trash can to hold on to." "Stop, Gabe," Tammy said. "You're embarrassing her." "I was just trying to help," Gabe huffed. "Well, anyway, it's my last hurrah before I have to be all stuffy and formal trying to campaign for Congress." "No kidding," Tammy said. "That sucks." "I'm just kidding. I actually need you to take photos of me skating so I can post it on my social media page." Tammy rolled her eyes. "So it's a yes, Stella?" Gabe persisted. "Sure, I can always watch." "No watching. You can hold on to me the entire time if you want." Bram, who was just listening, narrowed his eyes. Something goaded Stella into saying, with as much warmth as she could muster, "Sure, that'll be fun." "What about you, Bram? What are you doing with your hot date?" Gabe asked. "Haven't decided yet, actually. Can we crash your party?" "Sure," Gabe said, "so long as you promise not to make out on the way home in the truck back seat." "You knucklehead," Bram said. "I haven't done that since high school." "With Miss Nellie," Gabe pulled a face. Bram's cheeks reddened. "She kind of leaned into me. What was I supposed to do?" The thought," Tammy sighed. "What about me? Can I bring a date?" "There's slim pickings around here. Anyone know of anyone around?" "There's Jeremy." Tammy's color heightened. "Anyone but him," Gabe snickered. "Then why are you blushing?" Stella thought this family and their love lives were fascinating. She wondered about Jeremy. She wondered about Gabe and Addie, and she wondered about Bram and Nellie. Did Nellie like Kippy too? "That's it then," Gabe told Bram. "We can have you all back before you need to help Addie. She's already made me promise to help too." Stella went back to her room to get ready for the day. The thought of ice skating and seeing Bram drool over Nellie made her feel sick to her stomach. She would make a fool of herself, she was sure. She started looking through her clothes for warm clothing, and stylish ones. At least she would embarrass herself in front of the others in fashionable clothes.
Chapter 20. Bram. Bram slid in the back seat with Tammy. She never did call Jeremy, even though she always liked him. Nellie had agreed to come, though she sounded disappointed to go on a group date. "With whom?" she had asked. She pouted when he told her, but thankfully she didn't put up a fuss. He would have liked to ditch her, had she done so. In truth, he'd much rather go out with Stella, but he knew better than to push that. He glanced at the back of Stella's bright blue knit cap. She sat in the passenger seat across from Gabe. She hadn't actually turned to Bram, nor had she greeted him, and he was too shy to bug her. Besides, Gabe was talking to her in his usual style, asking outrageous questions. Stella found him amusing, though, laughing the whole time. Bram gazed out his window, his jaw set with annoyance at Gabe. Tammy jabbed him with her elbow. "I wouldn't worry about him if I were you," she whispered. "I've seen her look at you. She thinks you're hot. She looks at Gabe like he's a rodeo clown. I don't get why you're messing with Nellie, unless it's to make Stella jealous." "I wish," Bram murmured. "Then I think it's brilliant." They went to pick up Nellie. Snowflakes came down lazily from the sky, but not sticking on the roads. It would be a good day for ice skating, cold but not freezing. The sun's rays washed weakly over the hazy landscape and snow-dusted pine trees. Gabe barreled down Nellie's drive, past split-rail fences and coming to a lot with a huge 2-story log mansion on it. Nellie's dad was a businessman, having made his money with real estate among other ventures. This was one of 3 properties he owned in Sunny Ridge. As they came to a stop, Bram was struck by a sense of déjà vu. He'd come here a few times as a teen, picking up Nellie in his truck, coming out of the vehicle like he was now, and trudging through the snow to her front porch. Someone had cleared a path to a mat with horses in silhouette. Nellie's family were horsemen in the showing circuit. She rode horses because they were pretty and made her look good, not for any practical purpose. Nellie came to the door looking cute and put together, like a JCPenney ad. Her red hair was bare and huge, ablaze all over her shoulder and around her face. Her green eyes took him in and gleamed. "Good morning, Cowboy," she said. "Good morning." He tipped his hat. She smirked. "You gonna wear that thing today?" she said, touching the rim of his hat. "Yes'm." "You're crazy, Bram," she said. "I'm a cowboy. What can I say?" She took his arm as though to steady herself, although really the pathway was clear, she could walk just fine by herself. But he was a gentleman and didn't mind. Stella watched them from the front passenger seat and then averted her eyes. Why did she have to be so beautiful? Why did she have to give the vibe she's off limits? Nellie, on the other hand, gave off signals that she was available, able and willing. Had they been alone, he probably could have kissed her. Thank goodness they weren't. Tammy scooted over to make room for Nellie, then Bram slid in and closed the door. Nellie instantly clung to him like a burr, linking her arm in his. The truck bounced around, then Gabe sped off in the direction of the river. They drove a stretch of highway, past the old part of town, where houses were still few and far between. Snow blanketed the landscape and looked almost blue under the clearing sky. Gabe eventually slowed down and turned down a fork. The truck whined as his wheels spun, so he put the truck in 4-wheel drive and made it up the small incline just fine. The river abutted a snowy forest. Bramble bushes and bare bough trees lined the banks. Off in the distance, a moose browsed in the willows. Bram was about to tell Stella, but Gabe did the honors. She sounded suitably impressed. "Have you not seen moose before?" Gabe asked. "I have," Stella said. "In Yellowstone, but it was a long time ago." "There's always moose up by our cabin," Nellie said. "Do you ever go there nowadays?" Bram asked Nellie. "Not much," she said. "But Daddy said if I wanted to bring a friend up there, that would be fine." She gave him a meaningful look. He pretended not to catch on. Nellie was coming on too strong, and he frankly was getting turned off. Gabe parked on the incline and they all piled out. It was the first time since they'd gotten into the vehicle that Bram could actually interact directly with Stella without everyone hanging on to his every word. "Did you sleep good last night?" he asked. She turned, her blue eyes stunning him in their brightness. "Yes. Did you?" He lied because he had to. He couldn't let on that she had him all a-bothered all night, thinking of how he had kissed her that first time and how he wished it hadn't been their last. "You didn't bring Kippy," she said, almost accusing. "He'd have tripped us up," he said. "And he would have just wanted to play fetch all day." Nellie grabbed his arm. "Come on, Bram," she said. "Let's put on our skates and go out on the ice." Stella turned away and walked over to Gabe. Bram had no choice but to follow Nellie to the ice, where they sat on a log while putting on skates. He wore hockey ones that he'd gotten from his parents one Christmas after college. No sissy ice skates for him. He stood and helped Nellie up. She careened into him and giggled. He skated away from her, but she said, "I'm a little unsteady, Bram. Can I hold your hand for a while?"
Chapter 21. Stella. Stella winced as she heard Nellie's flirtatious words. She shrugged them off as she had bigger concerns anyway. On a rock near the bank, she had her skates on, but she felt like a deer in headlights. "Come on," Gabe coaxed. "In a moment," she said. Bram and Nellie were passing, and she didn't want Nellie, especially, to see that she was incompetent. Gabe skated in a circle. Tammy had put on her skates and was lazily circling around, too. "Okay," Stella said. "I'm ready." Stella's stomach clutched tightly. This was a mistake. Her palms were damp in her thick gloves and her legs shook as she stood. Gabe was going to come help her, but it was too late. Her skates slipped from under her and she landed on her bottom, hurting her tailbone. "You okay?" Gabe asked. "Yes," she lied. She couldn't do this, not while Bram was watching. He had turned with Nellie, hands in hand, and was surely gaping at her clumsiness. She didn't dare look at him. She kept her eyes on her skates. Stella bit her lip, wishing she could just sit this one out. But that would have been lame. Gabe, the sweet guy, helped Stella up. Her breath came out in puffs, her anxiety making her breathe erratically. Stella felt rooted to the spot, willing her uncooperative skates to move. All the while, she didn't dare lift her feet. "Come on already," Nellie said. Stella thought she was speaking to her, but when she looked up, Nellie glared at Bram, who was gazing with concern at Stella. Flustered, Stella felt unsteady again. The skates moved of their own volition, and down she went again. Nellie laughed. Gabe looked perplexed. Tammy and Bram both rushed over. "You take one side, and I'll take the other," Tammy told Bram. "No, it's okay, really," Stella said, dying inside. "We'll skate with you for a little while, until you get the hang of it," Bram said. "You have the entire evening?" Stella joked. "If we have to," Tammy nodded, jutting out her jaw, determined. Stella's knees knocked together with nerves. Perspiration trickled under her sweater, but the siblings bolstered her like they were bosses and didn't let her fall, even though her skates went wayward several times. "What about me?" Nellie, pouting to the side, asked Bram. "You're skating just fine, Nellie," Bram said without looking over. Nellie skated off in a huff. Stella felt bad. Not really. Stella concentrated on the movement, pushing off with a skate to the side, then stepping forward to gain momentum. She overdid it, pulled back, put out her bum. Repeat. Within a matter of 3 yards, she was all achy, as though she had taken a tumble down a hillside. "Ugh," she moaned. "I'm hopeless." Bram squeezed her hand. "Relax. Relax," her voice squeaked out. "Easy for you to say." He put his finger under her chin. "Hey, just look up." "I can't look up." She continued to stare at her feet. Bram swung around and in one fluid motion stole her other hand from Tammy. "Look in my eyes." "That's quite the come on," Tammy said. "Hush, Tam," he said. "You know what I'm trying to do here." "Uh-huh, I sure do." Stella took a deep breath and looked into his eyes. They were warm brown in the sun, like honey. Tammy was right. It was more distracting than helpful. Still, his expression was encouraging, hopeful. It said, "Trust me." "I'm going to skate backwards slowly," he said, "and you just follow my lead, okay? Whatever happens, don't look down." She nodded slightly, afraid to rattle her body into another fall. As she relaxed, he was right. Her body seemed to float. He skated backwards, like one of those Olympians in the doubles figure skating, and led her forward. She could see Nellie off to the side, but not her face. She didn't dare look away from Bram, whose eyes were on hers. They hit a little bump, which jarred Stella into a stumble, but Bram cushioned their movement by bending at the knees, and they were back to their little dance. Occasionally, he looked over his shoulder. There was music in the air, and a gracefulness that she never expected from this experience. She knew that however their relationship turned out in the end, she would never forget this magical moment. "Now," he whispered, "I'm going to let one of your hands go." She clutched at him. He smiled. "And you will skate mostly on your own." "I'm not ready," she protested, but he let her go, as promised, and she flailed, her arm for balance. She slipped a little on one skate, but straightened up again, cushioning the movement at her knees. Without him to block her view ahead, she had a lot more to distract her. But it was a freeing sensation, one that made her think of geese soaring together in the V formation in the air. She looked up and noticed the flecks of white cloud slightly covering the perfect winter sky. And then she laughed, happiness bubbling up within her. She was skating properly, with one foot pushing off, then the other. Her legs were feeling it too, but there was ground to cover and Bram was beside her. She dared glance at him. His eyes twinkled with amusement as he squeezed her hand. "Do you want me to let go?" he said. "No." She clutched at his hand in panic. "Okay, I won't," he assured her. "Not yet, anyway." Nellie skated around them, breaking her concentration for a moment. "Hey, good job," she said, then skated away. Stella faltered, feeling a twinge of guilt that Bram was ignoring his date. And Gabe, where was Gabe? As though he could read her mind, Gabe whizzed close by. "Nice work, Bram. You guys can skate in the next Olympics." "Or she can play hockey on my team." "You play hockey?" Stella asked. Not as much as I used to," Bram said, "but yes." "Go ahead and be with Nellie," Stella said. "Gabe can help me. Can't you, Gabe?" she said. Gabe grinned. "Gladly." Really, Gabe was cute. Too bad she didn't feel anything other than affection for a younger brother. Bram gave her a curious glance, but returned her to Gabe's company. Stella was relieved to see him join Nellie. Her relief soon turned into jealousy when Nellie slipped her hand in his and skated close to him. "You know, you've got her beat," Gabe told Stella. She pretended to not understand what he meant. "What?" "Bram used to have the hots for Nellie, but he's matured since." "He seems to like her still," she said. "Well, she was his first love." First love. She longed for sweet traditions. Growing up, uprooted all the time, she never did stay long enough in one place to feel like she could have memories like that. Oh, sure, bullies and cliquish groups of girls were part of her childhood, but no family friends. And that first boyfriend turned out to be a nightmare. "Really, you're much cuter than her," Gabe said. "You don't have to put her down to build me up," Stella said. "I just mean you're a natural beauty, whereas Nellie is kind of fake. A little too much for a cowboy. Even just now, she was able to crook her finger and Bram came running. She knows how to work the boys." Stella fell silent. Maybe Gabe was right, but she still didn't like the sensation of pulling back the curtain and finding the Wizard of Oz was just a regular person. It was a little depressing. Nellie seemed nice enough. Was that just for show? She felt annoyed, not for herself, but for Bram. Oh well, he was no naive boy, he was a man. Boy, was he a man. You ready to skate by yourself? Gabe asked. Without waiting for her to answer, he let her go. At first, Stella panicked. Then she calmed down as she realized that she was doing okay after all. Her feet skated smoothly, and her body felt weightless. She would have liked to show off to Bram, but he was a little busy for the moment.
Chapter 22. Bram. Bram felt pretty rotten abandoning Nellie for Stella. Whatever past he and Nellie had between them, whatever future he hoped for with Stella, it didn't justify him leaving Nellie in the lurch. Now Nellie was being sweet like she sometimes was, just chatting him up like the old times. After all these years, she hadn't changed much. If nothing else, she had actually become more beautiful. But there was something different about the Nellie of today and the Nellie he knew. This Nellie was too packaged, too practiced, and he felt as though he was an audience to a very polished performance. He turned his head to check on Stella. She was skating by herself, giggling with Gabe. Gabe was such a clown. A charming clown, who no doubt was impressing Stella. He felt a slight twinge of jealousy. He faced forward again, and Nellie squeezed his hand. "Race you?" Nellie skated without waiting and stuck her tongue at him. He couldn't resist a challenge, and he dashed after her. "Where to?" he yelled. "To that branch on the ice." "You're on," he said. Nellie was speed skating now, laughing and reckless. A voice in Bram's head warned of caution. They were coming to the part of the river where the surface was a bit more uneven and debris was scattered in patches. He wouldn't be surprised if there was a thin portion that might not be too safe to skate on. He called for Nellie to slow down, but she just laughed and kept speeding up. When she broke the ice, Bram watched her fall in as though in slow motion, and he was helpless to do anything about it.
Chapter 23. Stella. Stella heard Bram shout, her smile evaporating. Nellie was there one moment, but not the next. Gabe cursed under his breath and revved up so he could reach Bram. Stella skated too, but she was leagues away. Surely she couldn't be much help for Bram and Gabe, as slow as she was skating. Tammy skated towards her. "Geez, did you see what happened?" Stella nodded. "Are you coming?" Tammy asked. "Yes, but I'm slow, so go ahead." Tammy did as Stella asked and sped closer to the guys. Bram had jumped in the water. "Holy cow, brother," Tammy said. "Don't be stupid." Bram boosted Nellie out and Gabe pulled at her. She lay limp on her side and her legs were still in the water. Bram was too. "Get out, Bram," Tammy yelled. "I will," came his reply through gritted teeth. Stella reached them but hung back. Gabe had pulled Nellie out of the water completely, while Bram was slowly crawling onto the ice on his belly. Gabe knelt over Nellie. "Let's get you warmed up," he said, but she swatted at his hand. "Get away from me," she said. "You kidding me?" Gabe said, straightening. "Whatever." "What should we do?" Stella asked Tammy. "I don't know," Tammy said out loud. "If she wants to be a witch, let her." "Sorry," Nellie's lip trembled. "I would appreciate the help." Thankfully, Bram managed to get himself out of the water. The two of them looked horrible, both turning blue on the lips. "Help me get them to the car, girls," Gabe instructed. Somehow, with Stella still trying to figure out her skating skills, she helped Tammy shuttle Nellie, while Gabe helped Bram. Once at the car, which took forever to get to, Gabe pulled out blankets from the trunk. Tammy raised her eyebrow. "You always prepared like this, little brother?" "You know me," Gabe said. "I was a tried and true Boy Scout." Clothes were taken off. This was no time for modesty. Stella tried not to gawk at Bram when his muscles rippled as he bundled up in a blanket. No surprise, Nellie looked like a lingerie model. Then they piled into Gabe's truck. Everyone was subdued on the way back. Stella could hear Nellie's teeth chatter. In the rearview mirror, Bram still looked white as a sheet. but at least he was alive. Once they reached the house, Bram and Nellie's color had returned. They actually both looked pinkish on their cheeks. Althea gasped that she saw them troop into the house, Bram and Nellie trailing their blankets across the ground. "Whatever happened?" she said. "Nellie broke through the river, and Bram rescued her," Gabe said. "Oh, dear, I am so sorry, honey," Althea told Nellie. "It's okay, Mrs. Brown," Nellie said. "I'm going to be fine, I think. Can you please call my folks just to tell them what happened, but that I'm safe?" "Of course."
Chapter 24. Bram. Bram absent-mindedly put his hand on Nellie's shoulder just to comfort her. Nellie melted against him, in full view of Stella, who averted her eyes. He withdrew his hand, but it was too late. Stella moved away, her expression hurting. When he broke through the ice, it seemed as though his life flashed in front of him. As they drove home and he was thanking his lucky stars that Nellie wasn't hurt and he got out of the water, he thought about Stella. He liked her a lot, and he very well could have lost the opportunity to tell her. He felt like the cogs in his head were suddenly working. As much as he cared about Nellie as an old girlfriend, she no longer had a hold of him as Stella did. Stella drew him in like a moth to a light. She had a vulnerable quality about her that made him want to protect her and perform gallant actions. He wanted to be her cowboy for Christmas. But she became skittish as soon as he made overtures. He wondered if maybe Tammy knew something that could help him get closer to Stella. Later, he'd have to deal with that. First, he needed to make it up to Nellie. "Can I take you home?" he asked Nellie. She made a face. "I don't really want to go out there in the freezing cold." "Tammy can loan you out some clothes." Tammy eyed Nellie. "Sorry, they're not as stylish as you're used to." Nellie said in all seriousness, "That'll do for now." Tammy made a gagging movement behind her back. Bram shook his head sternly but stifled a smile. While Bram changed into dry clothes, Nellie went into a bedroom and got into Tammy's sweats. She kept a blanket wrapped around her as Bram took her home. She curled up next to him, not putting on her seatbelt. Bram tolerated it just because it would have been awkward for him to undrape her tentacle-like arms while he was driving. As he pulled into her driveway, her hands began roving over his shirt front. "How can I ever thank you?" she said. Bram put the truck into park and pushed her away. "No, Nellie." "What did you say?" She blinked. "No." She breathed out like a deflated balloon and grimaced. "It's that Stella, isn't it?" "Maybe." "And I was trying to be extra nice to her." He frowned. "What does that have to do with anything?" "I meant, I thought maybe I could convince you that I was sweet like her." "It's not like some competition, Nellie. I like you a lot, it's just, I think I'm falling for her." "Well, too bad," she said. "Your loss." Her eyes glittered fiercely. She was a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, he didn't feel the same way as she did. She flounced out of the car, taking Gabe's blanket with her. Gabe would have to just get it sometime. Bram didn't feel like being a rat and pulling the blanket off her shoulders. The house was dark by the time he arrived home. The lights of the Christmas tree still glowed. Mom must have left them on accidentally. He approached the tree and sensed a movement to his left, making him jump. "Sorry," Stella said in a small voice as she sat on the floor, her back braced against the couch. "Did I scare you?" "If I admit yes, do you promise to not tell anyone?" He smiled. "That'll ruin my reputation." "Deal." Her eyes glowed, then dimmed. "I hope you don't mind. Gabe and Tammy went ahead to help Addie with the set. I declined for us." No, that's a good idea, he said. I think I'm done for the day.
Me too.
She stood.
I was just headed for bed, in fact. Good night.
Hey, don't run away. He walked over to arm's length.
I'm not running away,
she said, taking 2 steps backwards. He backed off. Listen, I'll go take a warm shower, and you can enjoy your lights in peace. She didn't say anything. The air around them got charged. He could feel the tension like electricity coursing between them. He took a step forward, and another one, and when she didn't run away, reached up to caress her cheek. She flinched. What is it? He murmured.
Do you even have to ask? She whispered, her gaze heated. Especially after taking Nellie on a date?
He blew out his breath. About that. I won't be dating Nellie anymore. At first she was quiet, just searching his eyes. When she finally spoke, her voice shook.
You won't?
He gave her what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Correct.
Why not?
I think you know why. He hoped for a smile, a sign that maybe she welcomed the news. But all she said was, "Good night," before escaping to her bedroom. He ran his fingers through his stiff hair, feeling frustrated. She made him think of Cinderella, always running away from the prince at the worst possible moment. He took a warm shower for a long time until he felt like he had finally thawed. After he toweled off and got dressed, he lay in bed for several minutes, thinking of the girl he'd rejected Nellie over.
Chapter 25. Stella. Stella lay in the dark, imagining Bram and his exposed torso in the car after he got out of the river. She clawed at her sheets, frustrated desire filling her. Tonight, when he came home, she could have been more civil, even to the point of being welcoming. She had seen him come in, and in the light of the tree, he looked beautiful. When he reached for her, Nellie notwithstanding, she sensed that he wanted her after all. For her part, she wanted to finally admit her attraction. She could have let him hold her, but instead, she ran like a coward to her room. Yes, she was scared. He seemed like a kind man, like no one she'd ever met. But what if he turned into a monster? Starting with her father, she knew that men weren't always what they seemed to be. She didn't want to find out if Bram was that way too. Phew. She still had several days under the same roof as him, and she was quickly running out of excuses. Tomorrow, she would cut him off completely and leave no doubt that she wasn't interested. Maybe she could convince him once and for all.
Chapter 26. Bram. Bram looked up from the kitchen bar, happy to see Stella. Even though she kept playing Cinderella, he would keep pursuing her. But her expression this morning was cold, indifferent almost. His smile faded, the joyful feeling turning subdued. He didn't understand why she turned hot sometimes and cold most of the time. He felt jigged around like some fish lured to a hook.
Good morning,
she said, looking at everyone but him. Good morning, he said, but she still didn't make eye contact. Bram focused back onto his plate of bacon and hashed potatoes. He took a bite of the meat, but it tasted like cardboard. Keeping his head down, he ate in silence. Stella was quiet too. She took a seat about as far away from him as possible. Tammy made up for the silence, regaling Gabe with stories from her seasonal job at the grocery store.
I signed you up, by the way,
Tammy told Bram. Bram raised his head. What?
They needed a soloist for a song at the Christmas pageant, so I volunteered you.
Stella actually looked at him this time, then away. "I'm not singing in no pageant," he said. "I already told Nellie." Mom made a clucking noise. "Proper English, please." Tammy folded her arms across her chest. "They need you. You ought to do it." "I don't want to do a solo. It's boring that way." "Good idea. It's not like you have to carry the whole number." She turned to Stella. "Stella's going to sing too." "What?" Stella's voice squeaked. "You're busted," Tammy said. "I know you have a beautiful voice." "But I only sing in groups, never solo," Stella said. "Exactly," Tammy said. "You and Bram can sing a duet." Stella swallowed nervously and began to open her mouth. Bram nodded. "I'll do it if Stella does." For a moment, Stella was unable to speak. "I'm sorry, I really don't sing." "Yes, you do," Tammy said. "No need to be modest about it." Bram watched with amusement as Stella squirmed. "Well?" he asked her. "Shall we do it?" Stella stared into his eyes like a doe with gold-tipped lashes. "What song?" "Mary Did You Know is a good duet," Tammy suggested. "When is this pageant?" Stella asked Tammy. "Next week, on the Tuesday before Christmas." "I haven't heard a thing about it," Bram said. "They hardly advertise. It's just a known tradition. They do this pageant." Tammy leaned forward. "So it's set then?" She looked from Stella to Bram. "We'll practice and see," Stella said. "No promises."
Chapter 27. Stella. Stella could have said no, but she wanted to help out the town, even though she was just a transient. Later that morning, after listening to the song on a social media site, Stella tackled the woman's part. Just as she was finishing, Bram came into the room. "Pretty," he said, and she blushed. Bram rifled through some papers in the piano bench and took out sheets of music. "Want to practice?" He had a beautiful voice, low and rich, making her feel inadequate about her own talent. "I'm sorry in advance," she said between runs. "For what?" "For botching up our song. Don't be silly. Of course we'll do great." Stella wasn't sure about that, but she decided that she could fake it till she made it. He played the opening notes on the piano, then they launched into the song. As he sang, she felt an invisible string nagging at her from inside. His performance, low and soothing, was beautiful and stirring. "Is there anything you can't do?" she asked him afterwards. "I can't twist my tongue," he said, showing his pathetic attempt. His eyes shone. "Your voice is amazing. It's not high at all, like some women get. I think it's perfect." She could have sat there staring in his eyes all day, but instead, she got up and stood behind him, watching his large cowboy hands caress the piano keys. After another run-through, he turned to her with flushed cheeks and shining eyes. "That song gets me every time." "I love that song too," she said quietly. She was thinking of her own family, that she'd known from birth, but had never owned her from birth. Her mother, distant and always busy, never making time for her. Her father, escaping into his own vices as medicine for their hollow home. She craved the same kind of love and care that was in that song about Mary, caring for her newborn, who happened to be the savior. Bram was staring at her, close enough to touch. He shifted his body on the piano bench and made room for her. Then he pulled her so she sat beside him. She watched the proceedings with a curiosity that had not caught up yet with her brain, her body screaming for a kiss.
Chapter 28. Bram. Bram kissed Stella without thought or regard for the future. He only pulled her a fraction closer so their breaths mingled. Something about her eyes, the vulnerability he saw there, the loneliness and the hurt, drew him to her. He wanted to make things right with a kiss. Their lips brushed together like fairy wings, leaving a trail of glitter in their wake. It was magic and madness and desire all mixed together. He held himself in check, not wanting to scare her off. He took his time, giving her a chance to run. So far, she stayed. He didn't do anything for a little while, just made her wait and yearn and strain so that he could take her lips. The front door opened and Tammy walked in. "So, how's the practice going?" Bram leaned back and winced. "Great," Stella said. She stood and said something Bram didn't catch. Bram turned back to the piano, wondering why Tammy had to interrupt at the worst possible times. He wished he could continue kissing Stella lightly, like he was now trailing the keys with his finger, and then sensuously as he played a snatch of music from memory, a swoony song that he used to play in high school to impress the girls. "So you're going to do the song?" Tammy asked. Stella said yes, and Tammy squealed happily. "You'll need a dress." Bram glanced over at the two girls. Tammy sounded like a fairy godmother. Stella's hands flew to her cheeks. "What is this pageant like?" Tammy rolled her eyes. "It's only the most important social event in this whole town. Everyone dresses up." "Seems silly to buy a dress just for one song." Tammy winked. "You can wear it to the country swing dance tomorrow night. Dressed up is relative." "So not ball gowns and tuxes?" Stella clarified. "More like country gentleman fashion," Tammy said. "Bow or bolo ties for the men, full skirts for the ladies." "Like pioneer dresses?" "No." Tammy made a face as she knelt by the Christmas tree to sweep pine needles out of view. "We're more progressive than that. Dancing dresses that have a little swing to the skirt are good." Stella's face fell. "I don't own anything like that, not even back at the dorms." "We'll go shopping," Tammy said. "Can you be ready in an hour?" "Sure." "You coming, Bram?" Tammy said. "We need someone to carry our packages." "Nah," he said, his eyes darting to the side at the mention of shopping, looking to escape. "I have things I gotta do." He gazed at Stella. "You'll just have to surprise me." When the girls left, Bram sat there to himself, bemused. He couldn't wait to see Stella in her new dress. His daydream was short-lived, though, as he thought of the farm. He wouldn't have much to be smiling about if they were to lose it. Bram Googled a number online, the company of Mr. Spencer, his family's nemesis and unlikely salvation. He had a visit to make.
Chapter 29. Stella. Tammy twittered like a bird coming out of the snow into the spring as she locked the car and crossed the mall parking lot with Stella. They'd driven an hour away to an outlet mall, where Tammy swore by the bargain basement prices with a great selection of clothes. They entered a dress shop that looked like it was for prom, with glittery dresses held up by fragile straps and bridesmaids' dresses no one would be caught wearing after the wedding. Stella went along with Tammy, holding up outrageously revealing dresses in the mirror and giggling at the impracticality of it all. Next stop was the department store, where dresses seemed more promising. They came in small sizes, too, but the style was more grown-up and elegant rather than young and flashy. Stella held up dresses against her and looked in the mirror. A green dress, a gold one, a black one in smooth fabric. They were all fitted, though. Not the full skirt Tammy said she needed. A dress hanging on the end of the clearance rack caught her eye. Stella was sure it had been misplaced. It was fitted at the arms and waist, then billowed out into a graceful petticoat. Its color was the bluish purple of her favorite knit cap, a bold, tantalizing color, not suited for wallflowers. She was almost afraid to look at the price tag, but she peeked and was pleasantly surprised. It was marked 60% off, which made it only about $30. "That's a steal," Tammy said, looking over her shoulder. "Go try it on." Stella held it up against her body in the full-length mirror, her heart thudding with excitement. The color deepened the blue of her eyes and complemented her pale complexion. She went into one of the dressing rooms and slipped off her clothes. With fingers trembling with excitement, she unzipped the dress and put it on. It took a little doing for her to zip it back up, as awkward the placement of the zipper was, and then she turned around. She almost expected glitter to scatter in the air. The dress was magical, and even she, just a regular girl and not a fashion maven, could tell it did special things for her. She felt like Cinderella after being transformed by her fairy godmother. This was no country dress, but like Tammy said, it didn't need to be hillbilly haute couture. "Well," Tammy said from outside the dressing room, "does it fit?" For answer, Stella opened the dressing room door and revealed herself. "Oh my goodness!" Tammy exclaimed. "Yowza!" "You like it?" Stella said, scrunching her nose. "Like it? I love it! Wait till Bram sees you. You are going to knock his socks off." "That doesn't sound like a good thing." "Oh, it's a good thing, girlfriend. Turn around." After she did, Tammy whistled. "Well, if you hadn't seen that, I might have nabbed it first." Stella felt guilty. "You can try it on." "No, it's beautiful, but it's more you." "Oh my, I can't wait to see Bram's reaction. We should fix your hair, like cut and dye it." "My hair?" Stella froze and touched her blonde waves. "Just kidding. We'll get you all dolled up. It's tomorrow night, so maybe we can go to my favorite salon and get a manicure or something." "Sure, that'll be fun." Tammy had so much energy she made Stella giggle. Stella asked her, "Did you find anything?" "Not yet. Let's get your dress set aside at the cashier's and find something for me." Stella, relieved to have found a dress so soon, was happy to oblige. She scoured the racks with Tammy. Tammy was a petite girl with dark brown hair and eyes like Bram and their mom. Unlike them, Gabe was blonde. The thought of Bram seeing her in her new dress and dancing with her that night, she assumed he'd ask her to dance, sent a thrill down Stella's spine. Tammy gasped. "What do you think of this?" She held up a red dress, a deep wine color that looked great with her dark hair. "Beautiful," Stella said. Tammy needed no further encouragement to whip it off the hanger and take it with her to the dressing room. After a few minutes, she emerged, her face glowing. She was beautiful. The color flattered her olive complexion, and the boldness matched her personality. If she'd worn white, she'd have gotten washed out. "It's perfect," Stella said, asking Tammy to twirl. The full skirt fit the bill. The girls went to the cashier in good spirits. Tammy was still excited about what she called Bram's reckoning. "You make it sound like the apocalypse," Stella said, laughing. "It is," Tammy said. "You will be the end of all ends. You will be his one and only." "That's a little dramatic," Stella said, rolling her eyes. Tammy got quiet just for a minute as they moved on to the shoe department to get heels. "He likes you a lot, you know," Tammy said. "I mean, a lot." Stella turned and hid her face. She didn't want Tammy to know that she was all conflicted inside, nor that she was flattered Tammy noticed. "So I wasn't just imagining it," Stella said. "You'd have to be blind, deaf, and drunk not to notice." "Drunk?" "I needed to round it out to threes. That's what I learned in my English class." "Ah, okay," Stella smiled. "The only thing is, we have no future together." Tammy stared at her like she'd gone insane. "What? Why?" "I have hang-ups." "Guess what, sister? We all do. Do you roll the toilet paper right side up and you can't stand it if someone does the opposite? That kind of hang-up?" "I wish it were that simple." "I think you told me before, huh? Crappy family, growing up. Was that it?" "Yes." Stella swallowed and turned away, looking at the array of shoes. A voice came to her head, her mother's screeching, "You ain't good enough for nice shoes." Stella shut her eyes out to the pain. Tammy put an arm over her shoulder. "We all have traumas from our childhood. Nothing like mine, I'm sure." Tammy's eyes shifted, considering her. When she spoke, she did so clearly. "My siblings and I are all adopted. There, sorry to be blunt, But do you feel better now?" Stella stared at her. "I thought you kind of looked different, but I figured your mom's genes were just stronger in you." "My biological dad was a mess," she said. "I won't go into details, but the court granted him only curtailed visitation rights. Always had to be in a supervised setting. He had a mean temper, especially when he drank." Stella grew still. "I had no idea, Tammy. You seem so put together, always happy." "Well, yeah," Tammy shrugged. "I've learned to make the most of my situation the past 2 decades. Why not? I'm blessed, considering. My home now is pretty much like heaven. Not perfect by any means, but close." Stella looked at her friend with new respect. "I feel sometimes like I can never tell others about my past because it will reflect poorly on me. Only if you let it take over your life. As far as I know, you're no addict or criminal, am I right?" Stella winced. "Right. You should tell Bram about this." Stella's heart beat faster. The thought troubled her. "I don't know. I have never told a guy before. In fact, you're the first person I've told. I mean, my relatives knew all the sordid details, even more than me. When you're ready, you should tell him. He'll understand, I'm sure." "He is a nice guy," Stella said. "Just nice, huh?" Tammy teased. "Speaking of guys," Stella said, looking at her speculatively, "what's up with this Jeremy guy?" "Oh, him." Tammy looked away and blushed. "Yes, him. Who is he, and why are you besotted with him?" "He's just a crush I've had forever. He probably doesn't remember me from a class we took as high school seniors. English, my best subject. Just don't check my spelling. Anyway, it was a poetry class of all things. I thought he was a show-off, and we kind of butted heads over most of the semester." Her eyes had a faraway look. "And then in college, I saw him at a poetry bar." "What? They had poetry like Sunday toppings?" Stella teased. "Something like that," Tammy giggled. "You could bring your poetry to read, and you could buy drinks. I was too nervous to drink anything, let alone read my poetry. There was a lull, and my hands shook. I was going to read something about wide open spaces of the ranch, but Jeremy beat me to the mic." Tammy fiddled with the strap of her dress and smiled. "He was dressed like a cowboy, with a guitar strap slung around his tall body. Other than his clothes, he didn't really look like a cowboy. He was blonder and tame like an accountant, very clean-looking, like he'd never shoveled manure in his life. But I knew he had, because I'd seen him." Stella laughed. "I can picture him in my head. So anyway, he didn't just read a poem, he sang it." Her eyes got dreamy. "I stood there in the wings, riveted to his song. It was a simple one, about a dog and a boy and the grandpa they'd both lost." Tammy fanned her face. "Gah, I get teary-eyed just thinking about it. It wasn't depressing or anything. It was beautiful, with imagery and emotion." Tammy blinked, then shrugged. "Ah, well, I can go on and on. He was brilliant, and I fell in love." "I was such a turkey, huh? And then?" "And then nothing." "Boo!" Stella put a hand on her hip, sad for her friend. The love story had so much promise. "Yeah, boo." "Did he listen to your poem?" Stella asked. "After him, no way was I going to share my poem." "You should have. Maybe he would have fallen in love with you. Just think, you could be married by now. You, of all people, know I'm not settling down until I graduate." "Well, you could be kissing him until then." Tammy sighed. "I wish. He's going to perform at the dance tonight." "You mean he sings now for real?" "He's actually gone away and is just home for the holidays. It's a major coup to bring back the prodigal son." "He has a bad rep?" Stella said, frowning. "No, that just sounds more exciting," Tammy laughed. "Anyway, let's get some shoes, shall we?" As they rang up their purchases, Stella asked Tammy, "Did you ever write a poem after that?" "Yeah, I had to for that class. I wrote one that I never submitted, about Jeremy." "What is it called?" Tammy hesitated. "I Knew You Back When." "Wow, I love that title. It's just a poem. Maybe you can give it to him so he can make it into a song. You can be his co-writer and help him. Then you'll fall in love and—" "Shh," Tammy said, but she looked like she liked the idea.
Chapter 30. Bram. Bram climbed the steps to a graceful white building with an old-fashioned facade of pillars and sculpted spires. Spencer Enterprises, a sign said prominently on the outside, with a logo of a wide peak. He wiped his clammy palms on his pants and took a deep breath, studying the multi-story building that his neighbor, Mr. Spencer, owned. Just like he owned much of the small town of Sunny Ridge, neck and neck with Nellie's pa. Bram adjusted the cuffs of his white shirt under his leather jacket. The day was cold, pretty chilly in fact, but he was nervous and felt hot under his collar. He was glad for the cool weather, or he'd be drenched with sweat by now. He hadn't seen his neighbor since forever, not since the day Mr. Spencer put up a fence between their acreage and hung no trespassing signs everywhere. The lobby of Spencer Enterprises was huge and full of light. Kind of like a cattle range, but businessmen were the cows, and this was the corporate version. A secretary sat at the table, rifling through papers. She raised her hand, pen poised in the air, then caught sight of him.
"Oh, hello," she said. "May I help you?"
"I'm here to see Mr. Spencer."
"Do you have an appointment?"
"No, ma'am."
He folded his hands together. She considered him. "I doubt he can see you. Let me check. What was the name?"
"Bramwell Brown."
"All right, Mr. Brown. Just one moment."
She returned quickly. He expected to be turned away like he always did, but she looked surprised herself.
"Mr. Spencer can see you now."
Bram followed her down the hallway to a plush area with more desks and people in suits obscured by cubicle walls. A few heads popped up to watch him walk by. They stared at his cowboy hat like they'd never seen one before. He tipped it in acknowledgement before sauntering after the woman into a massive office. Mr. Spencer sat at the end of this long room. He looked like one of those people in celebrity magazines, with skin tanned and oiled like pork roast rind. Bram didn't doubt that he took cruises and laid out on the beach somewhere. "You've grown to be quite the bull moose, haven't you?" Mr. Spencer said. "I'll take that as a compliment, sir." "It wasn't. Take off your hat, sonny." Bram took his hat off and smoothed his unruly hair. He held his hat to his chest, waiting. "Well, sit down." Bram took the seat closest to the desk, and even that was a good 5 feet from the massive desk. Mr. Spencer had no pictures on the wall nor on his desk. "I have an appointment in—" Mr. Spencer looked at his watch. 6 minutes. "I came to ask you to repay the loan you took out from my dad." "It was never signed properly," Mr. Spencer said. "So the loan, essentially, doesn't exist." "But you and he shook hands on it." "We might have, but shaking hands means nothing. If I wanted to, I could push for him to be sued over this, for breach of contract. Oh, and also for harassment. I have all the phone calls he's left me over the years recorded, complete with colorful language." Bram stared at the man. At one time, he thought maybe he could count on basic human decency, but those hopes got dashed pretty quick. He stood, hot in the face. He needed to walk out of the office or he would smash something. "You think I'm crazy enough to part with my money just like that?" Mr. Spencer said, sneering. "You've read me wrong, sonny." Bram hated that word, sonny. It made Bram feel small, insignificant. He turned on his heel. "What would you have me do?" Mr. Spencer said. "You have plenty of money, Mr. Spencer," Bram said over his shoulder. "I'm sure you won't miss a few thousands." Mr. Spencer guffawed. "That's rich. You dare tell me how to spend my money? I earned each penny the hard, scrabbled way." "Enjoy it to your grave," Bram said. He gave him one last look, then walked out the door. Once out of the building, Bram allowed himself to sigh with frustration. This very well may be the last Christmas at the ranch. The faces of his loved ones, including Stella's, flashed in his mind. He wished he could do right by them all, but it appeared that his efforts were only destined for failure.
Chapter 31. Stella. The next day, Stella was all nerves and excitement. Stella stood in front of the mirror, stunned. The hem of the dress fell to her knees, and the soft drape of the material flattered her figure without being uncomfortable or too sexy. The color was gorgeous on her, though she bit her lip at that. She certainly wouldn't blend into the woodwork, and maybe it was a bit much. Someone knocked on her bedroom door. Tammy said, "Let me see." Stella let her in, and Tammy held out her arms and clasped Stella's hands. "Wow, beautiful." Stella admired her friend's red dress. "You too." She looked over her shoulder at her reflection. "Isn't it a bit much?" "Not in a bad way," Tammy assured her. "The only thing is, if Bram thinks he can keep you to himself, then he's mistaken." Stella hid her blushing face from Tammy. "Stop, Tammy," Stella said. "I'm not Bram's date." "Well, it sure isn't that Nellie. I heard she got sick from her polar plunge." "Bram didn't ask me to this dance, remember?" Tammy nodded. "Yeah, I know, but we're going with him." "That Jeremy will notice you for sure." "I hope so." Her eyes twinkled. "Come on, Bram's out there waiting." Stella took a deep breath to settle the butterflies in her stomach and checked her lipstick one last time. Picking up her silver purse and a wool dress-length coat, she followed Tammy out to the living room. Bram was staring into the fireplace, then turned at their approach. His eyes widened and he looked dazed. "I do believe stunned is the word to describe Bram," Tammy whispered to Stella. Bram walked over to Stella. He looked mighty fine as well, with a bolo tie and a white polo shirt under his fleece-lined leather jacket. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. "You look gorgeous," he said, his voice husky. Stella's bones turned to near liquid. A fire lit in her belly at the way Bram's eyes admired her. If Tammy hadn't been in the room... But Tammy was, thankfully, and she herded the pair down to the front door. Stella began to put on her coat. Bram stepped closer, helping Stella. She turned her head, and his face was close, his breath warm against her cheek. She let him get her inner coat breathless. Then she pulled on her gloves. He stared at her feet. Your shoes are no match for this weather," Tammy said, eyeing Stella's strappy heels. "We know. Why don't you carry her out to the car, Bram?" Unlike Stella, Tammy decided to change into sensible cowgirl boots that looked perfect with her red dress. Stella blushed at that outrageous suggestion, but Bram actually took his sister up on it. He swept Stella off her feet, prompting her to put her arms around his neck with a little squeal. His eyes held an expression full of mischief as he carried her out the door and into the winter night. "There's really no need," she protested. "Hush now," he said against her ear, making her shiver with pleasure. She bit her lip and sneakily ran her fingers through the longer curls at his nape. He flashed her a heated glance that made her tingle, and not just from the cold. At the front passenger door of his truck, he waited for Tammy to open it. After she did so, and as Tammy made her way to the back, Bram leaned forward and kissed Stella. It was a brief kiss, sweet and tantalizing. After she somewhat recovered her breath from that little surprise, Bram lowered Stella into the seat, tucking her skirt in and pulling the seatbelt across her shoulder. He looked like he wanted to steal another kiss, but to her disappointment, he didn't. Instead, he shut her door, slipped behind the wheel, and started his truck. "Where's Gabe?" Stella asked, noticing his absence. "Addie roped him into helping with some last-minute set changes. He'll meet us over there." "You know," Tammy said, "that Addie is a sly one." "If only Gabe wasn't so dense," Bram said. The siblings laughed. Tammy chattered on the way to the dance. Stella was content to let her words wash over her. She felt a languor take over her body, a delicious happiness that heightened her senses. Occasionally, she snuck a glance at Bram. He seemed to smile at some secret.
Chapter 32. Bram. Bram felt her gaze and noted her hand resting on her lap. It was dark and cozy in his truck, intimate. After a heartbeat, He covered her hand with his. She turned it so her palm was up and interlaced her fingers with his. If he hadn't been a good driver, he'd have careened off the road. Darts of pleasure shot through his skin where they touched. He caressed the back of her hand with his thumb, slow and deliberate. Meanwhile, Tammy yacked it up behind them, oblivious. If his sister hadn't been in the truck, he'd have pulled over, taken Stella into his arms, and kissed her. He tried to pay attention to the road, but it was hopeless. His mind was in a fog, his senses too preoccupied with Stella's nearness. He saw the deer ahead but couldn't swerve in time. As he disengaged his hand from Stella's, deer and truck connected. The airbag deployed, scattering powder and debris all over the cab. After a stunned silence, Bram quickly turned to his passengers. "You girls okay?" Stella's airbag had gone off too, and she appeared shaken but unharmed. "Oh my gall!" Tammy was hyperventilating in the back. Another set of lights came up to them, a large truck pulling a trailer. It pulled over and 2 people got out. They approached the driver's side. Bram realized the engine was still going. He turned it off and lowered the window. "Everyone all right?" one of them asked. "I think so," Bram said. "Need us to call the police?" "Sure, that would be mighty nice of you." "Where were you folks headed?" "To the dance," Tammy said. "Tammy?" the man asked. He leaned closer. "Tammy Brown?" "Jeremy Hawk?" she said. Bram and Stella glanced at each other. "How are you?" Jeremy said. "I didn't recognize you, Bram," he said. "Sorry." "No problem," Bram said. "It's dark." "Well, are you going to stare at us or let us in your truck, Jeremy?" Tammy said. Jeremy laughed. "Pile on in."
Chapter 33. Stella. They called the police, who dispatched an officer to the scene. Meanwhile, Stella was going through a different kind of excitement. She was seated in the back seat of Jeremy's truck next to Bram, who sat by the window. There weren't enough seatbelts for the 3 of them, and 4 of Jeremy's band members, so they just had to squish together. Stella was practically sitting on Bram's lap. He held her in his arms, as though he had every right. Stella wasn't about to argue or go prudish on him. Stella was grateful for the dark, so that no one could see how much her face flamed as he held her close. He didn't even really need to hold her. Just the act of sitting there forced them next to each other. In his defense, he acted like a perfect gentleman. He could paw her in a million places, but he only kept his arms around her. Through the soft material of her dress, she could feel the heat of his touch. She inhaled his musk scent as her traitorous body reveled in the situation. "You comfortable?" he whispered in her ear. Oh, she was comfortable for sure, so comfortable she could just sit in his arms forever. "Yes," she whispered back. Too bad the truck eventually slowed, and she realized belatedly that she hadn't eavesdropped on Tammy and Jeremy in the front seat like she planned. Bram opened the door and helped Stella out. The walkway was clear. He didn't have to carry her like he had at the house. She felt foolish now, sashaying to a small-town shindig in heels. Everyone else was in cowboy boots, even though the girls were fancied up in skirts, the guys in vests and bolos like Bram. But it was too late to back out or make other arrangements. She would just make the best of it. "Who are we going to go home with, Bram?" she asked. He smiled wryly. "I have no idea." He pulled her into his arms just as a slow waltz came on. It was a good country song for her to cut her teeth on. In her heels, she could keep up with the steps. As he held her close, leaning his cheeks against hers, she thought of their little drive on the way over in his truck. Being held by him felt natural, divine. His gaze held hers and hers faltered. She felt like she was waiting for something good and happy, something to knock her socks off, like it was Christmas Eve and she had been waiting for this for a long time. And then he said, "I just wanted you to know, Nellie and I are just friends. That night after we fell through the ice, I told her I was interested in you." Stella's skin prickled with pleasure at his admission. She let him hold her in his arms, thinking of what a wonderful man he had been to get to know so far. Too bad she didn't deserve someone like him. He twirled her around, making her feel light on her feet. She would plunge into the next step. She was ready for her parents? She blinked at what she'd hoped was just a mirage. What were her parents doing here in Sunnyridge, of all places? There they were, standing in the corner, drunk high or whatever it was that was making them tipsy and pushing people away, trying to get their drinks from their hands. Stella staggered back, accidentally hitting Bram on the arm. "What's wrong?" he asked. She turned to him in panic. "That drunk couple?" she said in a strangled voice. Bram followed her gaze. "Yeah?" Stella wished the ground could swallow her up, heels and all. "They're my parents." But they weren't parents to be proud of. They were a mess, and it now appeared they were her responsibility. No one else was claiming them. Bram's brows furrowed in what she hoped was concern, but it very well could have been disgust. She approached them, with Bram following her. It was too loud with a lot of commotion. She didn't dare talk to him about this reunion. Let him think what he was thinking. That was the least of her problems for the moment. "Well," Stella's dad said. His glance flicked to her dress. "Look who's here, dressed fancy." "Don't make a scene, please." It was too late. Heads swiveled their way, watching them. Stella's mom lurched forward, taking her in her arms. She smelled like she hadn't showered in days. "Stella, honey," she said. "Let's talk somewhere else." Stella lowered her voice. "Not in front of these people." "Ashamed of us, are you?" her dad said. Stella glanced at her mom, but she was of no help. She had flung her head back and was so out of it. "You want us to go, do you?" her dad shouted. Stella felt numb. She caught a glimpse of Nellie standing close to a cowboy, her expression appalled. "Come on." Stella pulled on her mom's arm. "Where are you taking me?" she said. "Away." Bram came forward. "Ma'am, it may be best if we continue this discussion outside." Stella's mom's mouth gaped open. "Dad," Stella implored. He followed them, his legs crisscrossing, laughing and mumbling to himself. She shouldn't let them drive. If they left the place and killed someone. Bram helped Stella take them out to their car, as though he were a bond officer. The sad thing was, they had known bondsmen all their lives. "Thanks," Stella told Bram as she got in the driver's seat. "You're welcome," he hesitated. "You want me to go with you?" "No," she bit her lip. "No, thanks." He shut her door and stepped back. "Be careful out there." Chapter 34. Stella. Stella looked out at the road. It had begun snowing, as though the heavens were crying with her. Her heels were hardly equipped to handle the weather. Her dress felt like a scrap of toilet paper after all the sogginess of the night. She just wanted to be flushed down the sewer. This whole thing with her parents felt sordid and messy. She didn't really want to go. The last thing she wanted to do was to ride off into the darkness with these two strangers. But no one else could really do it. Or should. The car reeked of booze and cigarettes and other smells she'd rather not identify. "Why are you here?" she asked anyone who could answer. Her dad stirred. "Tracked you down at your friend's house. The mom told us you were here. Aren't you glad to see us?" Stella realized she hadn't told Tammy she was leaving. "Not in the state you're in," she said. "What, too high and mighty for us?" Dad asked. "I can't even." Stella kept mum, too tired to respond, too disappointed that Bram was in a nice dressed-up country dance while Stella was taking her intoxicated parents somewhere. "Where should I even take you?" she asked. "We've lost our apartment," her mom said, her voice dull. Stella closed her eyes, then opened them again as the car wheels trudged through the slush. This was just plain bad, so ridiculously horrible. There should be a law saying you cannot be responsible for your parents once you are an adult. She pulled over, needing their direction. I can't take you back to Tammy's," she said. "That's too bad," her dad said. "Nice place." Stella shuddered to think what must have gone through Althea's mind when her parents showed up at her doorstep. Did you tell Tammy's mom that you're my parents? Stella asked. Of course. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said where you were now, could she? Stella didn't want to kill the engine, afraid that it might not start up again. Okay, I'm trying to rack my brain as to where to take you, but I think I'll just have to drive to Tammy's and have you guys drive away from there. At least I'll have a ride to that place. Was that hunk of a fellow your boyfriend? Stella's mom asked as the car trudged on. No, Stella said with conviction. There was no way Bram would date her now. The car fell silent. There was nothing else to talk about. Stella couldn't even muster up an emotion for her parents. She was just plain worn out, numb from their sudden reappearance in her life. I got a job making pallets for a while, Dad said. It wasn't great money, but it was something. Something, her mom echoed. That's great, Stella said, a headache threatening to come on. Stella pulled into the Browns' driveway and parked, leaving the engine running. It was so cold that the windshield was frosting over. She took a deep breath, recoiled from the smell of body odor, and imagined how others without any personal connection to her parents would perceive them. Stella wanted them to just drive away. Maybe they'll get stuck in the snow. Maybe they'll hit something and... No, that was just plain cruel and heartless to wish ill on them. Still, she couldn't possibly take them into Althea's house. It would be the worst possible way to repay their kindness. She couldn't even imagine Bram's reaction. Surely he'd be revolted. She was sitting there, wrangling with her thoughts, when someone tapped on the window. Stella nearly jumped from being surprised, but she couldn't see who it was. She cleaned off a circle on the window with her gloves and saw Althea's face looking through it. She rolled down the window. Hi, sweetie, Althea said, looking in the back of the car. I see that your parents caught up with you. Caught up, yes, that sounded about right. Yeah, Stella said. Do you want them to come in? Stella stared into Althea's eyes. Could she read her mind? Did she know that all her feelings that had been buried for so long had surfaced again, and now she was having to deal with them? She motioned with her hand, closed the window, got out of the car and shut the door, the engine still running. She wondered how much fuel the car had, but this conversation shouldn't take too long. She decided to go for candidness. My parents are under the influence, she said. They're homeless to boot. I haven't seen them in years. Now, I certainly don't want to impose them on you, too. Hot chocolate for the road? Althea offered. That's the thing, Stella said. I don't think they'll stay just for hot chocolate. Althea didn't miss a beat. Don't you worry about it. Let's get them the drinks and go from there, okay? Stella hesitated, then said, okay. She moved around to get in the car when Althea grabbed her arm. Oh, sweetie, she said. You're not exactly dressed for this weather. Stella nodded. Her feet were on their way to being frostbitten. She opened the car door. Mom, Dad, she said, you want something hot to drink? Oh, would I? Her mom said between a sigh and a laugh. Stella killed the engine, left the key in the middle console, and opened her mom's door. Her dad spilled out of the other door. Stella's mom said, Wait, I forgot something. She opened the driver's door, got an aluminum bottle out, and shut the door. Stella counted to 10. Mom, did you have to do that? What? She said, oblivious. Let's go in. Stella led the way, her feet beyond frozen. When they got into the house, her parents scraped their boots on the inside mat. Stella was able to look at them, really look at them, to see the ravages of the past years. They were in horrible physical shape, skinny to the point of emaciation, their hair tangled, their faces grungy. Come on in, Althea said. Don't worry about taking off your shoes. Her parents ambled to the bar and were soon enjoying mugs of hot chocolate. Althea acted so naturally around them, as though taking the homeless off the streets was an everyday occurrence. Part of Stella appreciated Althea's gesture. Part of her began to panic. If Althea were to take her parents in, it meant they would continue to be in Stella's life. As far as she was concerned, they could remain estranged from her. Her feet were starting to warm up and hurt as circulation came back into her extremities. I'm going to change real quick, Stella said. Yes, Althea agreed. You do that. Stella entered the bedroom she had called her own the past few days and closed it, wishing she could just keep everything out. Bad parents, the world's shame. an attractive cowboy. Well, okay, maybe not the last one.
Chapter 35. Bram. Bram didn't stay long at the dance. Without Stella, the excitement of the occasion wore off quick. Besides, he was worried about her. Her eyes had looked haunted, full of pain, and that little car seemed destined to break down out there. He should have checked the gas gauge before sending them off into the dark winter night. One of his friends was leaving the dance early. Bram asked him for a favor, weathered a ribbing about the gorgeous girl who ran out on Bram, assured himself that Tammy could get a ride with someone else, and chugged on home in his friend's beat-up pickup. There was a car parked in front of their house, Stella's parents' sedan. Bram didn't realize he had been holding his breath until he leaned back and exhaled with relief they'd made it here safely, and that she'd chosen to come back here with them. He thanked his friend and went into the house. Stella's parents were sitting at the bar, their winter wear now taken off. He tried not to recoil at their odor and just took his cue from his mom, who was talking to them as though they were the king and queen of England. Well, maybe not quite. More like guests for the night. That was Mom for you, always taking in everyone. Bram looked around for Stella but couldn't see her. "She's changing," Althea said. Bram nodded. His mom could always sense his moods, his questions, before he even formulated them consciously himself. Stella came out of the hallway and paused as she saw him standing there. She was dressed in a gray pair of sweats and a hoodie, matching her somber expression. He didn't know what was exactly going on with her parents, but it didn't take a rocket scientist to see that they embarrassed her greatly. His heart ached for her. He knew what it was like to have less than stellar parents. As a boy, he'd have settled for just normal parents. Luckily for him, Althea and Sheldon had stepped in. "Want some hot chocolate?" Althea asked Stella. "Sure," Stella said in a small voice, but she didn't come up to the bar. Instead, she walked into the kitchen. "I can pour myself some," she said. She turned to Bram. "Would you like some too, Bram?" He was touched by her sweet thoughtfulness. "That'll be great." He joined her, taking up space near her in the kitchen. Her face looked like it had been scrubbed of makeup and her eyes were red and puffy. He suspected she had been crying and felt bad for her all over again. If he could just hug all her worries away. She glanced at him, askance, as though she could read his mind. He tucked the thought away. He certainly didn't want to come on to her in front of her parents, considering the circumstances. She handed him a steaming mug of cocoa and made her way to the living room. Bram followed and sat down kitty-corner from her on a chair. She held her drink as though she were using it for a shield and kept her eyes downcast. "Why do you leave early?" she asked Bram. "I was worried about you." She flashed him a grateful smile. "Is this your son right here?" Stella's mom asked Althea. "Yes'm," Bram said. Bram's the name. "I'm Kitty, and this is Chris." "Eddie," Stella's dad said. "Oh, right," Mrs. McGivens said, raising a shaking hand to her hair. "Eddie is his nickname. How can I forget?" Mr. McGivens made a gesture with his finger, indicating someone crazy. "She's a loon." Stella appeared to sink deeper into the couch. Bram could no longer stand it. He got up and sat beside her. "It's going to be okay," Bram whispered. Her wide blue eyes took him in, blinking back tears. Her lip trembled and she looked like she was in bad need of a hug. Bram wished they could have some privacy, but he wasn't exactly going to invite her into one of the bedrooms. If it had been warmer out there, or earlier in the day, he'd invite her on a walk. "Your truck," she said. "Did you get it?" "I'll take care of it in the morning," he said. "I have a friend who owns a towing company, and He's taking it in to get fixed.
How'd you get here?
Another friend.
You have useful friends.
He laughed. I guess you could say that.
How about Tammy? How will she get home?
I bet she can get a ride from Jeremy. At least that's my hope for her sake.
Her expression lightened, a tired smile breaking through all that worry. Good. I like him.
He's okay, I suppose.
Just okay?
She made a face. Bram shrugged. He's gotten a bit stuck up since he became famous, to be honest. He has this public and private persona, and I don't think he's been able to separate all that.
Most celebrities are probably more normal than we think.
Maybe, he shrugged. Tammy says he's a sensitive soul. Despite her worries, Stella giggled.
Somehow, I can't see Tammy saying that as a compliment.
They exchanged smiles. Something fierce tugged at Bram's heart, a kinship with this beautiful woman. Mrs. McGivens coughed, bringing both of them back to earth. That haunted look returned to Stella's eyes. Her smile evaporated. Bram sensed her withdrawal. He wished he could tell her, right then and there, that he didn't care if she were the offspring of apes or aliens. He liked her for herself. Frankly, he even admired her more so, seeing her family. She'd turned out well despite all her challenges. How did someone perfectly mannered like her come from their family? He didn't know her story, but he knew he didn't have to know it to care about her. He would take the next few days to convince her she could trust him. The bar stools scraped the floor. Bram sensed Stella stiffening beside him.
Thank you so much for your kindness, Mrs. McGivens told Bram's mom. We'd best be getting out of your hair. You don't mind them staying for dinner, Sheldon, do you?
His mom asked his dad. He glanced up from the paper. Up to you, Althea.
Won't you stay for dinner?
His mom asked the guests. Stella's face paled. Well now, Mr. McGivens began to say.
It's okay, Stella said in a strangled voice. I can take them into town, into a restaurant.
I can come with you, Bram said. Stella stared at him, slack-jawed.
You're sweet, Stella, but I'll have none of that, his mom said. We have plenty of food, and your parents are already here.
She turned to her husband.
Tell her, Sheldon.
Althea's right, his dad piped up before going back to the paper.
Althea shook her head and smiled. Dinner will be a few minutes, so maybe they can freshen up? Maybe you'd like to take a quick shower, Kitty? That, Mrs. McGivens declared, would be wonderful.
Stella turned a light shade of green. Bram gazed long and hard at his mom. Was she being funny? She certainly was making Stella way too uncomfortable. Mom bustled around, oblivious.
Stella, do you mind showing your mom your bathroom? His mom said. Of course not, Stella said,
her voice sounding faint. She stood like a sleepwalker. While you're at it, I kind of need to use the little boy's bathroom, Mr. McGivens said.
You can use the bathroom first, Dad, Stella said.
The couple followed Stella down the hallway.
Mom, Bram said in a low voice, what are you doing? I'm just being nice to these poor folk.
Do you realize you're making Stella sick to her stomach?
Oh, dear. His mom's face crumpled. That's not what I was trying to do, honest.
Well, it's too late now. Bram left his sentence unfinished as Stella's dad emerged from the hall. Nice home you have here, Mrs. Brown.
Thanks, Mom said.
She cast an uncertain glance at Bram.
After dinner, where will you and your wife go?
Probably the usual. Mr. McGivens sounded upbeat.
The homeless shelter."
Bram braced himself. "Don't do it, Mom. Don't."
"Would you like to stay the night?" Mom offered. "It seems awfully dark out there, and you might even get stuck in the snowdrift."
She caught Bram's gaze and bit her lip. Or Bram could give them a ride in the trusty truck. Of course, there's the little problem of how to get their car home. "Oh, no, we couldn't impose. I could already tell that Stella is bothered by us showing up from out of the blue." Bram hoped Mr. McGivens was as sincere as he sounded.
"Well, the offer stands."
Mr. McGivens sat himself down on the bar stool.
"Fine if you insist. Can I have more hot chocolate, please? It tastes mighty good."
Bram groaned inwardly. Stella came out into the living room, still pale. Bram felt sorry for her, mostly because his mother was too soft-hearted for her own good.
"Mrs. Brown here has been kind enough to offer us lodging for the night," Mr. McGivens said.
Stella didn't say anything. Bram couldn't blame her. She just stood there, her cheeks flushing pink.
"Don't worry, we'll stay out here in the living room."
Stella's dad looked around.
"Well, at least I pictured that to be the case. What say you, Mrs. Brown?"
"I wish I had more beds," Mom said. She wiped her hands on her apron. "But I don't, so the living room it'll have to be."
"Don't you worry about it," he said. "We'll be quiet and neat."
Stella glanced at Bram as though to say, "Help." What could Bram do? Nothing short of kicking out her parents. This was his mom's house. What she said went. "I haven't fed the animals," Bram said. "Want to come out with me, Stella?"
Chapter 36. Stella. The stars glittered in the sky, like the tears in Stella's eyes. She could hardly see past them as one tear, then the next, rolled down her cheeks. Behind her, she could hear Bram's steady footsteps. She wanted to outwalk him. She wanted none of his pity. He did the chores while she listened to his quiet movements. It was a dark night, and she couldn't see too far. There was no light to steer them around the animal pens. "How are you seeing what you're doing?" she asked. "Habit," he chuckled. "I can do this with my eyes closed." For one moment, she envied him. Those repetitive ranch chores. Most people probably would hate to have to do, especially out in the cold. Yet it meant that he had normalcy and routine. Animals depended on him for their care. They took him out of himself. The hard work built a man's character. And what a man Bram had turned out to be. She closed her eyes and clung to a railing with her gloved hand. Normalcy, what was that? She savored it after leaving home and then going to college. What now? Her hand gripped the railing tighter. She would probably end up with splinters on her glove, but she didn't care. She needed to hold on to something, or she'd probably topple over with emotional exhaustion. Her parents weren't welcome here, and she absolutely hated herself for being unchristian. "What are you thinking of?" he asked quietly as she finished up, walking over to her. She grimaced in the dark, what most normal people think of when their parents show up at your friend's doorstep homeless. Which is, "I feel guilty because I'm only thinking of myself, unlike your mother, who obviously knows a thing or two about being Christian. That's how we ended up with all these animals. Mom can never turn away a stray animal, especially if they're disabled or little." "That's an admirable quality," she said sincerely. "I could only think of how my parents hurt me and continued to hurt me into my adulthood." The tears fell then, broken and sloppy. Within a moment, he was beside her, pulling her into his arms. This time, desperation surged within her at his touch. She simply craved to be comforted. She sought his mouth and kissed him, fiercely and with abandon. She wanted to forget all her troubles. She wanted to. Her kiss, her seduction fizzled into a crying jag. She collapsed against his chest, her heart aching for her young self, for her older self, and for her parents. I thought as you got older, you're supposed to have better control of your emotions, she said through her tears. He caressed her back slowly and kissed her hair. That's usually the idea, he said, but some of us don't get it together until later in life. Not that you shouldn't be crying. I'm very embarrassed, just so you know, she said. My parents reflect poorly on me. Other than their general, state of hygiene, they seem like nice people. Outwardly, to you, it's like a performance. They've abandoned me before, and they won't have any compunction to abandon me now. She gulped for breath and cried again. I wish they'd just stay out of my life. There was a book by a lady, he said. Glass Houses, I think was the name. The opening chapter was about a grown woman who was well off seeing her mother dumpster dive. She blinked. You've read it? Just the opening, he smiled sheepishly. Just curious at the library. Well, I'm not quite to that point, she said. I'm not rich and famous. I'm just a college student. You're even more vulnerable then. He pulled her closer. This time, his touch felt different. There was a waiting and watching. He caressed the bottom of her lip with his thumb and dipped his face close to hers. She gave herself up to his kiss, clinging to his nape until they came apart. Sometime soon, Stella McGivens, he said huskily, we're going to have a real long, good talk. About what? She murmured. About the future. Her mouth went dry. He hugged her, his lips touching her temple. She inhaled his scent and enjoyed his warmth, even as part of her got nervous with his words. What future could he possibly have with someone like her? Wouldn't he turn tail were he to know all her dark secrets? We'd better go back in, he said. You'll freeze to death. She didn't argue. At some point, she had to face the music about her parents. What better time than now?
Chapter 37. Bram. Bram wanted nothing else than to kiss Stella some more, but he felt like a cad for taking advantage of her vulnerable state. So he made himself let her go so they could walk side by side towards the house. A call came through on his phone. It was the hospital a city away. He frowned, worried as to why they'd be calling him. Hello? He answered. Is this Bramwell Brown? Yes. This is the hospital in Littleton. Mr. Spencer has been admitted for a heart attack. Okay, he said, wondering why they were calling him about his crotchety neighbor. They had reached the porch and Stella looked at him curiously. He opened the door and motioned for her to go on in. He followed and shut the door. Mr. Spencer asked that you please come to the hospital. The hospital employee continued. No kidding? Bram gripped the phone. His parents glanced at him curiously. He did? Yes. Sorry, Bram said. It must be a mistake. Mr. Spencer and I don't have a good relationship. Well, he asked for you. He has a grown son. He specifically doesn't want that son to come. Eric, Mr. Spencer's son, appeared in Bram's mind. The few times he'd had the displeasure of meeting him, Eric struck Bram as a curmudgeon like his dad. Unlike Mr. Spencer, Eric didn't like to work. When they were younger, Bram used to overhear Mr. Spencer berating Eric for being lazy. Last Bram had heard, Eric went away to make quick money gambling at casinos. After Bram's downright hostile visit with Mr. Spencer at his office, why would he want to see Bram? Okay, Bram said, curiosity getting the better of him. Can you tell me his room number? After he hung up, he told his parents what the call was about. Predictably, Dad went through the roof. Dad snapped the newspaper shut and tossed it on the coffee table. Absolutely not. You're not going into the lair of that liar and thief. Sheldon, Mom said. Althea, he's deliberately gone about ruining our family's livelihood and future. Why should Bram kowtow to his whims?
What if he gets there and he simply wants to berate him for kicks?
He doesn't want Eric to come, Bram said.
Precisely, Dad scowled. Shows you the old man's crazy, wanting to see you and not his own flesh and blood.
Bram took off his hat and fiddled with it. Stella's gaze lingered on his hair, and she bit her lip before averting her eyes. He knew she liked his curls, and her appreciative glance made him feel warm inside. He could be dying, Bram said, and he'd be alone.
Sheldon, he's right.
Mom wrung out a rag and hung it to dry.
Maybe he's having second thoughts once his life flashed before him. Let Bram go. He's a grown man and can protect himself. What are you afraid the old coot would do? Attack him with his IV tube?
I wouldn't put it past him, Dad said, but his tone softened.
Fine.
He waggled a finger at Bram. Don't sign anything unless we have a lawyer look at it. Don't worry, Dad. I'm going over just to have a listen. Stella's parents joined them in the living room. Mrs. McGivens was wearing faded but clean sweats. The dad also looked presentable in fraying pants. Stella seemed more relaxed around them, though she still eyed them warily. I guess I'll head out, Bram said. He turned to Stella to say goodbye, but she surprised him.
Can I go with you? Stella asked. Her eyes held a tinge of desperation.
He knew she wanted to take a break from her parents. We might have to stay overnight, he said. It's a good 2 hours to go in, and the roads aren't very good.
Her eyes glimmered. Whatever it takes.
Thanks, he said, as she walked over, shrugging her coat back on. I'd love the company.
He looked over, glad to have her all to himself. Where are you headed to? Stella's mom asked Bram.
Our neighbor had a heart attack, and we're driving in to see him, Bram said.
Bless you, Mrs. McGivens said. What a nice thing to do.
Chapter 38. Stella. Sometime during the drive, Stella managed to sleep. She didn't realize how emotionally drained she was until she nodded off. Now she blinked awake and looked around. They were still on the freeway, making slow work of the icy roads. Bram was an expert driver, keeping steady despite fishtailing a couple of times. He wasn't the problem out there, but the other drivers were, doing stupid things like passing at regular freeway speeds and splashing walls of slush onto their windshield. If there had been more light and she could see Bram's knuckles, she bet they were white from having to hold on so tightly to the steering wheel. Stella had brought a blanket, and she pulled it higher to her chin. With the heater cranked up, she felt warm and cozy. She looked at Bram's profile, strong and sturdy. He glanced at her with a smile. I hope your parents will be okay with mine, Stella said. I probably shouldn't have ditched them. What? And miss out on being with me? He squeezed her hand before turning his attention back to the roads. A delicious warmth coursed through her body. I just wanted you to know, he said, that even though I don't know what it's like to be in your situation, I can imagine and I understand. I was still little when the Browns adopted me, but I do remember some bad memories. Thanks. She watched the forbidding winter landscape flash past. I wish I hadn't brought them to your house. I don't see how your mom can get them out. She actually can be pretty firm if she wants to. She was being kind tonight. It's unreasonable to turn them out in this weather. Tomorrow, with the sun out and the roads somewhat clear, she'd feel a little better sending them on. Still, I shouldn't have stopped at your house, she lamented. I'm glad you think our house can be a safe haven. She studied his profile again. He made her think of cowboys from the olden days who did what needed to be done and who did it well, who rescued women and children and cried when they saw someone suffering. But he wasn't a cowboy by birth. He had to grow into the role. Your biological dad, she said, was he a cowboy? No, he was a city man. Funny, she said. You would have been a city man, too, had you grown up with him. Maybe. I'm glad you're a cowboy, she said, touching his arm. He covered her hand with his strong and capable one and squeezed it.
Chapter 39. Bram. Bram had to be a glutton for punishment, coming to see a man who had openly vilified him and had made life difficult for his family. Bram really didn't want to be there, but he forced himself to walk into the hospital ICU room. He was glad Stella was with him. Without her, he might have lost his nerve, turned right around, and gone back home. Mr. Spencer. The name sounded like an evil banker's in one of those old black and white movies. Mr. Spencer even looked it, with his dull eyes staring at him from above the transparent oxygen mask. A flicker of recognition came. The eyes widened, the pupils dilating. Then the light in them went out as Mr. Spencer seemed to go in and out of consciousness. A woman in regular street clothes entered the room.
"Hello, are you Bramwell Brown?"
"Yes," he said, deciding that at this man's deathbed he wasn't about to quibble with his preferred name being Bram.
"Great. I'm glad he has someone here during this time."
She smiled.
"I'm the social worker, Jenny."
"Hello, Jenny. This is Stella, my girlfriend." Stella's eyes widened, and the blush that spread across her cheeks was delicious to watch.
"He asked for you after his last attack,"
Jenny said.
"We brought him back with CPR. His blood has a lot of drugs right now, designed to keep his heart beating. That may account for his heart pumping all this time. But eventually, if we lose him again, I'm afraid we can't really rescue him. Another CPR would simply be too much for his body."
"Sure," Bram said, the words sailing over his head. Was she saying that Mr. Spencer would die soon? He felt indifferent almost, but also resentful. He didn't belong here. The old man hated him, and sorry to say, but the feeling was mutual. The old man's eyes opened, this time with burning animosity. Once again, Bram wondered why he'd asked for him. Mr. Spencer clawed the air, making his IV tube flap. Jenny walked up to him, talking loudly.
"Mr. Spencer, Bramwell is here."
Mr. Spencer said.
"Would you like me to take off your oxygen mask for a minute?"
Mr. Spencer moved his head, barely in a nod. "Come here, Sonny," he said, once unencumbered by the mask. Bram narrowed his eyes, but came. "I don't have much time, so listen good. I need to leave my property to someone, and it ain't gonna be my lazy son Eric. You've done good at your farm. I've watched you set things straight. I'm naming you as my beneficiary." After Bram picked his jaw up from the floor, he rubbed his neck. "Well, now that's nothing I expected." Mr. Spencer took a whiff of oxygen. "You bet it wasn't expected. I thought I'd live another century." Fear crept into his eyes. "I guess not." "Mr. Spencer, I don't see why Eric would agree to this." "Go away. We're done here. I'll take care of this with my lawyer later." Mr. Spencer struggled to put the oxygen mask over his nose and mouth. Jenny came over to help him. Bram couldn't believe what Mr. Spencer had just told him. He was leaving Bram his property? Of course, it wasn't such a windfall, with the land being so far from utilities and probably not worth much. It may, however, be enough seed money so they could eventually get out of the tax debt. Stella stepped forward and clasped his hand. He leaned towards her, appreciative of the support.
"There's a couch on that side,"
Jenny said. "We won't stay long," Bram said. It seemed cold to up and leave right after Mr. Spencer's revelation. Bram pulled Stella by the hand and walked over to the couch. It was a plain seat with a high back and cold. Stella seemed to shiver as they sat on it. He put an arm around her, and she melted against him. Whatever had changed between them since leaving the house, he would gratefully take it. Bram must have dozed. When he opened his eyes next, Stella was no longer in his arms. Had he just dreamed that she was here? Bram got up and glanced over at Mr. Spencer. He was asleep. Stella was standing in the hall, her cell phone to her ear. He exited the room and joined her. She wasn't speaking, just listening and nodding to whomever was on the other line. Then she hung up and, noticing him over her shoulder, turned with a sweet smile. "Hey," he said.
"Hi."
"I got kind of nervous when I didn't see you in there. Everything okay?"
She nodded. "That was your mom," she said. "She was just checking up on you. I didn't want to wake you. I hope that was okay."
"Sure, no problem."
"She said my parents slipped out in the middle of the night and raided their medicine cabinet."
She averted her eyes. He winced. "I'm sorry."
"Frankly, I'm relieved they left. I just feel bad that your mom got ripped of her meds."
"Not a big deal. She can easily replace that."
"They didn't even say goodbye to me."
She put on a brave face.
"But I'm used to that."
He reached for her, but she sidestepped him. He was sure she was overwhelmed with their reunion. He would bide his time.
Chapter 40. Stella. What she would give to be able to stay with Bram forever. But this hospital visit was a wake-up call. He had things to sort through, and so did she. Boy, did she. She needed some space and time away. He moved to go into the room, but Stella called his name. I can't stay," she said. "What?" He peered at her. She said in a rush, "It's been wonderful spending time with your family, but I just realized that I'm no good for you." "What are you talking about?" He reached for her. She stepped back. "Stella," he said in a low voice that nearly weakened her resolve. "I know you're scared. I can give you space." She shook her head. "It's not you, it's me. I have baggage in my life that I wouldn't want to inflict on you." "I don't care about any of that," he said, his eyes flashing. "Well, I do." He stared and blinked at her, pain etched in his eyes. Then it was gone. A mask came up. "I understand." She hazarded from his expression that he didn't understand, or maybe he understood under the wrong pretext. She had rejected him before, and here she was, rejecting him again. But if she didn't save him from herself, who would? "Thanks again for everything," she said. There was nothing left to say. She turned to leave. "Wait," he said. "You can stay on at the ranch. I won't get in your way. Where would you go if you leave now?" "Back to my empty apartment?" His eyes glittered. "That's no way to spend Christmas. My mom would be disappointed. She'd blame it on me for driving you away." "I'm sure she won't," he persisted. "Maybe I'm exaggerating, but I can't really in good conscience just let you trudge home in the snow. Your car is back at the ranch." He looked away. "Unless you can't stand me so much, you'd just as soon get away." "No, that's awfully nice of you. I'll come." Bram looked in the direction of Mr. Spencer, then Stella. "Let's go." Stella wanted to cry in Bram's truck. He was being so nice about her decision. She felt horrible. Theirs has got to be the shortest boyfriend-girlfriend relationship in the history books. She pressed her fingers against her lips as she gazed, unseeing out the window. It seemed like déjà vu to when they first met, and he was giving her a ride to his house. This time, she felt like a fraud, like she was just taking advantage of his kindness. She was no better than her parents. Absorbed with her thoughts, she didn't notice until he pulled over to a wider swath of road that they were stopping. It appeared they'd driven to the top of a rise, overlooking Sunny Ridge and the river. "Riverdale Ranch is over there," Bram said, pointing down towards the right. Lights twinkled from the windows. Those four walls enclosed warmth, love, and acceptance. A lump formed in her throat. If she could just allow herself to love Bram, she could be the mistress of that ranch someday. In the moonlight, the snowy road to the ranch formed a beacon for travelers, leading the eye along split-rail fences toward outbuildings and the ranch house. "I don't want to pressure you or anything," Bram said, "but you really should just stay through Christmas at our house. Mom would be all worried if you left earlier. You know her. She worries about everyone." Her breath came out softly, evenly. His words enveloped her like a warm hug. Thoughts of Christmases past flew through her mind in depressing succession. Holidays spent at her aunt's or grandma's, sharing rooms with cousins who resented her, relatives talking about her like she wasn't in the room, about her shabby clothes and knobby knees, and who should get her a present, even if it was just a pair of underwear. She endured those times because it was better than the alternative. Going off with Dad and Mom to who knew where, her waiting for deliverance while her parents hung out with their shady friends, parties at the house, and people passing out on the floor. Bram's was one of few genuinely kind families she'd spent time with over the holidays, which is why they deserved better company. "That's awfully nice of you to offer," she said, "but no thanks." His jaw tightened. "If it makes you feel more comfortable, I promise to not bug you. I won't touch you. I won't try to kiss you or nothing." There would be other people in the house. She would make sure to never be alone with him, as she was now. The thought of not kissing him made her yearn for a kiss. She snuffed that thought out quick. She shook her head. "Even if I act undemanding as a bedpost?" he said. That made her laugh, and then she sobered. "Sorry, Bram. The answer is still no." He nodded and stared out the windshield. "Okay." She couldn't help it. She began to cry. Despite her fickleness, he was still so kind. "Hey," he said. She looked at him, blurred by her tears, at his handsome face, rugged with his chiseled jaw and beard, his eyes pulling her in like the moon with the tides. He raised his hands, then let it fall. No touching, like he promised. "Why are you sad?" he murmured. "Because you are so kind," she sniffled. "That's a funny reason to cry." "You would too if you knew how my other Christmases have been." She clamped up before she embarrassed herself. He looked deep into her eyes. "Maybe you could tell me." She didn't want to burden him. "No," she said, shaking her head. "But thank you." "Sure, no prob." He started the engine. "You okay if we just go straight home?" Her brow creased with confusion. "Why shouldn't we?" "Nothing, just wondering. Sometimes people have lights around." She felt a jolt of excitement go through her body. "Ah, you want to see them?" "Sure." His smile looked forced, the last hurrah before she got out of his life. She knew he was stalling, but she would grant him this tender mercy. "Okay, a tour of Sunny Ridge coming right up." Fishtailing out of that parking spot, he drove to the foothills, skirting the edge of the houses. Each dwelling sat far apart from the next, the snow blowing in the open spaces between. The landscape looked cold and desolate. In the truck, Stella felt warm to the core, as though she were a mug with hot chocolate warming up her insides. Except for her heart. It felt barren as the landscape. Bram drove expertly around the snow, even when no one in their right mind would probably dare go where he did in the deep banks. They drove past lights on barns, along railings of farms. There were lights on a set of 6 houses on a quiet street. Bram opened her window, causing Stella a sharp intake of breath at the cold wind that poured into the cab. "Listen," he said. She cocked her head and listened. The lights on one house danced to the beat of the Christmas music on the radio. "The Kellys always put up their lights clear back at Halloween," Bram said. They really get into the season. You could say that again, she said, admiring all the lights rippling up and down wires connected to a farmhouse. She wondered how they could sleep with all that brightness. They listened to 2 songs, then moved on. The next house had a nativity scene cut out of wood poking out of the snow and lit up by a little half-buried spotlight. Really, their town didn't seem so little. He told her about the families who lived in the houses with candles in the windows, the ones with the blow-up Santa and reindeer, the one that was so dark she wondered if someone lived there. Mrs. Dean's house, he said, keeps to herself. Unfortunately, her family moved away and she's been kind of a hermit. Mom worries about her a lot. She'll most likely visit her around Christmas. Your town has some interesting people. Nice place to live. Silence descended between them. With a pang, she knew she wouldn't have the chance to get to know Mrs. Dean and anyone else in the houses lit up for Christmas. "How are your cows?" she asked, desperate to fill the silence. "My cows?" She nodded. His brows came together in confusion. "Nothing exciting with the cows. Though one of them had a breech delivery the other day. Kept me up all night." "Was I already at your house?" she said. "Yes." "I had no idea. It was 2 a.m. and probably 10 below. Wow, that sounds unfun." He smiled. "Actually, it wasn't too bad. The mama was in a barn so we could keep an eye on her. It was kind of cozy and comfortable. I could have slept right there on the hay. The vet came and checked on the mama, then left. I was dozing a little when the baby got stuck, so the vet came back. We had to use chains. It was rough. But we got her baby delivered." "Living on the farm teaches you about all sorts of facts of life, doesn't it?" she mused. "Yes, ma'am." They drove past a huge house that looked familiar to Stella. "Nellie's," he said. It surprised her how tasteful the lights were. White and red lights alternating between trees, white lights along the gables and eaves. It was beautiful. She wondered, now that she had rejected him once again, if he would go back to Nellie. A few minutes later, he drove into the Browns' driveway. "Did you have very many girlfriends growing up?" Stella blurted out, glad for the darkness as her cheeks burned. He parked, killed the engine, and turned sideways in his seat. His movement made the cab space more intimate. Stella's heart began thudding slowly. "Now, why would you want to know that?" he asked. "No special reason." He glanced at her mouth, an invisible magnet seemingly coming from him to her. She couldn't look away, even if she wanted to. "Are you wondering how many girls I've kissed?" he asked. "No," she stammered, though now she kind of wanted to know. "3, he said. "The first one, you probably figured, was Nellie. The second one was a girl I met at college. One date and we kissed afterwards. I don't rightly remember her name." He paused. "And the third?" His voice deepened. "You." It was getting cold in the truck. Their breaths mingled like warring swords. "We'd better head in," he said. "We should," she said, but she didn't move. "Stella, is there anything I can say that would change your mind?" She gazed at his earnest expression. "No." He didn't say anything for a long time, just stared at her with those doleful eyes. Then he got out his side and went around to open her door. She brushed against his arm as she stepped out of the truck, but he made no move to detain her. Once inside the house, she surprised Althea, who was wrapping some presents on the table. "Close your eyes," Althea said, but Stella already saw a pair of pink pajamas. Was that for her? Stella was struck by how ungrateful she was to Bram and his wonderful family. She moved quickly out of the living room and hid in the bedroom.
Chapter 41. Bram. As Bram entered and shut the door to the frigid winter night, Mom set down her scissors. "Well?" Bram hitched his thumbs on his belt loops. "He wants to leave property to me." Mom hollered for Dad. "I think you'll want to hear this, Sheldon." Once Dad joined them, his arms crossing his chest, prepared to hear the worst, Bram told them what happened. Dad's expression went slack. He blinked. Are you sure the old man wasn't on pain meds and hallucinating? He seemed perfectly lucid to me, Bram said. Dad scratched his head. Which property? He didn't say. I wasn't exactly going to hang out there until he passed on to find out. What good is it to have his property out here? It's still better than nothing, Dad. Well, I'll be, Dad said, shaking his head presumably in disbelief. Gabe and Tammy joined them, bickering about Gabe leaving the toilet seat up. How's the campaign coming? Bram asked his brother. Good, I think. I've got my campaign signs figured out. The paper interviewed me today, so I'll get free press. Oh, is that why the reporter called me today? Tammy said. He wanted to know if you snored, what kind of trouble you got into as a teenager, and if you were dating anyone. Did he really? Gabe asked, his eyes wide. Tammy stuck her tongue out. Not really. If he does, I'll tell him you leave the toilet seat up. He was kind of digging around for dirt, so I sent him over to Addie. You did not, Gabe said, looking alarmed. Why shouldn't I? Tammy rolled her eyes. Everyone and their sheepdog knows she's got the hots for you. We're talking about Addie, right? Gabe said. She's like my little sister. I can't even... Tammy shook her head. Poor blind brother. One of these days, Addie's going to grow up and you'll be sorry you didn't nab her while she was single. I'm not saying I won't court her or nothing, Gabe said, blushing. Just that I really can't see myself kissing her. Gabe suddenly had a dreamy look on his face. Tammy ribbed Bram. He's got his imagination going now, she said, waggling her brows. How about you, country superstar groupie? Gabe said. Did Jeremy kiss you the other night? Tammy looked glum. Nope. He acted like I was a pesky fan. We shook hands like I was a nobody. I wasn't there, Tammy, Bram said. But maybe you're reading far too much into things. Maybe, Tammy shrugged. It doesn't change the fact that he's on his way in a truck down a highway away from here. Maybe he'll get stuck in a snowstorm, Gabe said. Away from here? Tammy frowned. What good is that going to do me? No, Gabe grinned. While he's stranded in the middle of nowhere, he's going to have second thoughts about leaving Miss Tammy Jo Brown. Tammy giggled and looked at Bran. And you? How come Stella's holed up in her room all night? Her eyes narrowed. Did you make her mad or something? Bram averted his eyes but said nothing. You don't get to advise me on love affairs when you yourselves are in a fix, Tammy huffed, looking from one brother to the other. We aren't in a love affair, Bram said. Uh-huh, Gabe said. Right. At Tammy's pointed stare, Gabe said, And I'm definitely not. Fortunately, someone knocked on the front door, disrupting the awkward moment. Bram stood to open it, relieved Tammy had to stop interrogating him. Outside, the dark figure of a man loomed at the front porch. Bramwell Brown? Yes, Bram said, his voice cautious. The man came closer. In the light that spilled out from the living room, he held a shotgun. Bram pushed the barrel of the shotgun away from Mr. Spencer's ill-favored son and said, Easy, Eric. Bram stayed calm, even though his pulse raced. What can I do for you? Eric had on one of those trench coats for winter cowboy chores. He scowled. Bram hadn't seen him in forever, and he looked like life handed him a bad hand, with his jowly, heavy-set face that hadn't seen the sun in a long time. Let's not play pretend, Eric said. I know you've been to see my dad at the hospital. Right. He asked me to come. I don't believe that. My dad's always hated your guts. I know he does. Believe me, I was as shocked as anyone. But the man is dying and he asked for me. I bet he asked for you so he could punch your face. Bram looked behind him at his family. Stella had come out of the bedroom too, most likely from the commotion, her eyes wide. He turned back to Eric. Why don't we step out and you can keep speaking your mind? I don't have a lot to say to you, Eric said. I just want you to leave my dad alone. What if he asks for me again at the hospital? I'm here now. Eric's eyes held a bitter light. He won't be needing anyone else. Bram shrugged. I'm just saying. I'm not one to disrespect a dying man's last wishes. I don't know what you poisoned his brain with, Bram, but don't even think this is going to get you anywhere with his money. I don't hold any delusions, Eric, Bram said. Eric turned on his heel and walked out into the frigid night. Bram shut the door and faced the others. Tammy was frowning. Gabe's mouth was cocked sideways, like he wasn't sure what hit them. Stella's expression was sympathetic, concerned. He's Mr. Spencer's son, Bram explained to Stella. I gathered that much, Stella said. He looks a lot like his dad. Inherited his sour personality, too, Tammy said. Giving his sister a warning look, he said, No need to rehash old grudges, Tam. Tammy frowned. I'm not going to just sit by when some farmer wannabe comes back from the city to make some noise when his daddy is at the hospital so he gets a share of his wealth. That's pretty harsh, Gabe said, but unfortunately true. Everyone seemed to relax, going back to what they were doing before Eric's interruption. Tammy turned to Stella. Did you ever get back on Gus? Stella bit her lip. Nope. Thank goodness he hasn't bugged you about it, Tammy said. She gestured towards Bram. He can be such a nag getting people back on horses after being bucked off. He didn't buck her off, Bram said. He ran off. She lost her balance and fell. Big difference. He paused. You could still ride him, Stella. Stella glanced at him, then away. Tammy shook her head. Why couldn't you just take her on a hayride or something? It's not the same thing, he said. He was done arguing with his pesky little sis. It's up to you, Stella. Maybe you can even just pet Gus and groom him. Give the poor guy a chance. You mean the horse or the man? Tammy asked. Bram wanted to sass her with both, but just shut up. If it were up to Bram, he and Stella would be riding horses together forever. But as it was... Bram ran his fingers through his hair. I can't force you, of course. To his surprise, Stella piped up. I'll do it. Atta girl, Tammy said. Might be my only chance to ride Gus. Bram averted his glance. Her words sounded so sad. Final. Tomorrow's predicted to be a sunny day, he said. With fresh snowfall, a perfect day to ride. Would you like to give old Gus another try then?
Chapter 42. Stella. Considering the direction of their relationship, or rather their non-relationship, Stella wondered why she got up early the next day to get ready for another ride on good old Gus. That spill really wasn't Gus's fault, not entirely. She knew better than to let go of the saddle horn. In her excitement, she lost her head. When she did land on the ground, she hadn't hurt that much. But there she was, being a crybaby about it. She was going to do better this time. At the sight of Gus giving her an evil look, she nearly turned around to walk back into the house. Okay, so maybe he really wasn't giving her an evil look. He was just curious to see if she had any treats. He wasn't even looking at her, but at Bram, who fished out a peppermint square from his jean pocket. Here, Bram said. Want to give him one? She leaned close to the fence and extended her hand, laying her palm flat. Gus lengthened his neck and nipped her palm. Ouch! She pulled back, gasping. The treat fell in the snow. Bram scowled. Gus! He chastised him. He turned to Stella. Did he get you good? No, she said. It didn't hurt too much. I just wasn't expecting him to bite. I should have warned you. He has a paralyzed lip, and sometimes he has to mouth things with his teeth. He stepped closer, looking at her hand. She wanted to assure him that she was really fine. She didn't even hurt to begin with. But she couldn't speak, not with his nearness, not while his gaze met hers and held, then dropped to her mouth, causing a breathless sensation in her belly. Thank goodness he stepped back. He'd promised her, after all, no touching, no kissing, no... Gus released a spray of horse snot all over their faces. I think this horse has it in for me, Stella said, wiping her face with her jacket. I think he likes you, Bram said, straight-faced.
Chapter 43. Bram. He likes you. Bram groaned inwardly. Could he be any more juvenile than that? Stella was taking her time tightening the leathers and the tack. Bram really couldn't blame her. She was obviously still scared of Gus. Every time he moved at all, she flinched. Gus watched her with interest, as though he couldn't understand women. You and me, Gus. Bram's goal wasn't to completely make Stella a true horsewoman, but of course they had to start somewhere. Stella was leaving, and he may never see her again. The least he could do was to help her trust horses again. The next time a holiday were to come around, the Browns very well might no longer have the farm. Is this good? Stella asked. Bram snapped out of his musings and came over to check on the bindings. Not bad, he said, tightening the leather in a couple of places. Ready? She took a deep breath and nodded. He offered his knee for her to step on. She did so, swung her leg over the saddle, and sat deep in it. He admired her seat and lithe figure, then looked away. Clearing his throat, he said, Give me a sec, and I'll be getting on too. But first... She looked at him expectantly. What do you do if Gus runs off with you? Bram quizzed her. Probably not let go of the saddle and scream your head off? She grinned. That's just my guess. Correct. He took her hand, trying to ignore the delicious sensation from the contact, and had her pull on a rein to the side. You can do a one-rein stop. He'll go in a circle if you pull him to one side. Pretty soon he's going to get tired of it. Good idea. I just hope I remember that if something happens. Well, let's hope nothing happens. They started from one corner of the pen and followed the rail, taking it easy. Side by side they rode, Gus behaving impeccably. Did you inject him with a tranquilizer? Stella said. Nope, this is more like his normal self. The last time wasn't like him at all. The sun peeked from behind winter clouds. Stella turned her face to its warm rays and closed her eyes. Bram stared at her, at the purity of her beauty, her flawless skin, rosy lips, the curve of her throat. He ached, remembering how she felt in his arms and how much he wanted her still. He wondered if he could have done more so she could have trusted in a future with him. She'd said no, in no uncertain terms. Kippy ran up to them, barking. Stella followed the dog with her blue eyes. Those same eyes now gazed at Bram, holding secrets that he had hoped to discover someday. Now those hopes lay dashed on the slushy ground. He glanced away, no sense hankering for something he couldn't have. She'd made it clear that she was moving on. She had plans in her life, and they didn't include him. With Kippy at their heels, the horses began to bounce into a trot. Stella gripped the saddle horn and stared at Gus. What's he doing? She stammered. He's just feeling full of life, you know, Bram said. Just trotting. If I were you, I'd kind of post it. Post? You know, up and down, like this. He demonstrated the movement that he'd seen Tammy and plenty other girl riders do on their horses when they posted a trot. Stella tried it, but mostly bounced around. They laughed, but at least Gus kept his head about him. Kippy, on the other hand, was being naughty and distracting, nipping at Gus's heels. Get, Bram said, motioning for the dog to go into the house. It took him a couple of tries to shoo him away, but Kippy eventually obeyed.
"Too bad he has to go home," Stella said. "He looks so happy out here."
"I'd let him ride with us, but Gus doesn't like him all that well. Did you notice how much Gus pinned his ears back? He doesn't like Kippy nipping at his heels. Can you blame him?"
"No, I guess not."
She concentrated once again and faced forward.
"I want to try trotting again, without the dog."
"Go for it." Her initial attempts were ungraceful and comical. She bounced at the waist, sometimes at the neck, and occasionally at the shoulders, but she got better with each attempt. Bram could tell watching her that pretty soon she could go into a lope. Was she ready? Stella laughed as they trotted through the snowy field, their horses' hooves leaving a trail in the winter landscape. Under the snow, sagebrush and other pasture grasses poked out. Suddenly, Bram noticed something dark on the ground, a row of what looked like rusty drops of paint. Odd. When Stella kept trotting, his attention returned to her at the cusp of loping. He wondered if he should say something to her, just to warn her of a faster speed ahead. Gus, for his old age, still had so much juice in him, he would probably lope to his grave. Kippy suddenly appeared. Whatever warning Bram had in mind was no longer relevant. At the dog's approach, Gus picked up his hooves and went into a lope. Bram spurred his horse. This time he wasn't going to let Gus run off. He was going to make sure that he kept up with her so that he could yank her horse's head if needed. "Pull back," Bram yelled. "Pull back." Stella turned her head, her eyes wide, not with fear, but excitement. She was loving this. "Woohoo!" she said, letting out a whoop while holding onto the saddle horn and reins for dear life. With her bright cap and blonde curls flying, she was a joy to watch. She looked one with the horse, even with her rudimentary way of riding. She was one of those people who had an innate sense of athleticism on a horse. She would do just fine if she kept it up. Bram glanced ahead. There was a barbed wire fence that cut off part of the back of their property, and it loomed ahead now. He shouted hoarsely, "Stop, Stella! Stop your horse!" She gave him a quick glance over shoulder and pulled back with both hands. Gus slowed down, but still, they were bounding for the fence. At the last possible moment, Stella pulled with the one-rein stop, and Gus circled into a graceful, slower speed. "Good job," Bram said, as Gus pranced up to him. "Wow," she said, "that was fun." After his heart slowed down, Bram grinned.
Chapter 44. Stella. Stella loped some more in the field. She got familiar quickly with where the boundary of the Brown property ended and where she needed to stay behind. Tracing circles in the snow with her horse's hooves, she reveled in the weightlessness of the horseback ride. It was an exhilarating sensation. She felt carefree with fairy wings. Bram smiled at her like a proud cowboy watching his protege. It made her think of the time when she was in high school, trying to learn to drive. Her parents didn't lift a finger to help her, nor did they accompany her to practice, so she enlisted the help of a neighbor who was several years older. Lewis agreed to be her driving mentor. Normally quiet in social circles, Lewis kept Stella calm, even though running a red light, cutting off someone when they had the right of way, and changing lanes in front of an unyielding semi. That was how Bram was with the horses. Because he was calm, she didn't lose her head. Too much. After the ride, Stella got off Gus and hugged him. Bram looked like he wished he could get a hug too. As Bram and Stella got back in the house, Tammy asked, "How'd it go?" "Great," Stella beamed. "Then how come you have this hangdog look, Bram?" Tammy asked. Stella didn't dare glance at him. "Hey, you want to go sledding, Stella?" Tammy asked. "Sure," Stella said easily. Tammy turned to Bram. "Can you take us up on the horses?" Tammy, the stinker. Uncertainty lurked in Bram's eyes, mirroring Stella's reaction. "It'll be quicker going up the mountain on them," Tammy pointed out. Bram rubbed his nape. I guess. Great. Tammy bustled in the kitchen. Let's get a picnic together and bring it up with us. Althea gave them ingredients for ham sandwiches. Bram made him a couple while Stella made one and packed some carrot sticks. Just make sure Gus doesn't steal your carrots, he said. He's naughty that way. He's like the hound dog of horses, with a keen sense of smell and always hungry. Thanks for the warning, she said. Their glances collided, then skittered away. Stella focused on packing her lunch, her chest constricting with a pang of sadness. Tammy shooed them both outside, oblivious to Stella's sluggish steps. She wouldn't have said yes to sledding had she known Tammy was going to invite Bram. This was too awkward. Of course she hadn't told Tammy yet that she was leaving, or that she and Bram had kind of called it quits to whatever it was they had. Kippy wagged his tail, thump, on the wood floor, looking at them as though to say, "Hey, don't forget about me!" Stella didn't particularly relish having a dog nip at her horse's hooves, but with Kippy gazing at her with pitiful eyes, she suggested they take him with them. Are you sure? Bram said. I know he can be a pest sometimes. That's okay, Stella said. Will he stick with us? Then he can run all over the place. He'll love that. Kippy bounded ahead. Bram strapped a snow sled onto his saddle and Tammy's, and then they mounted their horses. The sun hid behind the clouds a little, and it felt somewhat chilly. Fortunately, Stella was dressed warm, so she didn't worry too much. As they rode in companionable silence side by side, Stella thought about Bram and what a nice, decent man he was. He would make someone a great husband someday. From what she could tell around the Brown house, he was a good cook. He took care of animals, knew how to perform first aid, and wash dishes like a pro. That girl just couldn't be her. Tammy hung back with Stella. What's up with the two of you? She asked. What do you mean? Stella feigned innocence. You and Bram seemed really tight before you went to the hospital together, but now something's wrong. I told him we can only be friends. Tammy opened her mouth and shut it. Ah, the friend zone. No wonder Bram looked so out of sorts. Stella felt out of sorts too, but she wasn't going to admit to it. It's for the best. You mind telling me why? You saw my parents. They came to the country swing night. Tammy nodded slowly. Yeah? So what? They're homeless, Tammy whistled. So? It's shorthand for, I have issues. Then tell Bram. Stella shook her head. I need to sort them out. I need space. Who knows? Maybe someday it'll blow over whatever the two of you have going on. I'm leaving, Tammy. No, you're not. Tammy's eyes narrowed. You're running away with your tail between your legs. Tammy, please, I've thought about it. Obviously not enough. Come on, girl. You don't just make a guy fall in love with you and then ditch him, all because your parents are homeless. Tears stung Stella's eyes. That's not the only reason. Then what is it? She swallowed, gearing up for a lie. I don't like him all that much. I changed my mind, okay? And so I'm cutting my losses while I can. Tammy just stared at her. Hard. Don't you give me that judgmental look, Tammy Jo Brown, Stella said. From day one, you kept setting us up. Why'd you have to do that? Tammy clenched her jaw. I thought you'd be good together. But apparently I was wrong. The fight went out of Stella. You were wrong, she said softly, and I'm sorry I won't be able to sing at the pageant. Tammy dismissed her apology with a wave. Frankly, that was the least of my concerns. Stella bit her lip. Shaking her head, Tammy gave her a pitying glance. I normally side with you on most things, lady, but this time, I have to disagree, especially if it's at my brother's expense. Tammy left her side and trotted over to where Bram was leading their group. Stella swallowed painfully. She hadn't counted on losing Tammy's friendship, too. The path up the mountainside zigzagged a little. The horses trudged on in knee-deep snow, sure-footed, even though one couldn't see what lay under the white powder. The horses naturally fell into a single-file pattern. Stella's gaze traced Bram's broad shoulders and occasionally glimpsed his profile. He was kind to his horse, hardly tapping with either his boot or yanking at the reins like Stella was doing. He turned to watch something on the ground, then pulled back. Just a minute, he said, springing out of his saddle. He studied the snow and then glanced at the girls, his brows furrowed. Blood.
Chapter 45. Bram. Bram didn't mean to alarm Tammy and Stella, but decided to tell them about the blood in case some injured animal accosted them. "What was it from?" Tammy asked. Bram glanced around. "A cow, maybe? See the hoof prints?" He pointed at the trail. "There are cows up here?" Stella asked. "We graze our cattle," Bram said. He stiffened with anger. Cattle rustling? The clouds parted, and the sun bore down once again on them. There was nothing sinister lurking in the snow. The only red thing he could see were colorful brambles with berries beginning at the foothills, but no other sign of the drops of blood. "Just got hurt from the barbed wire or something?" Tammy asked. "No," he said, shaking his head solemnly. "Most likely from a gunshot wound." "Eric was carrying a shotgun last night," Tammy pointed out. Bram's mouth formed a grim line. "That's what I was thinking."
Chapter 46. Stella. Stella shifted in her saddle. "Why would anyone do such a thing?" she asked. "We actually get a lot of rustlers here," Bram said. "Sometimes other poachers come and just do it to take pot shots, just for the fun of it. They shoot at cows for target practice." He paused. "As for Eric, you heard him last night. I wouldn't put it past him to shoot at our cattle." Stella shivered and looked around. "Could he still be here?" she asked. "He probably won't dare show his face during the day. Someone could easily report him. It's more likely he will come in the evening in the cover of darkness." "Makes sense, though. Not really." "It's stupid," Tammy said. A little ways uphill, Bram led them to a clearing with a nice slope, perfect for sledding. For the moment, thoughts of her imminent goodbye and of Eric being the possible cow poacher on the loose with a shotgun lay banked in Stella's mind. Unlike ice skating, she'd at least gone sledding before. She felt a flutter of excitement in her stomach when Bram helped her off the horse. As she got down onto the snow, she turned to thank him, and he brushed a strand of hair from her lips. When he walked off, leaving her dazed, she caught Tammy's raised eyebrow. Bram had brought a little tarp, and he set it on the snow and invited the girls to sit on it. He handed Stella little parts of their simple but fun lunch, the sandwiches and her carrot sticks. Gus bobbed his head as though he could smell the carrots. But he had been tied far enough away he wouldn't be able to steal her food. The siblings bantered about Christmas memories. "How about you, Stella?" Tammy asked. "Any funny Christmas memories?" "No, not really." Heat crept into Stella's cheeks. Bram flicked a sympathetic glance her way. Afterwards, they cleaned up and got ready to go sledding. Between them, they had 2 sleds. Each was big enough to hold 2 people, but Tammy urged Bram to just sled first, then she would go. "You do the test run, brother," Tammy told Bram. It was funny to watch Bram, a grown man, laughing like a little boy and hollering at the bottom of the hill with glee. Tammy screamed louder. Bram marched up the hill and set the sled down on the ground for Stella. She got on the sled and would have zipped down had he not held it for her. "Ready?" he asked in her ear. She nodded, breathless, but not as breathless as when the sled started sliding into a steep descent through powder. Magical. Stella screamed all the way down and giggled as she stopped before a ravine at the end of the run. They took turns like this for several turns. Then Tammy suggested they sled down together. Stella glanced at Tammy suspiciously, but her expression looked perfectly innocent, harmless. "Don't be such a prude," Tammy said. "Bram can hardly kiss you on the sled if you're going top speed." "I wasn't thinking of kisses," Stella hissed. "Uh-huh." Bram sat on the sled, making room for Stella. She walked over and took the spot between his legs. His arms went around her loosely. "Tammy is evil." "Ready?" Bram said in Stella's ear, the warm breath and his low, husky voice thrilling her. She nodded, and off they went. It felt like it was a trip down in slow motion, and then they were speeding up, and the sled was spinning. By the end of the run, they were completely turned backwards, slamming into a small mound of snow that stopped them from slipping into a bramble of bushes. Off they flew from the sled in a tumble. Stella ended up on her back, dazed and looking up at the piercing blue sky and into the face of a laughing Bram. His smile faded, though. His eyes still danced. He was lying pretty much next to her, his elbows raising him up to a propped-up position. She stared at his handsome face. Desire flared in his eyes before he shuddered the expression. Kippy came over then, lightening the mood. He licked his master and then Stella. Stella stood and brushed the snow off her clothes. "Stella," he said. She stood stock still. His voice was low, urgent-sounding. "I know I promised I would leave you alone, but spending time with you has made me realize—" "Hey, you guys!" Tammy shouted. "Are you going to keep going?" "Never mind," Bram muttered. "In a moment," Stella shouted at Tammy. To Bram, she said, "I have been thinking too. This has been awkward. I will be getting out of your hair as soon as we get back to your parents' home." Bram closed his eyes, as though in pain. A twinge of guilt assailed Stella, but she held firm. When he opened his eyes, he gave her a stiff smile. He picked up the sled, the rest of his message dying on his lips.
Chapter 47. Bram. Bram knew now that he should have shut his heart out to Stella. He didn't speak to her on their journey back. He didn't say anything when she knelt at the front porch to hug Kippy, burying her face in the crook of the dog's neck. She went in, but he stayed outside to do the chores he needed to and kept his mind blank, even as his heart felt like it had just been shredded by some wild beast. Idly, he remembered the blood drops. He would have to check out the cattle later and scout the area. The door to the cabin opened. Stella stood there, framed by his family's idyllic home scene, looking like an angel in disguise. But he knew her now. He knew that she wasn't mature enough to handle a relationship. He liked her. He loved her. But he didn't have the patience to wait for her to make up her mind. He was ready to move on. Maybe not with Nellie, but there sure were a lot of pretty, eligible girls in the world. Stella glanced at him with a tight smile, then stepped out. That's when Bram noticed his mom walking right behind her. Mom's gaze flicked towards Bran before she hugged Stella. Stella was making good on her promise to leave. Gabe followed them with Stella's luggage. Bram couldn't breathe for the pain that lashed at him. Bram didn't approach them. He just stood there, his emotions churning. He knew he would be hurt. He didn't realize that he would feel so deeply hurt to the point of anger. He felt used and abused, and he frankly couldn't care less if she never returned to their home or if he never saw her again. He turned on his heel to chop wood, whatever. He heard Mom call his name, but he pretended not to hear. He really couldn't anyway. There was a rush of noise in his ear, where the emotions crowded his senses.
Chapter 48. Stella. "I'm sorry," Althea said, touching Stella's arm. "I don't know why he's being so rude. I'm pretty sure he hurt me." "It's okay," Stella said, choking back the tears. "Please just tell him thank you." "You're nuts," Tammy said. "Both of you." She crossed her arms over her chest and studied Stella. "Thanks for inviting me," Stella said, opening her arms to hug Tammy. Tammy hesitated and then let herself be swallowed in an embrace, hugging Stella back. "Friends still?" Stella asked. "Can't stay mad at you, so I guess yes," Tammy sniffled. Stella smiled. "Thank you." To be able to leave, Stella had to scrape the windshield a little bit. She focused on the job, trying to not pay attention to Bram, who was walking around the barns tidying things up. She wanted to walk over to him, to tell him thank you in person, but she knew she'd blown it with him forever. A sad feeling weighed her down. She felt tears prick her eyes, with her lashes freezing together in a clump. She blinked the sensation away and finally got the car scraped enough she could go. Having the car sit there idle for a few days, it wouldn't turn over quickly. She tried a couple of times, swallowing nervously. If she were to get stranded here, how could she show her face to Bram? Through her front windshield, she could see him turn to watch her, his face dark like the dreary pall brought on by the clouds across the winter sky. The car started her third try. She waved as she pulled out. Then she was back on the road. The snow not too bad as it was packed. On her way out of town, she stopped at the four-way stop where she first met Bram. As she stepped on the brakes, her car skidded and did a 360. This time, she was able to dislodge the tires and move back onto the road. She drove a little ways, passing the grocery store with the ice cream aisle and Cowboy's. There was a little clearance at the side of the road ahead, the perfect place to park momentarily. As she did so, she leaned over her steering wheel and wept. Stella's apartment looked the same, drab. No one else was around. Everyone was still away for Christmas with their families or their boyfriends. She shivered at how cold the space was. Someone had the idea of turning down the furnace to save electricity, but now she wished that hadn't been the case. She turned it up first thing. She went into her bedroom and unpacked, taking time to put everything away and folding them as needed. She dumped her dirty clothes in the hamper and unpacked her toiletries. Her bed felt cold. She thought back to the Browns' cabin and how soft and warm her bed there had been. Stop it. She needed to stop the nonsense of thinking about Bram. But just as she formed the thought, a yearning so strong overcame her, like a physical hurt, a hollowness inside her that couldn't be filled. She realized they hadn't even taken a selfie to remember them by. Really, she didn't need one. She would remember such a man, a cowboy who could have been hers for Christmas.
Chapter 49. Bram. Bram buried himself in work around the farm. Heaven knew there was plenty to do, from stacking firewood, fixing the corrals, and tending the animals both mealtimes. Mom looked like she wanted to cross-examine him, and so far, he was able to get out of that. If she tried to pry his secrets, he could not even begin to explain the enigma that was Stella. Thinking of her brought him fresh pain. He kicked himself for getting involved with her physically. They had little in common, and he didn't fit the bill of the slick city guy who could fulfill her every dream. That was all this was, a lust that he felt for a beautiful blonde woman, nothing more. Right? He groaned to himself. Who was he fooling? He missed seeing her. Her touch, smile, company, kisses. He missed everything about her. As he rounded the corner along the place where Stella had parked her car, he noticed something bright blue in the snow. Stella's hat. The sight of it jolted Bram. He remembered how she wore it, jaunty and matching those beautiful blue eyes. Picking it up, he hit it against his jean leg, shaking off the snow. He went into the house where he found Tammy in the kitchen. "Your friend dropped this outside," he said. "Can you please give it to her?" Tammy stared at the hat, then at Bram. "Why don't you give it to her in person?" she asked. "I won't be seeing her again," he said, his voice clipped and his words painfully accurate. He tossed the hat on the counter like he couldn't care less. "Hey, brother," Tammy said softly. "Hey, what?" he asked, massaging his neck. "What happened to the two of you?" He swallowed. "Did she not tell you?" "She said she had issues and that she had to go, like she had some emergency. Maybe she was clearing out her fridge, but surely that could have waited until after Christmas." "I really don't know what happened between us," he said. He had no qualms about it. He spoke the truth. "Well, that's a shame. You and she, I thought you would—" She ended her fragmented thoughts with a sigh. "So, are you going to date Nellie again?" He shrugged. "Frankly, I have no interest in women at the moment. Tammy patted his arm. I can't say I blame you.
Chapter 50. Stella. Stella went through the motions of the last few days before Christmas. She watched all the Christmas classics when they came on TV, staying in her jammies and eating caramel popcorn she microwaved herself. When she finally had to go to the store, she stocked up again so that she wouldn't have to go out until the day after Christmas. 2 days before Christmas, she went downtown to see the lights at the shopping plaza. They were brilliant and varied and fun. But they also made her feel forlorn once she got home to the drab walls and an apartment lacking in a tree because everyone else had planned to be away. Just as she was about to pop in another movie in the player, she decided, forget this. She was going to celebrate Christmas after all. She took a shower, put her grody jammies in the laundry, and changed to a festive sweater and her nicest jeans. She actually blew dry her hair. She checked her messages and answered all of them. Except for one. Bram's message. Bram, how are you? I hope you are well. Tears pricked her eyes. She was so glad to hear from him, as much as she hated to admit it. But then a message pinged later. Bram, Tammy hacked my phone. Sorry to bother you. Stella stared at the screen, swallowing her acute disappointment. Stella, no prob. Bram, as Tammy, Bram really wanted to say hi to you, but he's being silly. Won't you at least join us for Christmas Eve tomorrow? Stella thought about it for a long minute. She needed to answer soon. Her hair was still in the middle of getting blown dry. Stella, maybe. I'm going out for a bit to get a tree and we'll be decorating it. We'll see about Christmas Eve. Thank you for the invite. She paused before sending. The message seemed so serious, like there was a lot at stake. It was just about Christmas Eve, and this bit about Bram really wanting to say hi to her. Tammy could very well just be playing matchmaker. He was a grown man, capable of saying hi himself. A message pinged. Bram, I'd love it if you could join us for Christmas Eve. Stella stared at the text, wondering what had changed. Stella, is this really you now? Bram, yes. He wanted to see her. Her cheeks bloomed pink in the mirror. Stella, thanks.
Chapter 51. Bram. Bram stared at his phone. At first, he was kind of upset that Tammy was interfering again. He was happily minding his own business, but Tammy had to hack his phone and send mushy messages to Stella. As soon as Stella engaged and answered the text, Bram suddenly ached for her again. What was the harm of having her join them for Christmas Eve? Surely he could find it within his heart to welcome her into their home, even as a Christian thing to do. His mother had shown him the way. Sorry, Tammy said from across the kitchen bar. It's okay, Bram shrugged. I'm kind of glad to hear from her. I was kind of worried. I have been too. I was thinking of driving out there and helping decorate her tree. Want to come? No, he protested. You girls do it. I'm just going to be a third wheel. Tammy giggled. Somehow I can't picture you being the third wheel. Maybe more like I would be. He leaned forward. Mom was in another room and Gabe was out. You know, Tammy, why I wouldn't want to go, right? Because she hurt you? Cast you off like a smelly boot? He gave her a tight nod. Yes. Isn't Christmas about forgiveness? Tammy said. Maybe you should try to forgive, big brother. I won't force my company on her. Maybe she really needs you right now. Have you thought about that? Then I have no sympathy for her. At least you feel strongly about her still. Tammy smiled, but Bram responded with a scowl. Minutes later, Bram was out feeding the animals, finding release in mindless work. At the front porch, Tammy came out, saying goodbye to Mom. Coming? Tammy asked Bram. He had been dreading her asking again. He really didn't want to intrude upon Stella's life, but he also wanted so badly to see her again. But if he couldn't have a relationship with her, what was the point? "I'm all smelly and dirty," he said. "So brush off the hay, change your shoes and your jacket. I'll wait, but hurry." Bram felt a frisson of annoyance. "Then you'd better go." Tammy just stood there. "Oh, fine," Bram said, tossing another flake of hay into the horse pen. He went inside and washed his hands, checking for hay on his clothes, wishing he'd kind of cleaned up his scruff a little. He squinted at his reflection and sniffed his farm shirt. That'll have to do. He was a cowboy, and she was going to get a visit from a cowboy.
Chapter 52. Stella. Stella lugged the tree down the hall into her apartment. The tree was too big around the middle, and she would need to pull it through the doorway so it could fit. She blew into her bangs, frustrated. Next time, she would measure the space she needed to put the tree in before buying something. On the plus side, the tree lot was holding a sale with it being so close to Christmas, and this one went for practically free. She heaved the tree again and tried to push against the door frame with her boot when she heard footsteps in the hallway. "Hi," Tammy said, coming into view. "Hi," Stella grinned. It was so good to see her friend. "I would hug you, but this tree is in the way." "I can see that," Tammy said, wrinkling her nose. "Bet I know someone who can muscle it in." She motioned toward her left. Stella felt a prickle of anxiety, and sure enough, Bram appeared, framed by the doorway. He just stared at her, looking dazed, just like she felt. Stella blinked and looked down at the tree, discombobulated like crazy. "Maybe if we kind of squiggle it through." He pushed on one end, and it popped right in. Now the tree was dislodged, and she had no reason to block the Brown siblings. Stella couldn't meet Bram's eyes. She was aware of his burly figure coming in and taking hold of the tree. "Where would you like this?" he asked, his voice doing amazing things to her tummy. She looked around. Frankly, she didn't care. She couldn't think. Tammy took charge. "How about right here?" she said, pointing to a corner. "Sure," Stella said, handing Tammy a tree stand. "I'm going to get the Christmas tree decorations," she said, fleeing, then remembering she didn't have a lot. How pathetic would this decorating be? But maybe Tammy and Bram were just passing through and not really staying? She could only hope.
Chapter 53. Bram. Bram watched Stella run off and escape into another room. He felt kind of bad ambushing her. The tree she had was lopsided on one side, and Tammy was turning it every which way in the stand and finally settling on a certain angle. Stella entered the room again, and Bram had to steel his heart. She looked beautiful, with her hair down and feathery around her face, her blue eyes stunning, paired with her blue sweater. He slipped his hand in his pocket. "By the way, you forgot this," he said. He took out her bright blue knit hat. She stared at it and smiled. "Oh, so that's where it was. I was sad to lose it. It's my favorite." It was his favorite, too. He walked over to hand it to her. She glanced up, her eyes wide, and then her gaze fell to the hat in his hand. Tammy said, "What do you think?" Stella tore her gaze away from Bram to look at the tree. Tammy had moved it around in the stand a little, and it frankly looked pretty much the same as before, scraggly with its own charm. "That's great," Stella said. Then she took the cap from Bram. Their fingers touched, and Stella bit her lip before turning away. Bram joined the girls at the tree, stuffing his hands in his pockets. This way he wouldn't be tempted to touch Stella again. Even if he wanted so badly to, he would be content to just be near her and breathe in her perfume. This was a horrible idea, him coming over. He wasn't sure this was helping any. He wanted to flee right now. His heart couldn't take it. "I don't have a lot of decorations," Stella was saying. "That's okay," Tammy said. "I brought this." She opened up a grocery sack. Stella made delighted noises and pulled out pine cones and brown string he could use for packages. The girls set down the bag on the floor and got to work.
"Come," Tammy urged Bram. "Help us."
He joined them on the floor, watching the girls cut string, then make loops for the pine cones. Stella looked happy, her cheeks blooming. He tried to not stare, then gave himself over to making the crafts.
Chapter 54. Stella. Stella tried to steady her fingers, but with Bram around, she was out of luck. She couldn't concentrate with him being so close right there. Tammy, thankfully, kept up a chatter, not needing Stella nor Bram to contribute. She was asking questions and answering them, except now Tammy was looking at Stella and waiting expectantly for an answer. "What was that?" Stella asked. "Want to come to a program tomorrow, then to our house for an overnighter?" Stella stole a glance at Bram, wondering what he thought of the idea. He was busy looking down at a pine cone and making a knot with the string. "It's so last minute," Stella said. "I'm sure your mom needs a bit more notice." Tammy narrowed her eyes. "That's a lame excuse, Stella." Stella stared, then laughed at her friend's candor. "I'm just trying to be polite. You and I know that my mom likes nothing better than a last-minute addition to a dinner party. Right, Bram?" "Right," he said, engrossed in his pinecone craft. "If it's okay with you, Bram," Stella said softly. He looked up then, and the world seemed to stop moving. In his eyes, she saw desire and longing and love, taking her breath away. Then he shuttered his eyes by looking back at the pinecone. "Yep," he said. "Well then, that's great," Tammy said brightly. "Oh, Bram, can I borrow your keys? I need to go and get something from the car." She jangled the keys in her hand, got up, and left the room, shutting the door behind her. In the silence that ensued, Stella and Bram worked on their pine cones. A pile began to form on the floor. She racked her brain for something to say. "How'd your number in the pageant go?" she asked. He shrugged. "Okay. Song was a lot better as a duet, in my opinion." She nodded, feeling the rub. Trying for a safer topic, she asked, "How's Kippy?" "Trouble as always." Silence. It was his turn. But he didn't speak, just worked on the pine cones. Stella missed having Tammy around. She was really the life of the party. "And Gabe?" Stella said, remembering. "Where is he tonight?" Bram glanced up at her. "He's plotting who knows what for his campaign with Addie." Stella remembered Addie and wondered if she was having the time of her life having the handsome Gabe with her. Stella gathered some pine cones and stood up. "Let's put these on," she said. Bram stood behind her, taking a pine cone or two and putting it higher up on the tree where he could reach. Stella held the last pine cone and considered a good spot for it, up taller in the tree. She saw the little gap. She turned to Bram. "Can you put this up there, please?" For answer, Bram walked over to her and lifted her by the waist. She was so shocked at the feel of his hands around her waist and the immediate flare of pleasure through her body, she nearly dropped the pine cone. She hooked the string loop on the tree, and Bram lowered her again onto the floor, his hands still holding her waist. Stella looked over her shoulder, standing close. He was a good head taller than her, but was leaning forward enough that his face was just inches away. Her eyes fluttered shut as he lowered his head. The door to the apartment opened, and the couple sprang apart. "What did I miss?" Tammy said, barreling towards them with strands of lights. "Mom had some extra lights. Do you want them?" "Sure," Stella said, her heart still beating fast. "We probably should have put these on before you put these cute pine cones," Bram said. Stella eyed the tree. "It'll be okay." Bram plugged the lights in and put them on. Strand by strand, starting from the bottom up, the pine cones were fine. As Bram wrapped the last strand of lights around, Stella admired their handiwork. The tree looked like a fairy tree, magical and pretty in its simplicity. When Bram was done, the three of them stepped back. Stella opened up a box and divvied up ornaments that she'd brought with her from home so many years before. The last Christmas, her whole family was together. Her hands trembled at the memory, and she hoped no one could sense the strong feeling of sadness that swept over her. Tammy was busy putting ornaments on, but Bram was gazing at her with concerned eyes. Once the ornaments were up, they toasted each other with apple juice and put on Christmas carols off a music service. Bram cleared his throat. I guess that's it. Tammy pulled up a chair. Let's visit for a bit, she said. Stella didn't think it was a good idea, but it would have been churlish to chase them out. She felt sorry for Bram, though. He stood there awkwardly, not saying anything. When he did join them in the living room, he sat as far from Stella as possible.
Chapter 55. Bram. Bram sat to the side while the girls giggled and caught up with each other. Tammy was brilliant. She was kind of obnoxious sometimes, but well-meaning, and now he was glad she had orchestrated this whole thing. Stella took her hat and put it on her head. Bram had to look away because her beauty made him yearn for her. The thought of not having her in his life was really depressing. As she glanced at him now, her expression uncertain, he wondered if maybe he still stood a chance. No, he wasn't going to beg and make a fool of himself. Stella yawned. What about a movie? Tammy asked, obviously not picking up on her hint. Without waiting for an answer, she got up and fiddled in the cupboards. Aha! Tammy said, holding up a box of popcorn. Stella and Bram's eyes met, then skittered away. With the smell of popcorn in the air, they settled in for a movie that only Tammy seemed to particularly care for. In her quilt blanket, Stella looked like a little girl. Bram leaned against the sofa and sat on the floor beside her. Would you like a blanket? She asked. Sure, he said. She came back empty-handed. Sorry, I think my roommates took all the blankets home. The clean ones, anyway. No big deal. Let's just share it, Tammy said, sitting on the other side of Stella so they sandwiched her. Move on over, Tammy said. Stella moved over and opened the blanket up so Bram could be under it too. She looked about as scared as he felt, her eyes wide in the light of the TV. And yet, he wanted very much to sit beside her. He got up from the floor and slipped under it. With a stunning jolt, he felt Stella's delicious warmth emanate from under the blanket. Their legs touched, and he didn't dare move. The sensation of her being so close to him was delicious, dizzying.
Chapter 56. Stella. Stella could kill Tammy. She was acting all naive, but her friend knew what she was doing. She was such a troublemaker. Stella was very much aware of her leg brushing against Bram's and his shoulder touching hers. She kind of turned her body, trying to not touch him. At the same time, he shifted his, lifting his arm so it was behind her on the couch, making Stella's mouth turn dry. The movie played on, but Stella frankly couldn't follow the storyline. She was only acutely aware of Bram's arm behind her neck and his spicy musk scent combined with a whiff of horse, which she didn't mind. If she leaned over his chest, he could hold her. Tammy shifted toward Stella. You mind scooting over a bit more? I don't have a lot of blanket. Stella shifted, right against Bram's chest. Sorry, she said. She would have moved back, but Tammy made doing so impossible. I don't mind, he said softly. She should move. She had no right to be abutting up to him, like they were a couple. But she couldn't make herself move away. The lights were low in the apartment. Only the light from the TV was visible. Tammy was probably not paying attention to them. Or maybe she was. But did that matter? She could relax and lean against Bram. He said he didn't mind. So she did. She melted right against his muscular chest, her fingers feeling the nubs of his shirt buttons, his warmth seeping right through his plaid polo shirt and her sweater. She tucked her head under his jaw and snuggled.
Chapter 57. Bram. Bram sat there stunned as Stella snuggled right up to him. She felt so soft and warm, smelling of Christmas pine and a strawberry shampoo. Did she know what she was doing to him? Did he want to hold her even after she'd inflicted all that pain on him? His heart seemed to yield to an invisible force. Yes, of course, he wanted to hold her. He pulled her so she could sit even closer to him. Shutting his eyes, he savored the feel of this woman in his arms. Suddenly, he could no longer deny it. He still loved her. He loved her with every fiber of his being. Under the blanket, he put his arm around her midriff and pulled her right up against him. He could sense Tammy glancing over, but he didn't care. Let her think what she wanted. Stella splayed her hand, small and warm, on his chest. He grasped her hand and twined his fingers through hers. He could just sit here like this for the rest of his life. Let Christmas come and go. He would die happy. Stella raised her eyes to his, and he wanted to drown in their depths. He wanted to pull her close to him and kiss her. She looked away, and he swallowed, back to watching the movie. Too soon, the credits rolled on the screen. Disappointment clung to his throat. In a minute, they would have to move away from each other. It was one thing watching the movie this way. It was another to just snuggle. He imagined years from now holding Stella in his arms. She would be cuddling a baby, and he would dip his head and kiss her over and over, just because he could. He imagined being married to her. What heaven it would be to have her laughter and softness grace his home. Could they still have a chance together?
Chapter 58. Stella. Somehow, the two untangled themselves from each other. Stella folded the blanket and set it on the couch. Tammy hummed to herself, darting knowing glances at Stella and Bram. Bram followed Stella with his eyes, not hiding love and longing in his eyes. Thing was, she loved him too. She loved how kind he was and strong, how dependable he was, that when they rode the horses, he cared about her well-being. She loved that he respected her wishes and kept away, if that was what she wanted. Taking a deep breath, she arrived at a new conclusion. She was ready to take the next step with him. She wanted to tell him everything. No more secrets, no more lies, no more hiding behind the facade of perfection when things were really a problem in her life. There was a knock at the door. Stella frowned. It was late, 11, and she wondered who would be here this time of the night. She opened the door to her mother. "Hello," Mom said with a loopy smile. Then she passed out, drunk, in the hall. Stella took care of Mom, going into autopilot. She wondered where Dad was, at the same time feeling relieved he wasn't there too. She couldn't look at Bram, what he must think of her and her family. He carried Mom to the couch, where she remained passed out. "Thanks for coming, guys," Stella said, wishing everyone, including Mom, out of her apartment. "See you tomorrow?" Tammy said. "Yes, I'll do my best," Stella said. "You need anything else?" Bram asked, his warm brown eyes giving her the once-over, loving her. "Yes, how about if you whisk me away from here, fix my parents, and marry me?" "Thanks," she said. "You've helped plenty." Suddenly, she felt exhausted. She needed to walk them to the door, but at that point, she simply wanted to sit down and not ever get back up. "Do you want some company?" Bram asked. "What?" Stella blinked. "I can sleep on the floor, then catch a ride with you tomorrow." "That's awfully sweet of you, but I can manage just fine. My mom won't attack me or anything," she half joked. But looking at her mom on the couch made her want to rage against the world. "You look so tired and, frankly, overwhelmed." "Yes, that sums it up for me, just about," she said. His kind glance and her bleak circumstances pushed her over the edge. This was supposed to be Christmas, the best time of the year, and yet her mom was passed out on her couch. Anger flared within her. When she was a kid, her mom never gave a hoot about her. Oh, sure, she fed her when she remembered, but she never asked about her life, never asked how she was doing. She was so absorbed in her own life, she didn't make room for Stella. At some point, Stella looked into divorcing her mother, but she chickened out at the last minute. And now, here was Bram, offering to be here for her. She couldn't embroil him in her mother's mess. "I'll see you both tomorrow," she said, then stood up. Bram gave her a lingering glance at the door as she and Tammy hugged each other. When they both left, she shut the door firmly behind her. Stella woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of her mother retching. Stella felt too tired to get up or care. She just hoped that her mother didn't miss the toilet bowl or wherever she was. Afterward, the night became quiet again. She listened to the hum of the furnace and her mom returning to the couch. She worried about Mom wanting to couch surf more than this once. Gall, this was a depressing Christmas. She got up and wrapped her blanket around her, the vinyl floor cold under her feet. She stood by the window and watched the snow fall softly, and the moon beaming down on her. She thought of her countless friends who had everything she wanted, a wonderful career, scholarships, a beautiful, normal family. Why did some people get the jackpot, and here she was, never able to get her head out of the water? Chilled from her soles, she went back to bed. She wanted to feel compassion for her mom, her parents, but all she felt was derision and anger that they made such a mess of their lives. Instead of Christmas together, Stella was having to figure out ways to get her out of her life and trying to keep Bram in somehow.
Chapter 59. Bram. The next day, Bram felt more hopeful since Stella left. He looked forward to seeing her today and worried about her coping with her mom. After breakfast, he got ready to go out. "Where are you headed?" Dad asked. Bram averted his glance. "To visit Mr. Spencer." Dad pursed his lips but said nothing. "Good," Mom said. "Bring him some Christmas cheer." Bram wished he had some in his tank, but he was frankly running low himself until he and Stella could get their act together. At the hospital, he ran into Eric. The buffoon deliberately butted shoulders with him and snarled, "Why are you here?" Two hospital employees coming their direction glanced at them with curious eyes. "I just wanted to see how he's doing," Bram said. "Well, you're not welcome here." "I think you need to leave that up to him." Eric pushed on his chest and took a step forward. "Bram," a frail voice said from the ICU room. Bram stared Eric down and walked past him to enter. By all indications, Mr. Spencer appeared to be better today. For one, he didn't need the oxygen mask. He was sitting up and eating some Jell-O. He dribbled some of the red gelatin on his shirt front. "Hi, Mr. Spencer," Bram said. "Hello." Mr. Spencer didn't smile. "You're looking better today?" "Enough with the flattery. I need to tell you something. Come close." Eric came into the room and stood with arms akimbo. "Whatever you say to him, I have to hear it too." Mr. Spencer glared at his son. "Get out, Eric. This is just for Bram's ears." Eric looked scandalized and mad, steaming mad, but he left. "It hurts to talk, so you better listen good," he said. "Okay." Bram sat on the edge of the bed, wondering what this was about. "I'm about to cut Eric out of my will," he said. "He's annoying me to no end." "He probably won't take kindly to it," Bram predicted. "No, he won't. And I don't really care, to be honest. I don't like how he just showed up here, wanting to control my life. If you ask me, he just wants a cut of my wealth." Bram didn't say anything. Mr. Spencer was a rude dude, but Eric struck him as dangerous. Mr. Spencer said mean things to your face. Eric did mean things behind your back as well. When they were boys growing up next to each other's farms, Eric was always putting up his friends to play pranks on other classmates. Bram usually pulled the plug on it, or helped others get out of Eric's prank. Eric didn't appreciate his meddling, and they grew to hate each other's guts. Well, hate was kind of a strong word. Bram didn't exactly hate Eric, but he hated the seeds of discontent that Eric continued to sow through his adulthood. Mr. Spencer closed his eyes, looking spent. "I have changed my will, and I am leaving you more land." Bram nodded, digesting this in silence. "That's awfully nice of you, Mr. Spencer, but cash would be more useful for my family right now." "Picky, are you?" Mr. Spencer grumped. "What if I told you this piece of ground is pretty valuable and can be sold for a lot of money?" "I can't imagine anyone wanting to buy a piece of your farm right now. No due disrespect." "It's not my farm." Mr. Spencer's eyes watered and his lips quivered. "It's in town, right by the grocery store. It'd be perfect for a business." Bram stared, flabbergasted. For years, that was the only parcel downtown that could have a business, and the supposed owner refused to sell. Bram didn't realize Mr. Spencer owned it. "It might not be real quick," Mr. Spencer said, "but I imagine the sale should generate enough money for you to save your farm." "That it will," Bram said. "Thank you, Mr. Spencer." "Thank me later. Now go get my good-for-nothing son, will you?" Eric was waiting outside in the hallway and glared at Bram when he came out. "What did he tell you?" Eric asked. "Why don't you ask him?" Bram said. Eric shoved his shoulder and barreled in. Suddenly, Bram didn't feel as sorry for Eric.
Chapter 60. Stella. Stella woke up and entered her living room, expecting Mom to still be passed out on the couch. Instead, she was busy in the kitchen, bustling around. She had washed up and looked presentable for a change. "Smells good in here," Stella said, putting her nose up in the air. Mom smiled at Stella. "I'm making your favorite oatmeal." Stella looked at the box on the counter. "I forgot I still have that. That stuff is pretty good. Thanks, Mom." "Thank you." "So," Stella said, "where's Dad?" Mom didn't answer for a good minute. And when she did, she spoke with unshed tears in her eyes. "He and I have split up. Probably more like, I left him." Stella didn't know what to say. All the years of their down-on-their-luck life, and this wasn't a shocker, but the fact it actually happened did surprise Stella. "There was another woman," Mom said, "just so you don't wonder why." It was so hard to know the truth with her mom. Stella thought back to last night when she had arrived drunk. "Does he know you came here?" Stella asked. "No," Mom bit her lip. "It's not the first time either. There have been others. But I just have gotten so sick of him and his life infecting mine. I want to gain my life back, Stella." "It's gonna be hard," Stella predicted. "Last night you came here drunk." "No," Mom said, shaking her head. "I didn't. Mom, you were practically passed out at my door. I just had such low blood sugar. I hadn't had much to eat, and I walked to your apartment. Thank goodness you were home." Stella stared at Mom. She tried to break the drinking habit in the past, but never succeeded. Until now. "You're going to need a job," Stella said. "Yes, I do. I hope I don't have to get a job downtown. Your dad will try to make life miserable for me." Stella studied her mom's features. Her graying hair was windblown and thinning. Wrinkles made her face look like crumpled parchment paper. Her eyes were full of pain and despair. She'd had a hard life, and so had her mom's parents during the Great Depression, but they bounced from it. "Let me make a phone call," Stella said. Althea answered at the second ring. Stella was relieved. She had hoped that Bram wouldn't overhear. She just couldn't bear him judging her for even asking this of their family. "This is Stella, Althea." "Hi, sweetie. It's so good to hear your voice." Stella smiled and leaned against the counter. She should have known better than to think that Althea would judge. Althea took in every stray animal, the four-legged and two-legged kind. Stella took a deep breath and expelled it. "I was wondering if you might have room for me and one more place setting on Christmas Eve." "But of course. Who's the other person?" "My mom." "Wonderful. We'll plan on her. Don't you worry about it because you know she is always welcome in my home." "What about your dad?" "He's not with her right now. I think she's trying to live a separate life from him." "I'm sorry. I understand. I can't wait to see you. I think someone else will be happy to see you." Stella smiled but said nothing else other than, "Thank you so much." After she hung up, she went back into the living room and sat at the bar. Mom was washing dishes. "You don't need to do that," Stella said. "I know, but I want to. Guests should always help out." It felt good to see Mom in a domestic scene. Worries of the future still nagged at Stella, and she wondered where her mom would go after the holidays. She couldn't possibly stay on with Althea, but she could see Bram's mom offering. Stella would hate for Althea to get embroiled in Mom's life. What if Dad returned? She could worry about every single thing, or she could just chill and try to make the most of the situation. Walking around the bar, she reached for the dish towel. "I can dry," she offered. They stood side by side, Mom handing her plates as she was done with them. There wasn't a ton of dirty dishes, and they were mostly from the popcorn last night. Mom rinsed the last glass and handed it to Stella. "What if Dad finds you?" Stella asked. "I highly doubt he'll come looking." "I don't know," Stella said, remembering. "You've done this before, broken up during a fight and leaving." "Just threatening to leave." Stella racked her brain, and yes, Mom was right. In the past, whenever her parents had an argument, Mom would be at the driveway with her luggage and Dad would stop her. Then they would reconcile. "Yeah, you're right," Stella conceded. "But what if I don't know what I'd do," Mom said. Her face softened, like a young woman's. She looked so vulnerable and fragile. "You can always call the cops." "On your dad?" She shook her head. "Oh, hon, I wouldn't." "One of these days, Mom, you will have to choose yourself over Dad." "I wish it could be that easy." Stella shrugged, feeling drained. "It's up to you." "I know." Mom's brow furrowed. "I know."
Chapter 61. Bram. Bram was filling the water troughs when Stella pulled up in their driveway. He turned to watch her progress, his heart thudding with anticipation. Mom had told him about Mrs. McGivens coming over too, and hoped that Stella was at peace with this. Stella came out smiling, and seeing her face was such a treat on a cloudy winter day. He took off his work gloves, tucked his shirt in, and approached the new arrivals. Something had changed in Stella. She actually took his hand and squeezed it, then kissed him on the cheek. He gave her a questioning glance, wondering what she was up to. "Of course you remember my mom, Bram," she said. "Mom, this is Bram." "Hello," Mrs. McGivens said. "I remember you, yes." "Come on in," Bram said. "My mom's cooking." With Stella's hand still in his, Bram squeezed it back. "I'm happy you came," he said. "I'm happy I came too. I can't wait to talk to you later." As Bram watched her enter the house, more anticipation built up within him. That evening, they filed into the gym of the local high school, the entire community, with families dressed casually for the festive program. Bram hadn't been in forever, but he was happy to do so now, if only to show Stella off on his arm. His buddies waved at him and gave him a hard time about his date. Stella seemed to take it all in stride. They held hands as he talked to people, and he was amazed at the change in her. He looked forward to finding out later why. They sat down near the front row. The crowd was a good amount, not too crowded, with lots of good seats. Close enough to see the wonderful detail of Addie and Gabe's handiwork. Nellie hailed him in the crowd, and Bram nodded politely. He wanted to make it clear that he was still friends with her, but that was all. He only needed the girl at his side. His girl, dare he say? Ever since he left for college, his eyes had been open to how his town did things as opposed to how the rest of the world did things. He realized that it was okay. Not everything had to be done like the city or the rest of the world. His small town could keep having their pumpkin days, turkey shoots, and first-grade circuses. They could keep having their Christmas Eve pageants where the backdrop is dicey and probably a liability lawsuit waiting to happen. They could continue to have Mrs. Pinniger sing her screechy soprano solo because no one dared tell her she couldn't really sing, and she really does bring the spirit to the season. And there was George, who never really does an official part, but always ends up on the program because everyone wants him around, kind of like a mascot.
Chapter 62. Stella. Stella loved it all, this small-town production. She wished they still did things like this in the big city, but there, everything was always slick with orchestras from Finland and guest singers from Broadway or Hollywood. Here, in this gym in a town so remote they probably weren't even on the main Colorado map, she could tell that the citizens wanted to write their Christmas love story. Holding Bram's hand in hers, she knew he was wondering every which direction what was going on, but she would tell him soon enough. The evening came through, as could be expected from a small-town production. The lights dimmed and little kids and adults started doing their interpretation of the Christmas story. In the darkness of that gym, Stella leaned forward and watched the angel share good tidings of great joy. Whatever Stella was holding back up to that point, she let loose, and tears finally fell. She thought of her own arrival into the world. Perhaps her parents had bungled everything else about her, but surely at her birth, they would have also been joyous. This Savior that was born for the rest of mankind was born for her, Stella McGivens, and for Bram Brown, this dear, dear man by her side. Bram put an arm around her and pulled her close. At the end of the production, everyone did their curtain call. There was Gabe and Addie with their tools and paintbrushes, grinning broadly with pride. They should be proud. Everyone had done a great job. Bram's chest heaved, as though with strong emotion, his eyes filling with quiet joy as he gazed into hers. She loved him, too.
Chapter 63. Bram. When they got home from the program, Bram called for his dog, but he didn't come. That was so unlike Kippy. The only reason he'd not be able to come to him is if he were sick. It had only happened once in his teenage years, and even then, Kippy made some effort. "Kippy!" Bram called again. It was dark outside, and the pens needed some tending. Now he was worried. Stella came out of the house. "Can I help you feed the animals?" she said. "Sure," Bram said. "You look worried." "I can't find Kippy. He's not inside, is he?" She shook her head. "I haven't seen him, sorry." They fed the animals in silence, with Bram looking up occasionally and hoping that the noise he heard was Kippy. It wasn't. It was either the neighbor's cat or dog. "Anybody seen Kippy?" Bram asked the family after they came in from the chores. Gabe looked up. "No." Addie was there too, invited by Mom to dinner. Stella's mom helped with whatever needed to be done. Tammy was decorating the cake and licking icing from her fingers. "You want to look for him?" Stella asked Bram. Bram nodded. "Before it gets late." They took his family side by side, with Bram driving. "Kippy!" they called out. "Kippy!" After a while, he pulled over by a fence. "We need to search on foot," he said. "We won't hear him otherwise." He looked down at her boots. "Good. I didn't want your feet to get all soggy." He helped her out and held her hand a little longer than necessary. She leaned close to him, and then it was time to get serious about finding the dog.
Chapter 64. Stella. Tonight, once everyone had gone to bed, she planned to talk to Bram. Stella had decided for herself that she would open up to Bram about her life, and, come what may, she just wouldn't be a victim of her past anymore. It felt good to be with Bram. Once in a while, they looked at each other, his expression mirroring hers, where she couldn't believe that they were together. In the darkness, Stella could see glimmers of movement in the pens, but couldn't make out what the animal was. She walked around a cow pen and looked in. "Have you seen Kippy?" she asked a cow, who blinked at her and kept chewing her cud. "Kippy has got to be here somewhere," she said under her breath. Suddenly, she made out a peculiar shape on the ground, the lifeless body of Bram's dog. At least it looked lifeless. "Bram! I found Kippy!" Bram came running over. He entered the cow pen and carried Kippy out. He was breathing, but rather shallowly. He felt around his fur, and Kippy yelped. Bram looked at his hand, covered with blood. "He's been shot."
Chapter 65. Bram. Kippy lay in the snow, his chest wound gaping and bleeding profusely. Bram staunched the wound with his hand. Luckily, in the cold weather, the blood was clotting fast. He told Stella, "Go inside and ask my mom for a towel and blankets. She doesn't care if it gets dirty." Stella returned immediately. Gabe, Addie, and Tammy came out too, and soon they had poor Kippy brought inside where it was warm so they could tend to his wound. "Rifle," Gabe said as Bram dressed it. "I know," Bram nodded. "I bet it's that Eric," Tammy said. "We have no proof," Bram said, "but most likely." "Actually," Gabe said, "I saw him earlier today, lurking by the backside of our property. If he were a dog, I'd have shooed him away and told him to get." Tammy punched numbers in her phone. "I'm calling the vet." The vet came and confirmed their suspicions. "It's a good thing we got to him that quick, or he'd have bled to death or suffered from hypothermia." He cleaned out the wound, prescribed some pain medicine and antibiotics, and then left some gauze pads. "Wow!" Tammy stood and paced after the vet left. "How can we prove that it was that Eric?" "Can I remind you it's Christmas Eve?" Bram said. "I know. That actually irks me," Tammy said. "Instead of celebrating some fun times, here we are worrying about a dog." "I was thinking, actually, that a gun match might be traced back to Eric. I can call up a buddy of mine who worked in police forensics before." Bram got a hold of his buddy, who referred him to the sheriff's office. He sat there on hold. "You want me to finish feeding the animals?" Stella offered. "Are you sure?" Bram asked. "I can do it as soon as I get off the phone." "How hard is it? I've done it with you before. I can do it by myself." Bram smiled, gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you." He was actually pretty worried about Kippy and welcomed the chance to sit by him.
Chapter 66. Stella. Stella exited into the frigid weather. It had been a warmer day with the sun out, but as soon as it set, there wasn't hope for the rest of the night. It felt like one of the colder portions of the forest, or the sinks, where the temperatures had been record-breaking. She made the rounds with animals, grateful she didn't have to break the ice in the troughs. She tripped over something on the ground, a crowbar. She was picking it up when she heard the noise. She gripped the crowbar in her hands tightly and made her way round the corral. In the darkened light, she could see very little, but her eyes soon got used to it, and she was able to make out a peculiar thing out there by the barn. It was a man, crouched and facing the other way. She was about to back up when she knocked over an empty can from a stack. It rolled and made a clatter. The man stood up and faced her. It was Eric. "Well, hello," Eric said. He held a rifle in his hand. She should go back to the house. Stella started to back up again, but Eric was too fast for her. In a few strides, he caught up with her and gripped her arm. "Be quiet and no one gets hurt, okay?" he said. She swung the crowbar as hard as she could on his arm. She heard the cracking of bone and his swearing as she turned and ran. He caught and grabbed her coat, yanking her back. He slapped her with his good hand. She moved to swing the crowbar again, but this time he was ready, jerking it out of her hand. Stella pulled out of his grasp and ran. Ahead of her, she saw the cabin doors swing open with several people coming out. Chapter 67. Stella. Stella reached Bram with a sob, and then he pushed her back behind him, where Tammy took over and stood with her. Eric was holding a rifle in one hand, favoring the other arm. "His arm is broken," Stella said. Bram met Eric and swung a fist. Eric ducked and used the butt of his rifle to hit Bram. Bram wrestled the rifle away from Eric, who ran off. "I'll cut him off out there," Gabe offered. "Be careful," Bram said. He turned. "You girls go inside." Tammy complained, going in. "He acts like we're helpless and can't do something about this idiot." "He just wants us to be safe," Stella said. But part of her worried about the boys being out there. They sat inside for a good tense hour until finally Bram and Gabe returned. "Lost the moron," Gabe said. Bram's face was a dark cloud. "He had a broken arm. How hard could it have been for me to just knock him to the ground? I should have brought out a gun." "Yeah, you should have," Gabe agreed. "I'm calling the police is what I'm doing," Althea said. Stella and her mom exchanged glances. Mom seemed pretty confused by all the goings-on, and Stella felt a little guilty, thinking that she should have briefed her a little. She took a minute to explain until confusion cleared from Mom's face. Everyone's spirits seemed dampened by having Eric out there, still at large. The police came and took down the information, but eventually went away without much more than just the suggestion to be careful. Tammy helped her mom with dishes while Stella got ready for bed. By the time she came out in her sweats, Bram was sitting at the bar, nursing a hot chocolate. "Want some?" he asked. Everyone else had left the room, maybe to get ready for bed. Stella felt a delicious anticipation and also apprehension at having to give him the talk. "Sure." He busied himself in the kitchen, pouring hot water from the kettle into a heavy mug. She mixed in some white chocolate and nursed her drink, taking strength from its warmth. "Want to sit by the fire?" he said. The fire crackled merrily and looked so inviting. She nodded and, taking her mug over to the coffee table near the tree, set it down to cool off. Bram, his dark eyes penetrating and intent on her, offered her a blanket. When she accepted, he sat beside her and wrapped it around them both. He pulled her close, as though to cuddle, but she held him off. "I need to tell you something first," she said. "Okay." His eyes gazed at her intently. "I'm listening." "I didn't grow up in a conventional household," she said. He nodded. "I gathered that much. My parents were real hippies. I don't know how I survived, but somehow I did. You know, of course they are homeless now. They've always been in some financial mess or another." She stared at the fire. "They sent me off to live with relatives, different times of my life. Amazingly, those relatives were actually decent. Things were much better there than at home." For one moment, she was quiet. "But one of them wasn't so good. The dad, he molested me." She closed her eyes and hugged her knees, cringing at the memory. Fortunately, he didn't get very far before his wife found out. But she said some really mean things to me, including that it was my fault. My fault. My fault. My fault. I believed her. She turned, anguished eyes to Bram, who looked upon her with compassion. "I was 14. I didn't know any better. I still hate myself for that." She paused. "So, now you know my secret. If you still want me after that, of course I do." He reached out and touched her cheek. "I'm so sorry. I have never told anyone but you." "I'm glad you did." He smiled, his expression tender. Relief flooded her, coupled with uncertainty. "You're a wonderful guy. I still have issues with that. And my parents. I don't really want you to get involved." "Too late," he murmured. "I care about you. I don't care about your past or your parents. Well, I mean, I will respect them as I am able, but I will not base my regard for you on how they live their lives. In fact, if they so much as do anything to hurt you, I'm sorry, but—" She pressed her fingers on his lips. He kissed them, sending shivers down her arm. He shifted and pulled her into his lap. She leaned against his chest and listened to the thudding of his heart. "Stella, I love you," he said. Her heart squeezed with happiness. "I love you too," she said. She reached up and touched his face, tracing each feature as though to memorize it all. She touched his beard, the noble bridge of his nose, and his lashes, causing his eyes to flutter shut. Then she touched his lips, and his eyes flew open. With a swift intake of breath, he kissed her palm, wrist, and the inside of her arm. By the time his mouth captured hers, she was pliant, like melted wax. She clung to him, her heart beating joyfully. She loved this man with all her heart. She revealed the worst from her past, but he still accepted her. After their kiss, he held her, and then he said, "My turn to tell you something." She settled in his lap and caressed the front of his shirt, reveling that this cowboy loved her. "Mm-hmm," she said, feeling sleepy but fantastic. "Years ago, Mr. Spencer took a bunch of money from some investors, including my dad. Dad didn't read the fine print, but it turned out that in the event the enterprise folded, he had no recourse to sue Mr. Spencer. Well, the investment flopped. Mr. Spencer declared bankruptcy, and Dad was out thousands of dollars." He took a deep breath. "Dad owes taxes on this property, and the ranch got hit with a swine virus, so we lost a bunch of hogs one year. Then it was cows next. So many things really hurt our bottom line. Unless he raises the money somehow, we'll lose this farm." Stella stroked his face, feeling sorry for his family. Bram continued, "Mr. Spencer, you know how he is. He just wouldn't play fair. After that investment failure, he recovered and went on to become a rich businessman. This property is just one of many. He told me today that he would leave me property in the center of town, so we would have money to pay off the taxes. Meanwhile, we need the cash right away. So I am not really sure what I can do. I plan to work for a firm taking care of agricultural supplies, but that just won't be enough to cover the tax shortfall. We might still lose the ranch." "I don't care about that," she said. He kissed her until she got dizzy. "I wish I could help you," she murmured. "You help me enough," he said, nuzzling her ear. "We'll have to have a long-distance relationship if we keep on seeing each other." "I always did want to visit you at your campus," she smiled. "My roommates will swoon over my hot boyfriend." He pulled her into a kiss, deepening it until they emerged as though from a fog. He gave her a regretful glance. "I think you'd better go to bed," he said. "I will just keep you here all night and never leave you alone." She hugged him tightly. "I don't mind," she said. But she yawned. "Let's get some sleep, baby," he said. "Baby," she whispered. "I like that." He carried her in the blanket and transported her across the living room, down the hall, and into her bedroom. He pulled back the sheets and set her down. "Brr," she said, giggling. "I wish I could snuggle with someone." "Now, don't you give me any ideas." He covered her with a sheet and 2 layers of coverlets quickly. He leaned over and, giving her a slow burn of a kiss, wished her sweet dreams. Stella woke the next day, happy and wondering if she was still dreaming that she was back in the Brown house. But yes, she was. There was the window, through which fresh snow was falling, and her lips were swollen where Bram had kissed her. She was eager to go out there and join the family, but she also wanted to look her best, so she went to the bathroom to shower. She moved back the shower curtain. In the shower sat Eric Shepherd, his eyes wild, this time with a shotgun by his side.
Chapter 68. Bram. Bram took a sip of his hot chocolate, letting the warm liquid thaw him out. It felt good after he had just spent the past hour feeding the animals in the frigid morning air. There was no rest for the animal tenders on Christmas Day. He smiled. A Christmas Day with Stella.
"Where is Stella?" Mom asked Bram. "Probably sleeping in," Tammy said. "My sources said that she had quite a late-night conversation with someone."
Bram smiled wider.
"Oh, Bram," Mom said, brightening. "Did you two patch it up?"
"I think so," he said.
"I know so," Tammy said. "I came out last night and took a peek. These two were snuggling in a blanket by the fire."
"You're losing your touch," Bram said. "You didn't interrupt us." Tammy winked.
"I didn't. This time."
He didn't care if his family teased him. He was happy today.
"Well, it's kind of getting late," Tammy said. "I want to do presents. I'll get Gabe and Stella."
She was gone for a little bit, with Gabe haranguing her down the hallway. Bram could hear her knock on Stella's door.
"Wake up, Sleeping Beauty," Tammy said.
When she didn't answer, Tammy opened the door. Her scream shattered the silence. Bram pushed away from the bar, followed by his parents. There were signs of a scuffle. The bed had not been made and the window had not been shut completely, letting in the swirling snow. They called the police, who collected evidence. Meanwhile, Bram seethed inside, wanting to do more than just waiting for the police to give him more information. In shaky handwriting, Stella had scrawled Eric on the bathroom mirror with her lipstick. "I'm going to go out and search for her," Bram told his family.
"Please," Mom said. "Be careful."
Mrs. McGivens looked stunned. Bram had gathered she had been estranged from her daughter, but he wished Stella could see her heart on her face now, so worried for her baby. His baby. "Baby, where are you?" Bram dressed warm and saddled his horse. The sooner he could go and track Eric, the better. Stella's life depended on it. He wished he could take Kippy, but poor Kippy had a hole in his side, thanks to Eric.
Chapter 69. Stella. Stella was so cold, her teeth began to chatter. Eric was crazy, that much she knew. This was no sane person pulling her along in the snow. Thank goodness he at least allowed her to dress for the weather, including thick wool socks, layers, albeit mismatched, and snow boots, during which she had written his name on the mirror. She hoped Bram's family would see it. "What do you want from me?" she asked. "Shut up," Eric said, his mouth twisting ugly. "Just let me go, please. Why should I? At least I get something of worth from Bram Brown. He took everything from me." She frowned. "What are you talking about? My father changed his will and wants Bram to get property that belongs to the family, the most commercially lucrative of them all." "But you will get your farm, won't you?" "Yes, but who cares about farmland? Won't do anyone any good. Till we get utilities out here, he won't be able to subdivide and sell lots. I can't imagine this farmland being cut up for development. What a shame." He slapped her mouth, and she tasted blood. "Shut up! And don't you lecture me like my dad." Stella began to cry. She was cold, and she hurt. He moved like he was going to kick her, so she flinched. But he didn't. Instead, he laughed, like the braying of a donkey, snorting and loud. Then, somewhere, she heard the wailing of sirens. Eric clutched at her arm. "Come on, woman!" Stella looked across the stretch of snow and field, back toward the Brown house. Eric wanted her to go away from that, to who knew where, and once there, would he shoot her? She jerked his injured arm until he collapsed on the snow, shouting over the pain, and ran for her life back toward the Browns' property. Behind her, she heard Eric cock the shotgun.
Chapter 70. Bram. Under Bram, his gelding paced nervously. "Please, Lord, don't let me be too late." He urged Toby towards the sound. It had come from the back of his family's property and Mr. Spencer's. He trotted at first, then loped. Time was of the essence. In the sunlight, the landscape looked safe and almost normal. And then he saw, as though by miracle, Stella straggling over, running his direction. Her white coat blended in the snow. She'd seen him too. She was waving and shouting at him. Behind her, Eric ambled, his shotgun cradled awkwardly in his good arm. "Get down, Stella," Bram said, just as the shotgun went off. She crouched just in time, then kept running towards Bram. She reached him, and with one swing towards the saddle, she was sitting behind him. "Hold on," he said, spurring Toby back towards the main house. Bram didn't want anyone else hurt, but that was where the police car had been, and where he hoped it still waited parked outside. As they loped towards the house, the police car's lights went off, and the vehicle began moving out of the driveway. Bram spurred his horse faster. If Eric got to the house without the police, heaven help them. The police car still kept moving. Soon it would be turned towards the road and out of their property. Bram looked behind him at Eric pursuing them on foot with his shotgun and the departing police. He unslung his rifle from his shoulder, pointed at Eric, and shot.
Chapter 71. Stella. Stella sat in the house, wrapped in a blanket and waited upon by the other women and Gabe, who made it his job to fetch her a mug of hot chocolate. She shivered, not just from the cold, but from the trauma of the experience. The moment before Bram shot Eric, limping towards them and brandishing his weapon, flashed through her mind. Eric's eyes widening, full of fear, then anger, as though he couldn't care less, shooting up another shell towards them, but missing and falling backwards as Bram's shot connected. Bram entered the house, and Stella felt a rush of gratitude. He had been talking to the police, who returned when they heard the last shot. They took custody of Eric, who actually survived the shot, but would be recovering in prison. Stella gave Bram a tremulous smile as he approached. He sat beside her on the couch and pulled her close to him. He still wore his coat and hat from his ride, smelling of the Old West. He was no ordinary cowboy. He was a gunslinger, too, and she loved him. He kissed her temple and held her close. She melted. "Merry Christmas," he said. She chuckled. "Merry, all right." "Well, the way it turned out," Althea said, "it is merry." "You have a wonderful son," Stella said. "Why, thank you," Gabe teased. Bram relaxed against the back of the couch and brought Stella with him. She leaned against his chest, relishing the feel of the beating of his heart. Author's note. A Cowboy for Christmas was inspired by a true-to-life incident at the grocery store, where I saw a cowboy one winter day. When I came home, I wrote the line, "She saw him for the first time at the ice cream aisle." I wrote the story in a whirlwind 2 weeks for National Novel Writing Month in 2017, and then set it aside. In 2018, I craved to write a cowboy romance story. When I finally dusted off A Cowboy for Christmas, I realized I had already written it. It was my ode to small towns, cowboys, and family. My plan is to write more in the series. For 2 decades now, our family has owned horses, starting with a sweet but sassy flea-bitten gray horse, Wixie, and eventually acquiring 4 more. Our 3 children grew up competing in the 4-H horse program, and we now live on horse property. It's been a great learning opportunity and bonding experience. Where I live, the agricultural way of life is fast giving way to development. I like to take photos when I can to preserve the memories. Now, I can add stories. It's funny it's taken me years to write my first cowboy romance when it's a lifestyle that I have firsthand knowledge. I can see why readers love cowboys. They're tough but sweet, wise but humble, strong but sensitive. What woman wouldn't love a man like that? Thanks to my readers and cheerleaders, especially Jessie Gussman, for your enthusiasm and for the valuable feedback. My cover designer, Angela Fristow, of Covered Creatively, my husband and children, for all our 4-H and horsey adventures over the years. And last, but not the least, thanks to my Heavenly Father for granting me the opportunity, ideas, and stamina to write books. This has been A Cowboy for Christmas, Riverdale Ranch Romance Book Number 1, written by Jewel Allen, narrated by Melissa Connell and Scott Rose. Copyright 2018 by Jewel Allen. Production copyright by Jewel Allen.